but they had already vandalized it a little while back. So the community basically they spun the block and they went up there today, and it was a heavy police presence up there. It was a heavy presence. They had a bunch of squad cars up there protecting the place. You say the DA, hold on, what's that? The DA helped pick the jury? How true is that? J. Lo, how do you speak on it? Hop on in. Are you speak on it, Jay? Hop on in. Yeah, they said they shut down the store within 24 hours of the incident. You was out there protesting? Okay. Yeah, they gave that store the business. And yeah, man, from what I'm hearing, the people are getting real active out there. They're real active. They looking for some of the other businesses associated with that Rick Chow guy. And from what I understand, Rick Chow, the guy, allegedly, according to some of the people, he has a reputation of pew-pewing black people. They said he's kind of trigger happy, according to what I've been hearing. Allegedly. I'm saying allegedly because I don't know. But they say this was kind of his MO, of pew-pewing black people out there. So yeah, he was allowed to get away with this stuff. You understand? Yeah, they said there's 3 pew-pewings with this guy. Man, in 2018, he pew-pewed a black dude. Yeah, this is what I've been hearing, that this guy had a reputation of doing this stuff. Yeah, man. See, that's why certain things got to get nipped in the bud early, man. Yeah, certain things got to get nipped in the bud early. Now, here's the thing. I saw some video because the community out there is active. The community is out. They're active out there. See, we got to nip stuff in the bud, man. Just like with that Chud the Builder thing. You let these people, listen, the white tea supremacists, man, you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile. You got to nip shit in the bud, man. Stop that right in its tracks. The sheriff was out there. It was a white sheriff out there. And he was out there with the black community, splaining and saying that he disagrees with the verdict. Yeah, I'm with you guys. He's on that. I'm with you. I don't like the verdict either. I think the verdict was wrong, but what can I do? He's on that. What's his name? Leon. What's his name? Yeah, what was the guy's name? The sheriff?
I'll tell you what the sheriff could do.
Yeah, he's out there splaining. Like, oh, he told me he disagreed. Leon Lott. That's his name? Okay, he's full of it. Let me tell you, that's a con game, man. Let me tell you something. That's a con game. It's a con game. It's a con game. Listen, they have deployed the buffer class, ladies and gentlemen. Understand this verdict. You understand how the dominant white tea society operates structurally. Like I said the other day, they'll elevate a non-white tea, non-black constituency to act as a buffer class in these black neighborhoods. These individuals, they give them economic access to set up shop, to extract wealth.
Right.
They function as the daily monitors of the community. You understand? So they outsource their economic exploitation and the racial profiling to this buffer class. So the dominant white tea power structure, they get to keep their hands clean while the proxy group does the dirty work on the ground. See, that's the strategy now. You know what I'm saying? They let their proxies do the dirty work for them and then act like, oh, God, the verdict is the verdict. I disagree with it, but it's the only law we have, dude. They try to play that. And the sheriff is out there, Leon Lott, or whatever his name is. That's a containment strategy routine, man. They're standing there with the black community, wringing their hands, claiming he disagrees with the verdict. That's a psychological operation. That's theater. That's designed for containment. They play the good cop. That's the good cop thing. Man, hey, man, I think it was wrong too. God, man, that's horrible. Maybe we'll get some justice reform or something. I'll put in a word in at the mayor's office. Sit down. That's good cop, bad cop. They let the Asians be the bad cops or the bad actors. They want to try to pacify the community's righteous anger so they can stop an uprising up there. He's out there trying to act like an ally who's, I'm just as shocked as you are. No, they're not. All right. Don't fall for that. They are the very administrators of the system that just sanctioned the execution of a damn teenage child. You understand that? They like to weaponize that the law is the law. That's the core of the con game. The dominant society, they build their legal framework riddled with loopholes specifically designed to justify violence against Black people. You allow a grown man to chase a fleeing child 130 yards and shoot him in the back and then claim self-defense? What the hell? Yeah. When the acquittal happens, the politicians and the judges throw their hands in the air and say, oh God, our hands are tied. The law is the law. They play innocent and acting like the law is some kind of natural weather event that they can't control. Stop that bullshit. Don't let them run that game. Let the law go in the favor of a Black person and not a white person. They'll change that shit overnight, just like they did with Bill Cosby, because the statutes of limitations was way past due for all of these damn lying white women. They were like, well, You know what? We're gonna have a new law. Okay. The statutes of limitations can go back 100 years now. So yeah, if you claim that Bill Cosby or any other Black person touched your titty in the 1950s, yeah, you can get a civil suit on them. They'll change the law overnight. Don't let them run that. The law is the law. They change the law whenever they see fit. They control it. The laws are controlled by people, and we can control the law too, by the way. You understand? That's what I want us to understand. We can control the law too. You get out here on these streets and put some pressure out here. We changed the 14th Amendment. We changed the civil rights law. So I want us to understand the power we have. We can change the damn law. All right? Don't let them come out here and run that con game. No, y'all gonna change this and y'all gonna put a hate crime bill for us. We need a very specific hate crime bill. That's very important. And then we'll enforce it. As long as we get it on the books, we can enforce that. Just get it on the books. You see? But yeah, they got to outsource their anti-Black violence right now. See, the dominant white society over there, they're just as culpable as the pew-pewers. They created the environment that emboldens that behavior. When you put a buffer group into a community, you allow them to siphon off the resources, and you never hold them accountable for their hostility towards that community. You're green lighting the violence. Yeah, that Asian man had a reputation, allegedly, according to the people, of pew-pewing the people in the community and being acquitted. They gave that man a green light to do that. So they set a precedent in this country that guarantees that non-Black people will be given leniency when their victim is Black or a Black child. You understand? Where is that Mr. Chow from? Where is he from? Rick Chow, where is his family? He's Asian, but what part of Asia? I keep missing that part. What part of Asia is he from? Yeah, out there. This is South Carolina. Where is Jim Bojangles Clyburn? Where are all these damn Democrat operatives telling us about the minority coalition? Well, the Democrats, man. He's from China. Okay.
Kind of niggas.
He's from China. Then let me tell you something. Don't ever let them run that China is the enemy thing. Communist this, communist that, China. Yeah, they'll side with an enemy against us. And we're citizens who built this damn country. Somebody say Korea? Is it Korea or China? That name Chow is Chinese, from what I understand.
Yes, it is.
It's not China? Okay. What is it? He's from Hong Kong? Okay. Yeah, a country that has had decades of hostility towards this nation. This guy's from a country that has had hostilities towards this nation. We're at war with this country. You understand?
That was North Korea.
And these people are side with these foreign nationals against us. See, this is what I'm saying. Don't let them run that game. The white supremacists always talking about communist this and communist that. They'll side with communists at the drop of a hat. They'll side with Russian. They'll side with Russians against us, Chinese against us, everybody against us.
San Fernando Valley.
Yeah.
Probably in a mansion. Ain't that a bitch?
So don't let them run that game. And they use the jury as a systemic shield. They protect their proxy through the legally sanctioned process of the jury. They get a jury pool that aligns with the dominant society and their anti-Black biases. And they know the legal system guarantees an outcome that devalues Black life. So they put the fate of a Black child's life in the hands of people who structurally view that child as a threat. Every time they get these all white juries, they know what they're going to do, and they never question. They never question these all white juries who hand down these old janky ass verdicts. But they question the OJ jury. They've been the jury for OJ, when a case didn't go their way, they picked that whole jury apart. They've been doing interviews with that jury, putting their names and faces out there, harassing those jurors, doxing them for decades. That OJ jury, boy, they done picked that jury apart. Yeah. Man, they don't do that with no other juries at all. And I pray for the family of that kid, man. That's horrible. These disgusting race soldiers allowed that to happen to that child. But the streets are active out there. And again, they're protecting the Asians and their property. They're guarding an empty gas station after the verdict. That shows you who the dominant society values. See, that's why us getting on code is very, very important with each other, because we got to look out for each other. We really got to look out for each other. They'll deploy endless taxpayers' dollars to arm these state troopers or state enforcers to protect the physical property of their buffer class. Yeah. But understand, the dominant society, they're co-conspirators in the con game. A lot of these people in the community, they see, the brothers and sisters, they see past this charade. You're not going to separate the man who pulled the trigger from the dominant society who gave him a green light. You understand? Don't let the white supremacists play innocent. They are co-conspirators. And they allow this. And they use the I'm white and I say so narrative. I want y'all to understand something, man. And you got some of the white extremists online bragging, he got what he's supposed to get. He deserved it. He shouldn't have been stealing. He shouldn't have been doing this. He shouldn't have pointed the pew pew, which he did none of that. But they're using I'm white and I say so. This is how desperate and weak the white supremacists are. That's a desperation play. See, the white supremacists, they rely on the arrogant delusion that they can alter reality by decree. They use their institutions to label innocent Black children as threats and criminals based on I'm white and I say so. They want to flex their power to determine who lives, who dies, who's considered guilty, who's innocent. But needing to rewrite the reality to justify an unaliving of a Black child, that's not a sign of institutional strength. That's a sign of weakness. That's the ultimate sign of cowardice. And when you embrace your cowardice, that's a desperation thing. Look at what these white supremacists are doing. They're beating up on women, just like that cop out there socking up the sister, just for no reason. Pew-pewing children in the back and co-signing it. When you embrace being a coward like that, you feel like your days are numbered or something. There's something going on. They feel desperate and they feel like they're going extinct. They got to do anything to feel like they're getting a win. Yeah? There's absolutely nothing strong, nothing dominant, nothing supreme about a grown-ass man hunting down a damn child and pew-pewing him in the back. Yeah. And the system of these cowards co-signing that and giving the people who do that impunity. You know, a system that perceives a teenager walking away as a lethal threat, that's a system that's paralyzed by its own irrational terror. This goes into what Dr. Welsing talked about.
Okay, it's its own
that black male
fear,
that fear of genetic annihilation, the black man, and in this case, a black child who's going to grow up to be a man, because what they want to do is get these children right before they get into that sexual prime, when they get into those late teens. Notice that they like to target our children right before they get into that sexual prime, right before they start dating girls. They get them right there because that's when they become a weapon to the white supremacists. This is real deep. Y'all need to study Dr. Welsing's work. She broke this down, how the black male in the system of white supremacists always has to be targeted because they have the physical and genetic wherewithal to annihilate the white supremacists just through sexual intercourse. It's
there ain't no black power in white pussies.
So this is why with Cosby, they have to go back 50 and 60 years when Cosby was younger to punish him for the white women allegedly getting with him. Then they have to criminalize that 50 years later. It's some heavy stuff. These are desperation plays. You see?
Well, as I said before, they were
and then we target the youth. There's a demographic panic. They feel like their days are numbered. Why do you have a need to project this false strength now? You're doing the math. You know that your demographic and your cultural dominance, which you really don't have. You don't have cultural dominance, never had it. You have institutional dominance. But that's slipping. They feel like their days are numbered. When people are secure in their power, they can just afford to just chill. When they know the paradigm is collapsing, they become hyper-aggressive, reactionary, desperate. Sanctioning the unaliving of our youth, that's a pathetic panic attempt to maintain a grip on society that you feel is slipping through your fingers. And it's not going to work because it's making the victims of that turn up. You see? And they thought that they were going to replace us with a more docile tether class. See, this is where all of this stuff ties in, delineation and all that. See, they wanted us. What they were going to do, they were going to try to replace us or just infuse us with a tether buffer class within our community who would undermine us and infuse some of their docility. So anytime we challenge white supremacy, there's some melanated tether who's sitting up in our community saying, hey, we need to stop. We need to leave these white people alone. We need to stop. What about black on black crime? We need to stop. When we started hearing that, remember, we started hearing that really around 2013. Right. Notice that, family? We started hearing all of that. What about black on black crime from people within the community around right around Trayvon Martin, by the way. Right around the Trayvon Martin case. That's when we started hearing that stupid shit. Right when Obama was in office. Every time when it was time to turn up with that Trayvon Martin situation and Zimmerman getting off, we were supposed to turn up. There was never a major turn up with that. Why? We had a bunch of tethers infusing and dissipating the energy. No. We start hearing all of that. Well, we can't get mad at Zimmerman because we got a lot of crime in our own community. What about crime in Chicago? What about black on black crime? We need to fix our community first. The reason why Zimmerman doing that and he got away is because we do it to ourselves. And I'm like, where is this stupid shit coming from? We heard a lot of that around, and that started right around that time. Then subsequently, every time we saw situations where black people were getting targeted, we get this plethora of these unknown buffoons talking about what about black on black crime? You know? That's where that was coming from. We had the head tether in charge at the time. So their game was to infuse us with a bunch of docile tethers who were docile in their homeland to come dissipate the energy over here so we wouldn't turn up. And even when we did turn up, they send them tethers out there talking about, well, Black Lives Matter, Black immigration matters, and Black transgender matters.
Man,
they were still trying to
Lives Matter. It's not Black owned.
Now that we have delineated,
George
that ain't
Soros
working
owns that shit.
Now that we are delineating, ladies and gentlemen, that's not working. We're delineating, and we're letting the tether class know you're not going to come and diffuse the energy. It's up, and it's going to stay up. You know? Come on now, let me talk to the family. Y'all get on here and talk to me. Y'all raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. All right, raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Talk to me. All right, who has got SETI? Let's get SETI in here. So SETI, for some reason. No, different. I'm not letting you. Different. You don't be saying nothing. Different. You always say, let me up. Different. You don't be saying nothing. Different. All right. Different. Always saying, let him up, and don't be saying nothing. Jasmine, what's up, Jazz? Let's get Jasmine.
Class, right?
Jasmine?
So, hey, Tariq, how are you doing, love?
I'm good, Jazz. How are you?
I'm actually super annoyed. A lot of these people are trying to say that a lot of us are biracial, that we're part of this boule class, and it's coming heavily from the
You the product of raping, slave trading, pedophiles, lady. Get your goddamn facts
They're going to
straight.
lie. They have nothing else but lies. And the great thing is nobody believes them. They're not taken seriously. Everybody knows that they're pathological liars, so they don't have anything. They can't really refute our lineage. This delineation has got them in a circle. They're just running in a circle like a chicken with their heads cut off. They don't know what to do, so they're going to do what they do best, is just lie. And the great thing is nobody takes them seriously, so we're good.
I appreciate that, because I definitely want to talk about the baby that was unalived by that Asian person.
Yes.
And I forgot the area that it was, but they keep trying to deflect it back to like Black and brown unity. And I think that is just a weird psyop from the Democratic Party, the demon rats, I call them. How do you feel about that?
Oh yeah, that whole Black and brown thing, that's another thing that they were going to use to infuse our community with a docile containment class so that we wouldn't turn up. Hell, the part of the Black and brown community, they include Asians in that Black and brown community too. When they say Black and brown, they're not just talking about Latinos, they're talking about all other non-whites. All right, I want people to understand that. People think the Black and brown thing means Black and Latino. No, it means Black and other non-whites. So they consider Filipinos brown in that sense, Asians brown, East Indians brown, Arabs brown, all of these people. None of them are our collective allies. They all collectively compete against us. And now they've been elevated to act as a containment class against us. So I'm glad many of us are rejecting that. Now, the melanated tethers from Africa and the Caribbean, they sit up here and try to promote that Black and brown thing because they benefit off that. They ride in the door with the Latinos, Asians, and East Indians and Arabs. So they have more of a camaraderie with their fellow immigrants than us in many cases. And I want us to understand that shit. I want us to understand that. Just like out in LA, you got a lot of Belizeans out here and people like that who are melanated, who kind of look like us. But just like they said, this guy was on No Jumper. He's like, hey, he's a Belizean gangbanger. He's like, yeah, I don't bang on whites or Mexicans. I only bang on Black people. And that's the mentality of a lot of these people, man. They have more of a camaraderie with their fellow immigrant class. And we got to understand that.
The last thing I want to say, because I keep getting restricted and whatnot, so I'm on like my last leg for a while. I want to ask you, how do you feel about the people who are cosplaying us in our spaces, also trying to make it look like we're xenophobic? Someone said to me the other day that we, FBA, we don't claim half-breed FBAs, whether they're bi-ethnic or biracial. How do you feel about that?
That's them just saying shit. They're just saying bullshit because they don't really have an argument. They always try to make these weird DNA claims. They listen. These folks literally don't have an argument. It's like monkeys in a zoo. When you're frustrated, you just start crapping and throwing it at the wall. That's all that is. That's crap at the wall. It never stops. I want y'all to understand that. Y'all excuse my noise in the back. The crap throwing never stops. All these bad faith arguments. Listen, these folks know exactly who we are. They know that we're not them. These people spent decades saying, stay away from the Akatas. They were calling us Akatas, Jareers, Yanks, every other pejorative. They knew who the hell we were. Now, all of a sudden that we delineated, everybody's confused. Everybody's talking about some DNA tests and nothing. These people are playing dumb. So don't play dumb with them. All right?
They're all mad. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad you reiterated that, because there's so many people in these spaces saying, well, you guys said you guys were all from Africa. You guys said you guys didn't like people because they had broad nose, and you guys just don't like Africans, and you guys were saying all these weird things. And I don't think I ever heard you say that. And you definitely, I've never heard you say that a bi-ethnic or a biracial that was part FBA wasn't FBA. I just wanted to make sure that was very clear. So thank you for that. Yeah.
There you go. There you go. Thank you so much, beloved. And
there you go. Love you guys. Bye.
That's the lovely Jazz. Very lovely sister. Very lovely FBA sister. Yeah, tethers just be, listen, family, will y'all please stop arguing with these damn tethers? Can y'all please stop? Family, tethers, their job right now is to waste your damn time. Tethers just be saying shit. Don't y'all get it? Family, y'all really shouldn't waste your time with these tethers. Tethers just be lying to be lying. That's all they do now. They literally, the objective, family, is to waste your time because they're frustrated. They can't do anything. So what they want to do is just be annoying and waste your damn time. They'll sit there and waste your family. These folks, I've seen these people do like 72-hour spaces just sitting up lying about us. Because, you scroll and you just come across different pages and come across different lives. I've seen one live. I just happened to scroll. I listened to it for about 15, 20 seconds. They were in there lying. About 2 days later, it was the same space going on. They were still in there saying the same lies. I'm like, good Lord. These tethers ain't got nothing else going on. Dude, they literally would sit their ass up for days lying about us. They ain't got nothing else going on. That's all they do. There's something that's going on Twitter, by the way. There's a wave with all these damn tethers. What they'll do, and all of these accounts are in Africa. They got these little gossip pages where they'll sit here and put up a video of a black celebrity, and then the caption would be a complete lie. It was like for example, and they do this every day. This is like a thing with these damn tethers. They put up, it was a video of Chris Brown. He was talking about something, but the caption was completely different. He was like, what was Chris Brown talking about going on tour or something? It was the caption that they put that he said was literally a complete lie. The caption said that Chris Brown says that Diddy tried to get with his baby mama too. And then they had a video below, but when you click the video, Chris Brown didn't say shit like that. They do that all the time because I guess they assume that people they won't click the video. They'll just assume the caption is correct, but it's not. Watch those accounts, family. Watch these accounts that has a video, and then they'll have a caption that's not in the video. That's the thing. It's a clickbait. And it's always, always, always from Africa. It's always African accounts that do this. And I always see it from Africa. I don't see it from India. I see that shit from Africa. It's a bunch of damn African accounts who do that. They sit up lying about us. That's all they do.
We'll work for you. Nah, then else will do. I got that rule work for you. And reservations for two. Rule work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that root work for you. And reservations for two. I got that root work for you. Nothing else will do. I got that root work for you. And reservations for two. Stepped out clean, I'm fresh out the door. Natural sin, but it's hitting like more. Confidence high, got me walking real slow. Every move got a vibe, let it flow. Cut your ass from across the room. You smile back, yeah, you felt it too. Ain't no pressure, just energy speaking. But you leaning in like you been seeking. I ain't gotta say much, you can feel that glow. It's deeper than the surface, it's something in my soul. From the roots to the skin, yeah, it's all aligned. Now you right here vibing in my time.
Timeline. Oh my God. Ruru says hi, everyone. Jesus.
Hi.
What the hell are you
How
doing? He's trying to take over the show.
I know,
I told
Jesse.
you, man, you need to put the logo up there. It wouldn't be like the MGM line.
Lady Chase working on it.
She's working on what?
Hey Jesse, you should be like you should. Hey Jesse, have you thought about being a new seraph again for Emerald?
Go with Amaru.
No. No.
Amaru.
Amaru.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you for joining us on the stream. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you hit that like button. We here, the subscribe button. So tonight,
Black news. Like
All right,
experience enhanced life page.
what are your thoughts on what Tariq just went over in regards to South Carolina and the Rick Crow?
Okay, what it is, Brother Che, as we have stated so many times, when it comes to us, okay, white supremacy look at us as subhuman. But the reason why they look at us as subhuman because them no good in the pistol, sun dodging, pink ass motherfuckers want to be us. That's why.
We're talking about the yellow man, Shabaka. This is the yellow man that this is.
Oh, okay. Well, we're doing now on that regard. They want to be carbon copies of the white colonizers. No disrespect to Michael.
No, Michael's an ally. He's a true ally. It's not including Michael.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He knows people better than we know his people. And he's already.
But keep in mind, though, too, Brother Chase, like I said before, you got to keep in mind is that Asians, man, they keep their circles very, very close knit, and I'm not mad at them for it. We as a people, we do the exact goddamn opposite.
Yeah,
that ain't too smart.
Nope, you're right, Shabaka, but it's too much self-hatred going on.
Yeah.
Well, see, that's the key right there, Brother Che. That's the key. Man, wait a minute. Is that a pony shirt on I see, man?
Hoodie, a Bronco hoodie. You damn skippy, Shabaka.
Man.
Yeah. But to chime in, so Rick Sal, to be honest, right? Not surprised, because it's a perpetual cycle that has been designed by racists
years later.
Yep, especially going back to like from 1991, like Russell Harling's death, committed by a racist Korean store owner, right?
Shunda Jo was her name.
Yeah, Sunda, exactly. Yeah, I can't pronounce her name. Sorry, right? And so it tells me that nothing has really changed with my people.
If you don't go somewhere, where's the paper bag? We call them the ain'ts. They ain't going
no. Man. So we got some NFL rivalry in here.
But I'm just saying, like, and it's like like I said, Rick Sal, to be honest, to do this to a Black American customer over what a $2, I don't know, like candy, it tells me that Rick Sal values money over FBA. So it really tells me that yes, Asian people are very big into capitalism, even though capitalism is hurting them, and unfortunately, most of my people don't want to wake up to the fact, right? Because they always think that white America is going to save them or big corporations going to side with them.
Right.
But yeah, 9 out of
No,
10
you're right.
times.
Oh, what? Okay, on the stage, yes.
What's up, young Riaz?
We got
Okay, well, what?
coach.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wasn't New Orleans in the Super Bowl one time?
Yeah, they were 2009 against the Colts.
Did they win against
They
the
did.
who?
They did win.
Oh, that's right. They lost to them damn Lambs. That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Colts lost to the Saints in 2009.
Damn.
Yeah,
Well,
I
later
remember.
for them Lambs.
Yeah, I remember watching that game. But yeah, I was really surprised the first time the Pro Bowl was being televised first before the Super Bowl.
The Pro Bowl was televised first before the Super
Yeah,
Bowl,
aired
man?
first. Yeah, before the Super Bowl. Yeah, when Obama
Well,
was president
basically,
the first time.
okay, now
Yeah.
if memory serves me correct, Michael, I'm not saying you're wrong,
Right.
but the Pro Bowl is basically the all-star game for the NFL, man, and that's played way after the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Hey,
Right.
young
Exactly.
Riaz, salute. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I find that kind of interesting. But what's happening is, man, here's what's going on. Okay, you got the elite class with all this money, right?
Right.
Okay. And basically, they would like to see every poor bastard on here dead on this planet. If you're broke, we want you dead, because you all abusing welfare and all that other type of bullshit. Then they go to find out that the majority of the motherfuckers on welfare is them Appalachian inbred Trey Brewer looking motherfuckers. Trey Brewer, Trey Gowdy, whatever, with his funny head looking ass, you know what I'm saying? Then the cold part about it is, okay, Uncle Phil right here, they're trying to give him some shit, okay, is because at times I see in his comments that he's leaning toward Trump, but at the other time I see him in his comments, man, where he's backing up off of Trump. So it's kind of like, in my opinion, repeat my opinion, that he's a fence straddler.
You think he's straddling the fence?
Yeah, in my opinion. I may be wrong, Brother Jay, but me, I'm black first, period,
Right.
all the way. And you ought to see the shit that comes in on my inbox, man, and on my live page. Well, you're a black racist, Shabaka. Motherfucker, tell me what corporations I control, what police departments do I control, what educational institutions that I control. I am in no position to be a racist due to the American social order. See?
Yeah.
And just like Brother Che calls them, these WSPs, you know what I'm saying? Like the professor says, And they sitting up there getting drunk, making these dumbass videos talking about, I'll kick your fucking ass and all that. You drunk enough to fight, man. You need to go see AA. Smoke you some weed. Get up off that booze, man.
Yeah, but I'll say this about Philip Scott. I know Philip Scott definitely voted for Trump in 2024, and even before that, Philip Scott was excited. Go Donald Trump in 2019, right? Because Philip Scott realized that under Trump, the economy was getting better for FBAs, and I'm sure he received pushback, right?
Okay, now see, I'm gonna tell you something, Michael. What you just brought up there was a point of irony. You see what I'm saying? Okay. And then the cold part about it is that these Democrats, anytime, and as Brother Che pointed out, the biggest obstacle to black business is these fucking Democrats.
Yep.
You see, there's the biggest fucking obstacle to it. What did LBJ say, Brother Che?
You can convince a poor white man that he's that he is not inferior to a rich black man, that you could empty his pockets quickly.
You could pick it for the next 60 years.
Yes.
And they did, and they still doing it because LBJ died in 1972.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you know, and I think that stinking ass frog face, he kicked a bucket in the same year, I believe. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, frog face was shot in 1972, and I think frog face man died about 75, 76. Check.
Yeah, I believe so. Shabaka. I have to double check, but yeah.
Yeah, around there, because I'm going from what's left of my memory. You know what I'm saying? And old frog face spoke how he honestly felt. Segregation yesterday, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. You see?
Yep.
And then Shirley Chisholm goes to visit this shot up motherfucker in the hospital, which was an insult to black folk.
It's because she was a tether, Shabaka. That's why she did that.
Right.
Mhm.
Hey Jesse.
Mhm.
Yeah. Hey Jesse. Were you surprised that Philip Scott told the white voters, vote Donald Trump? Were you surprised or not surprised?
No.
No?
No, I was not surprised in the least. I'm willing to bet my last $2 I got right here
Mm-hmm.
that he went out and voted for Donald Trump.
Phil, right? Philip Scott.
He said he did not vote.
Yeah, but I know, like he said, like don't.
Okay,
Yeah,
Brother Jay, that's his official story, in my opinion. Okay.
yeah.
I mean, who is anybody to say if you went and voted or if you did not go and vote? You know what I'm saying?
Between you and the creator.
Apparently not. Apparently
Yeah. Right. And I'm still trying to check my ballot for Scam Brown, man, because Scam Brown's a crook. He ain't shit. I know I'm not gonna get shit, so I'm just gonna vote for Scam Brown, man, because the motherfucker, at least he's honestly telling me that he ain't gonna do shit for me, as opposed to listening to some lying ass motherfucker like Barack Obama or Bill Clinton or Donald Trump. You see what I'm saying? But at least Scam Brown is
like
honest in his scam. Yeah, right, exactly. What would you do, man? Vote for an honest crook or a fake truth teller? I mean, man, come on.
Yeah. By the way, I understand why Philip Scott wanted the white voters to vote Donald Trump because Phil wanted to really accelerate the decline of white America and expose the racist white people who never let go of their anti-black racism. And really to
keep in mind though that Phil. But keep in mind, though, Brother Che was kind enough to give me Phil's number. Man, I hope these motherfuckers ain't getting ready to get out here and fight again, man. Shit.
Right.
God damn.
Okay.
So,
yeah. And then, but at least Donald Duck tells you how he honestly feels, okay?
Yep.
He ain't gonna do shit for us. But one thing about Donald Duck, he did state, hey, if it wasn't for you black motherfuckers, there wouldn't be no America. You all did build this bitch, which we did.
True. Yep.
He gonna cut Shabaka.
Yeah, it's really about.
Okay, you said, wait, hold on, Che. You saying that Donald Duck is gonna cut the check?
Yep.
You know what, Che? He might do that, man, in his last 30 days. Because you know, like how all these presidents, man, they sign all these laws in their last 30 days. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gruesome.
That's a
on that Lady Chase said.
Wait, what's it about Gruesome?
Gruesome is going to do what now?
She said he ain't doing that.
Man, fuck Gruesome Newsom. You know what I'm saying? And I still think, Brother Che, when we was on the phone with the California State Assembly, man, they saw my phone number, ran it, and they said, no, we ain't letting this arrogant black bastard talk. Motherfuckers.
Yeah. Hey, Sabaka, have you thought about joining CJAC, California Justice for Equitable Society? Chris.
Okay, I think I cannot do it, Brother Michael, is because I'm officially a resident of Nevada.
Okay, right.
Okay, because when I got my Nevada driver's license, right, I took that piece of shit from the state of California called the driver's license and shredded it.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I know Chris.
We gotta move on.
Yeah.
So R.I.P. to Belton, and shame on you, Rick Chow, and the whole justice system. The whole damn system is guilty. So
yeah, it is.
The system needs basically the criminal justice system needs to collapse for good and
Yeah,
to be rebuilt from scratch.
Right.
yeah, it does. It's because what they got to do is give us our goddamn 40 acres and our motherfucking mule. To quote Oscar Brown Jr. in the early 1960s, Brother Che. Asked Chairman Seiko about OBJ. He would know more about him than I would, because I remember listening to his Signified Monkey as a child.
Oh
And
yeah.
the Signified Monkey, do. Yeah. And then and the Signified Monkey told the lion that the elephant want to get with him, and the lion said, I'm gonna go punch him in his big nose, and that elephant stomped that dog shit out that lion. And then the Signified Monkey fell from the tree, and that lion tore the Signified Monkey to shreds, and the songbird says, please, Mr. Lion, I apologize. Don't beat me no more. And then he got back up on his tree, and he says, if you fuck with me again, I get the elephant on your ass. And that Signified Monkey's up in that tree till this day. And that record, Brother Che, was made about 1960, 61, I think. And believe it or not, people, I met Oscar Brown Jr.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that.
Yeah, and Oscar Brown Jr., as you know, who used to do the bitter man for us on our on some of our opening episodes for Blog Talk, and he was married to, and he was Judy Pace's brother-in-law, because he was married to her sister Jean Pace.
Okay.
Yeah, and Oscar Brown Jr., he's out the shy. Yeah. Or he was. I think Mr. Brown transitioned. But I did meet him.
Yeah. I see Jesse, you're having a great time eating your dinner. What did you order? Chicken wings for dinner?
Yeah, barbecue. Barbecue wings. Yep.
Barbecue wings. Yeah.
Oh,
okay. Any soda, like Pepsi?
Yep, right here.
Right here.
Yeah, I got to drink diet sodas now.
Yeah. I'm sure it's like it's much better than eating at the stadium, right? At the Broncos game.
Oh my God, that shit is beyond overpriced.
Yeah, same thing within all the stadiums, Brother Che, is because, you know, they're the closest game in town, you see. But if you really look at it, though, from an economical point of view, if they would lower their prices on the concessions, right? Their stadiums will get more filled up. And yeah, Raiders, that's what you motherfuckers need to do for the upcoming NFL team, you lousy motherfuckers. You know, y'all with your sorry losing asses here in Las Vegas.
Somebody said Traders. Did I hear Traders or Gators?
Huh?
Was it Traders or Gators?
Okay, man.
Yeah, but it's like Sabaka. I heard that the owners of the Raiders, they don't want to lower the prices. It's like, oh, if we lower the prices, that means our shareholders are not going to make money. What's your response to that, Sabaka?
My response to that is that's the problem with inherited wealth, is because I believe if Al Davis was still alive, is that he would lower the prices if his team was, if Al Davis was still the owner of the Raiders, man, they wouldn't be like that, because Al Davis had no problem firing motherfuckers, man, for fucking up.
Just win.
That's it, man. Yeah, just win, baby. That's a win. Now, Val is saying the Raiders been in every city like some 304s, okay? Well, Val, they only been in Oakland, Los Angeles, and Las Vegas.
Yep.
They only been in 3 cities.
3 cities. Yeah, there was a player, Sabaki, you're familiar with him. He used to play for the Raiders from 1978 until 1993, 16 seasons. His name,
who was that?
James O'Darian Thompson. He used to play various positions as offensive lineman, tackle, center.
Right. And I remember the line that they had was Big Ben Davison, Gene Upshaw. Damn, I'm trying to remember the other two. Jim Otto was the center, 00.
Right.
And that's how I remember him being the center, because he was 00. Now, what motherfucker would want a team, man, be on a team with a number called 00?
Right. It's like Gilbert
That's saying-
Arenas. It's like calling Gilbert Arenas
Yeah.
Agent Zero when he used to play for the Wizards.
Yeah, fresh. Yeah, they've been fucking up since 1988. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
remember Marcus Allen was unhappy with Al Davis about a contract.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. From what I understand, I think they had a dispute because, if I'm not mistaken, that Mr. Allen was seeing his daughter, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not
Right.
sure about that.
Yeah, but were you surprised, Sabaka, Marcus Allen, when he went to the Kansas City Chiefs, he revitalized his career?
He revitalized his career?
Yes. Meaning, like,
Well,
he
that's
started,
good.
yeah. But he was not the
Yeah,
same
that's
as he was
good.
like in the 1980s. But he had a proven veteran leadership.
Yeah, but the dude who really, man, who I think fucked off his NFL career was Bo Jackson, because Bo Jackson was playing the football and baseball. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is quite an accomplishment. But I think what had happened was that he got injured in football, man, and that messed off his baseball career as well, too. But regardless of the fact, he still gets residual payments, man, from both those teams.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I think like Bo Jackson, he was trying to be like prime time, right? Trying to be like the second professional athlete to play both sports.
Yeah.
On different,
and by the way, okay, not changing the subject, brother Chad.
Move on.
Hold on. There was a cat sitting on top of my car. Sitting on top of my car like he owned the motherfucker. I said, cat. You paid the registration on this motherfucker, right? You give me the money back. You know what I'm saying? I'll let you drive this motherfucker, like those AI videos where they show the cat driving.
Yeah.
That's funny as hell, boy. Run, kitty, run.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then they got some other memes up there with the cat getting frisked down by the police, and they take the cat's backpack, which is an illegal search. What does the cat got in there? Fish, chicken, or fish and chicken. And I always say kitty is innocent.
And they got a
illegal search.
They got Puss in Boots. They're arresting Puss in Boots.
Yeah, and Michael says the Raiders been changing so many head coaches since the 80s. Yeah, they have. I lost count of them.
Yeah.
I lost count of them.
It's been since Madden.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Madden.
All downhill.
Now, John Madden. When they had John Madden as the coach, that's when they was taking care of some business, okay? And then keep in mind, and I'm saying this here for our viewers out there, is that Carl Weathers used to play for the Raiders. He was the cornerback. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Carl Weathers.
Carl Weathers, the one with that Apollo Creed bullshit. And Sylvester Stallone, your movie Rocky, although it won an Academy Award, was bullshit. Okay? You never saw Muhammad Ali come up out the motherfucking ring fucked up like Apollo Creed did. Never. You know?
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah, so Sabakos, Howie Long was up here.
Oh yeah, everybody dug Howie Long. He was the one that stayed on the Raiders. Wait a minute, I think Mr. Long started in Oakland with the Raiders.
Yeah,
went through their LA years, went back to Oakland with them. Then when they came out to Vegas, I think Mr. Long went on and hung it up. And then of course, he the time announcer for him and what have you.
Yeah, I felt like he could have played. He got to stay the longest for another 10 years, make it like almost 20 seasons.
Okay, but that's just it though. Now a quarterback could go 20 seasons, but the linemen, Michael, oh man, those guys get some real bad injuries because you know they banging off these other guys, man. Then when they get piled up on recovering a fumble, man, that's over damn near 1,500 pounds on your body, bro.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a lot of weight. Especially.
Yeah. Yes.
Don't call it
Yeah.
gladiator games for no
And,
reason. That's just straight gladiator.
Yeah, for real.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And then Lyle Alzado, look what happened to Lyle Alzado.
Mm-hmm.
And he started with them ponies.
The Broncos, goddamn it, Shabbat. You don't put some respect on it.
Man.
Yeah, I know Jesse's very big on his Broncos.
Yes.
Back-to-back Super Bowls.
30 plus years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going to take another like John Elway miracle to get the Broncos back to the Super Bowl?
So, if it wasn't for the snowstorm, we already would have had our next Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, you guys need to build an inside stadium, Brother Chase. Seriously.
They're working on it, Shabaka. It won't be open until 2030 something.
Oh, damn. I'll be dead by then, you know.
Yeah, I hope the 2020
about Allegiant, yeah, but Allegiant Stadium, they can adjust the temperature in that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
particularly when they
Jesse,
start preseason, you'll have 110 degrees out here when preseason starts, and then the weather, Michael, out here really don't start shifting, man, until about the tail end of October.
I noticed something like in Nevada, it gets very hot for football season. I don't see too many fans wearing jackets, between September and beginning of October.
Yeah, no, because see, when I first moved here, man, it was 94 degrees, man.
That's very hot. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, towards Halloween, and then of course when the clocks flip back, man, you know what I'm saying? Then that's when the cool air comes in, and then this ragged ass vehicle I got, I'm getting ready to drain the radiator and put 100% antifreeze in it.
Mm-hmm.
People is telling me I'm crazy. I says, well, if I'm so crazy, here's what you do. If that motherfucker breaks down out there on Blue Diamond and Las Vegas Boulevard where they had 3 fatalities, and you pay for it, man, then I'll do what you say. Yeah, they've had some bad accidents on that intersection, Che.
Yeah. I got to move us along, Shabaka.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, Jesse. Sorry that we took so much of your time.
Yeah, because Val is saying, what's Uncle Phil talking about tonight? Okay, Val, I know you're bored with us, but let's see what Uncle Phil's talking about.
Yeah, Kamala Lock 'em Up Harris is rushed by a crazed protester, and Carmela Anthony.
Great news. That's great news.
The first part, but our brother Carmela Anthony is getting an all-white jury.
Oh, hell no, man. No.
Yeah,
this lawyer, man, needs to throw that goddamn jury out. No, but now can't
Kamala
his
Harris.
defense attorney throw out
She
jury?
was in San Francisco and doing a panel, and well, let me turn this down. I hear myself pretty good. That sounds beautiful. So we're gonna talk about that, and then also, the case with Carmelo Anthony, the young brother that was protecting himself, standing his ground here in Texas. That young brother. Well, with that situation, we need to talk about that, because now all white jury has been selected for that case. Now, Texas is not an all white state. Texas has a lot of black folk, a lot of Hispanics, and they have Asians. There's a lot of people in the state. Okay. And for you to get an all white jury, that's done on purpose and it's done by design, because we know statistically all white juries have a high conviction rate of black people, definitely black males. By statistics, if you put one black person on the jury, your odds go up of an acquittal. More than one, it goes up even higher. But how is it, and I've always said that question, you have these so-called legacy civil rights organizations running around, and yet they never fought that issue about all white juries. We still seeing this in 2026. So we get to that later tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a good day today. Me, I'm just still working and pressing on. I just realized today, well, actually the other day, we've had 1 year, one full year with AfroWire AI. So that was, very interesting. We had a lot of, we had a bump in the road with that, at least on YouTube. And and all that, but that worked itself out. So we have 1 year with AfroWire AI, and make sure tonight you go over there and check out LaSherica, the one that started it all, LaSherica and Layla. They'll be talking about some good topics tonight. And I'm really ready to push hard on with AfroWire AI. I really am, because I have not tested the limits yet. I have not, because it just has no limits. And versus human beings have a bunch of limits. That's just really what it is. So I just really can't wait to push the needle on that. But my hands are in so many different things, y'all. Y'all don't realize how much my hands are in different things. But also thank y'all for supporting us on the app as well. And that's very, very important, because as I said before, this platform we don't own. Up in here, so let's cue this up.
And a big hey, whoa. Hey. I'm just
Whoa. Okay. Hi. Whoa. Wait a minute, sir.
A few minutes ago, asking for your attention to a much bigger idea.
Thank you so much, sir, for your big idea. But we want to make.
Okay, so this guy was allowed to just rush the stage. And why is it that's Corinne Jean-Pierre? Why is Corinne Jean-Pierre is the one jumping up? And where was her security? He had a beeline tour. So if this guy had a weapon or something on him to go do or something, he would have accomplished what he wanted to do, because nobody really stopped him. Security came later, but that don't really do no good. What happened to her security? She has no security? I'm trying to figure that out. There's no way he should even got to the stage. Now, I'm not a former vice president or anything, but even I had to pay attention to, hey, I got to now with certain events, I got to move a certain type of security myself, because you got some straight weirdos out there and you don't know who they are. And they will sit up here and watch your content or whatever. And when you get in a public space, that you're vulnerable. So you don't know who these people are. So you got to have security. So Kamala, I think you need to up your security. I don't know why he came a beeline at her. I'm just trying to figure that part out. She's not the president right now. So why you make a beeline to her? I mean, you need to talk to, whatever your grievance is to the Republicans and who's running Congress or whatever right now. You know what I'm saying? That was crazy to me to see that he literally got that close up on her. But my thing is, why did she just kind of sit there? Like, ain't no way you had to run up on me and I'm just sitting there. Hell no. Like, I don't know you, bro. I'm gonna jump up and like ready to defend myself. I'm not about to sit up there and let you run up on me. Yeah, you're right. They waited like 5 minutes. Like, were y'all trying to set her up on something? Because y'all didn't move, man. Man, if that was my security, I'd have been like, you remember that video of Michael Jackson? Well, when he was trying to tell the guy about changing the music or something like that. And he said, "Job gone." He kept singing "Job gone." That's what I'd have been like. I would have told him, "Job gone, man, you fired today. If you let them get that close to me that quick and you didn't do nothing, oh, your job, you got to go. You got to go because you're clearly incompetent. Clearly. The moment that guy even came there, he should have got, no. That shouldn't happen. That should not have happened. They should have had some people at the bottom of that stage right there watching, and maybe even somebody at the top just kind of watching to see if anybody will rush or do anything. It don't make sense. So I hope she watch herself. You may not like her or whatever the case may be, and that's okay. You don't have to like her, but you don't do that. Sorry. That's why sometimes people don't like politics. And matter of fact, me and my wife was having that discussion this morning about politics. And she was saying that's why she can't stand the politics. She said she can't stand it. She said, I don't want to do with it. She said, I don't even get engaged with it. Even you say we may talk about it, but I don't engage that politics. You talking about sitting it out. My wife is the biggest case for she preached a sermon of sitting it out. She would tell me this morning about that. She was like, look, these politicians, all of them are puppets. They don't do nothing. And say, okay, I'll go vote for them. And say, then they do something wrong. And say, well, you voted for that. He said, so you know what? Say, I'm not voting for none of them then. It should say until they want to do something. If they do something right. She said, what she told me this morning? She said, if they would say that, look, I'm going to try to go do this in Washington, but they want me to be a puppet, but I'm gonna do this and that, but y'all got to help me. He said, because I know up here they're gonna try to make me a puppet. He say, I'll actually vote for a person like that. They be honest. He say, but all of them not honest. So what's the point? He said, I'm not voting. And I'm like, I can't say nothing to her because she really preached a sermon of voter apathy. Because her reasons was the politicians don't do anything. So they say, why waste my time? That's how she feel, and that's how millions of Americans feel. Actually, she ain't the only one. Now I do know voting has its place. I know, but it's kind of hard to move people when they get to that point, unless you're giving them a tangible. Right? This is why tangibles are important, because when you have people that want to basically choose the couch, you have to give them a reason to get up off the couch. And the Democrats have never given, no, definitely us as black folk, no reason to get up off the couch, or really anybody else for that matter, but definitely us as black folk. He gave us no reason to get off the couch. And that's why the Democrats are in trouble, and that's why they're hurting, right? That's why they're hurting right now. Now, let's get to you say they must didn't learn from the Charlie. Yeah, didn't learn from Charlie Kirk. No, it's not that they didn't learn. No, it's not that they didn't learn. The fact is that right there would have really made me move different after that happened. I'll say, okay, all right, yeah, I'm gonna have to really get some executive protection. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna have to do things tight. Everybody gonna be tight. See, if she had the Nation of Islam protecting her, that wouldn't happen. That I can tell you. Have you ever seen somebody rush the stage of Minister Farrakhan? Think about it. I've seen the Nation and how they move the FOI. I've seen it multiple times. I remember when I went to the Million Man March in 2015, and just where the minister was staying at, he was supposed to just come out to his car. They had about 10 dudes standing out there in them suits. And every last one of them dudes, the minimum looked like they were minimum 6'2". I say minimum, but these dudes were huge. I mean, these dudes were huge. Like, they wearing them suits, but they was huge.
Yeah,
and,
FOIs
you
and
speak to them or whatever, they not gonna say much to you because they just started looking around, like they acting like they the Secret Service. I mean, they wasn't moving. And then when the minister come around, they open the door and they don't move. They stay around that brother. Around the stages where he at, they standing in the front, they standing on the other side of the stage, they check bags, they warn people down. That's how they move. That's why when I did my very, very first event here in Houston, I hired the FOI to do security. The first time I did my event in Houston, because they were checking everybody's bags, they were checking for weapons, they were checking for everything. And they was constantly walking around looking at everybody. Yeah, it was very secure.
Yeah. Hey, Cal Dog, what's happening?
You gotta have security. You gotta have security. Because let me tell you about something that happened at the Ohio Block Expo. I'll tell you. So everything went good. Everything went good or whatever, man. Like I told y'all before, it's 99.5% of y'all are great. 99.5% of y'all are great people. But it's that 0.5% that you got to watch. I had some dude come up to me out the blue, and I seen the dude actually from last year. I seen that guy. He came out. This Somali dude comes out asking me about Tariq, and I'm like, why you ask me about Tariq? I mean, you can go to Tariq's channel or you can go holler at Tariq whenever you want to. Don't ask me about Tariq. I don't know what context. I mean, I'm not his representative, so I can't speak for him. And then he started going into the Somali conversation about, the story about, and all the scamming in Minnesota. I'm like, yeah, I covered that. They were scamming. Yeah, I covered it. I say, that story's done with. And, then he just started, he wanted to start getting disrespectful. And I say, you know what? Let me walk off for your benefit, for your safety. I'm going to walk off. Because I have way more to lose and you look like you don't. So at that moment, I thought about it. I said, okay, now I'm going to move real different in these events because, like I said, it's not the good people. Every last person I met minus one was great, but all it needs to be is one, right? All it needs to be is one. And so people show up at these events You don't know who they are. You don't know if they were sent by anybody. You don't know if they were sent by any entity, because you got to think about it. When we on my microphones, we fine. But when you are doing events in public, and you're announcing your location, or whatever, then that comes into an issue. So you got to have the right security, right? So I will not do any kind of event without a certain level of security, period. Now, that expo wasn't my event and I didn't set up that security, but I learned that when I go to anybody else's event, it's going to be the type of security I want, or I'm not going. That's just bottom line. I'm just telling you just how I'm moving from now on. Because you got some, and it's always, I'm going to tell y'all something. It's not the women. The worst you'll deal with women is them saying something to you. It's all, we have a generation. I'm going to get to Carmelo Anthony, but I don't know why I'm going here. Is it just in my mind? We have a generation of dudes out here who didn't have no daddies. And they are the most emotional guys. And emotional guys that is naturally violent, okay, is a horrible combination. And that's what you got running around America right now, a bunch of young men who didn't have no daddy, being extra emotional because they had just around with their mama. And that's how they handle everything. It's just emotional and not how men handle different things. Ain't no way I'm going to walk up to any man and ask about another man. I don't care what other man doing. I'm worried about what I'm doing. And I'm sure that I don't care about no man's opinion. If he ain't messing with me personally or my family, he can say whatever he wants to say. I don't care. Don't care. But I'm a man. I had black men in my life, my father, grandfather. They taught me how to be a man. These new dudes today, not all, but these new dudes today didn't have a daddy. And so they act like they man me in a lot of ways. Sorry, some of them do. And that's why a lot of women complain and say, where's the men? Because these men act no different than their girlfriends.
That's why they put the man
That's why women are saying that.
That's why they put the man out the household.
They way too feminized today. And that gets on my nerves to see that. I'll be honest with you, it gets on my nerves.
Okay, Uncle Phil.
I'm not saying all,
you the
but
fucking
you got a
reason.
good portion. Way too emotional. God, they're emotional. A man is supposed to be emotional, bro. Let women do that. A man is supposed to be
rich or die trying. Fuck that.
A man's supposed to be carrying the load. No,
he's supposed to get rich or die trying. That's carrying the load.
Anyway, yeah, the nation is definitely on it. Now, let's get to Carmelo Anthony, because I can go all night about these emotional dudes. That's a thing for me. I don't like it at all. Let's move on. Let's move on to what I want to look at with Carmelo Anthony. So give me a second. Come on. Where you at? I was right. There we go. All right, right there. All right. Boom. So y'all can see this. So y'all just take my word for it. All right. Frisco track meet stabbing. No black jurors selected for Carmelo Anthony.
That's a mistrial.
Yeah.
That's a mistrial.
None. Now this is Fox 4. Okay. They say the pool of roughly 500 prospective jurors was narrowed down to 12, and 6 alternates in Collin County, with opening statements expected to begin Thursday. Carmelo Anthony is facing first-degree murder charges from the April 2025 fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf following the dispute under stadium tent at a Frisco regional track meet. The defense plans to argue self-defense. Court officials have banned cameras and limited electronics to keep, they say, the highly publicized racially charged proceedings orderly. You ban cameras really in a state trial? What kind of BS y'all gonna pull in there, boy? So y'all, it's already looking funny style. You ban cameras, you don't want electronics, and you know what I'm saying? And the all white jury, boy. They trying to send this young man up the road. Oh boy, it's like I see the play. Now, they say potential jurors returned to Collin County on Wednesday as a high-profile Carmelo Anthony murder trial begins to take shape. Anthony is charged, of course, we know 2025 stabbing of Austin Metcalf. Police say Anthony and Metcalf got into an argument over seating in the stands, which escalated when Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the chest with a pocket knife. Now, they said after a meeting with the attorneys on Wednesday afternoon, Judge John Roach excused the first 150 jurors. They said during the second round of strikes, the defense raised an issue over 3 potential jurors that the prosecution chose to strike. The defense argued that they were black females and similarly situated as another white female that the prosecution did not strike. Okay, so 3 black women they wanted gone. Prosecutors clarified that 3 women were struck for non-racial reasons. All 3 listed their occupations as educators. As it seems, the prosecution did not want educators on the jury because the alleged incident happened at a school function with school-aged children. What? The judge sided with prosecutors and agreed to strike the 3 women. Of course he did. Of course. They said a 12-person jury was seated with a mixture of both men and women. No black jurors were selected. There is 1 educator on the jury, but she's an esthetician, who teaches at a trade school, in Dallas. She does not work in the traditional school environment, or with high school age children. Okay, so they say Anthony was in court Wednesday wearing a suit and a tie, a purple shirt. Purple is the color his supporters have been wearing to the court. Now 18-year-old has more closely cropped hair. They said his face was stoic during the proceedings, but at some points he did appear to take notes. They said about 50 people, including members of the media and the public, were in the courtroom on Wednesday watching the live feed of the ongoing jury selection. Okay. Now, I don't like that. You struck 3 black women. So, okay, let's say they were educators. They mean no black people could be on that jury? So once again, let's go back. No cameras in the courtroom, hardly limited electronics. They're talking about his race. Okay, if it's racially charged, then shouldn't you say, let's show the trial to everybody? That way we're going to show that we can run a case that's racially charged. We want to be transparent before the world and say, hey, this is how we do things the right way here in Texas, right? But no, that's not how they want to do it, ladies and gentlemen. They want to do it where they wanted to be sneaky, underhanded, and doing things funny style. That's just really what it is. And we know they're trying to do a conviction on this young man. We know. And see, the white supremacists are looking at this trial as like, hey, we got to get a win out of this trial. We got to get a win. Because what they want, the white supremacists, okay? They want to keep instituting that white life is way more important than anybody else's life in this country. And they can put their hands on you. They could take your life and nothing should happen to them. Like with the Jordan Neely case, Daniel Penny. See, Daniel Penny can choke somebody out from behind. Right? You're supposed to call the police. He wasn't attacking nobody. To them, he's a hero. He was helping people. But Carmelo Anthony, oh, no. He can't defend himself at all. He needs to go to jail. He needs to go to prison. And what I'm telling these white supremacists, that day of you being, your life is above everybody else's, like I said before, and I'm going to keep saying this, you are in the final hour of white supremacy. This is why you're so desperate. You're desperate. You're desperate for Carmelo Anthony to go to prison. You looking for any little thing just to have a win. Okay, let's say that's worst case scenario. Let's say that do happen. Do you think your life is going to get better if Carmelo Anthony goes to jail? Think about it. Your life is not going to be better. Your life is spiraling down every day. And I told you, the more and more racism that you do and sabotage of black people, the quicker the time goes for the end of white supremacy, as you know it. You don't realize that the chaos that you having is literally turning on you. You haven't paid attention to that? Everything you ever did to black folks is starting to be turned on you now. And now you want to walk around here crying that you're a victim. I have no sympathy for your victimhood because you didn't have sympathy for mine. You didn't have sympathy for black people. So I have no sympathy for you. I'm going to treat you exactly the way you treat me, period. I'm going to tell you, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I'm going to tell you to get 2-3 jobs. I'm going to tell you stop complaining. I'm going to tell you stop being a victim. I'm going to tell you you're being lazy, which historically you have been. And that's just really where I'm at with it. I will treat anybody how they treat me. You treat me good, I'm going to treat you even better. But if you treat me worse, then don't think you're going to get them. Listen, black people, the days of us turning the other cheek, the days of us treating them good, trying to be the better person, that's a wrap. We did that already. We did that. Didn't work. So now you try something different. The way you treat me, I'm going to treat you. It's just that simple. These people this is why they're trying to do all the Voting Rights Act, trying to take away the districts. All this is trying to solidify white supremacy. That's what this is about. All of this, Carmelo Anthony, just trying to solidify white supremacy. Look at Chud the Builder, right? Why is it that they so invested in Chud the Builder? Because for them, they want that back where they can walk up to you and just spew the N-word and nothing happens to them. That's what they want, ladies and gentlemen. They want that. And for them, they feel like you have become way too powerful that they can't walk up to you. So they look at Chud as a hero. But it was only a matter of time that he was going to be dealt with. And these other little Chud copycats were trying. I've seen a couple of them that got two-pieced out here quick. Like Chud then ruined it for him. You walk up to a black person now, ain't about to be none of that. You got to think about their psychology. Their psychology is they don't want to get along with everybody. They want to be oppressive. They want to be wicked. They want to be evil. This is what they want to be to black people. And we're saying, no, you're not going to do that. Let me tell you something, black people. People treat you the way you allow them to treat you. You hear me?
Black Panther Party came to existence.
I learned this with life.
And the Black Liberation
When I allowed
Army.
people to walk over me, they did. And when I didn't allow that, they didn't. That I can't tell you from my personal life. When people use you, it's because you allowed it. Oh, they use me. No. You allowed them to use you. You got to take responsibility of that. And now prevent that. Like these other groups. These other groups have used us because we allowed it for years. Because we're looking for a friend or whatever the case may be. We have to take personal responsibility in the way other people have treated us. We allowed it, even the white supremacists. Because notice every time we stand up, notice every time we have an uprising, or whatever the case may be, notice they back off. Why they back off? Because we said, no, you're not going to treat me this way. No, you're not going to harm me or my community. No. Let me tell you something, black people. There's power in the word no. There's a lot of power in that word. And we need to exercise that word a lot more. No. No, you're not going to disrespect me. No, you're not going to harm me. No, you're not going to talk to me any kind of way. No, you're not going to say the N-word to me. And that no may be followed up with some sort of consequence. It may. We don't know. It could be a civil consequence. Could be a criminal consequence. It could be I handle it myself consequence. Either way it go, it may be some sort of consequence, but no is preliminary what we're saying. And black folks need to stay on top of this Carmelo Anthony case and watch every bit of it and every minute of it and be talking about this case and how these folks over here trying to railroad that young man, an all-white jury. There's no way to appeal that. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, so I can't speak on that portion, but there's no way to appeal that because how is you got an all white jury out of 500 people, everybody's white? Come on now. Come on. Texas have the most black folks in any state. Texas do. And you mean to tell me you couldn't put 2 or 3 black people on the jury? When you say a jury of his peers, white people are not my peers. Sorry, they're not. Black people are. That's the neighborhood I grew up in. That's the people I've been around. I don't be in white neighborhoods all my life. That's not part of my community. You're talking about my peers. They're not my peers. If you, in my opinion, this is my opinion. I don't care what racial group is on trial. I believe half the jury should be from that said community. If a white person's on trial, then 6 of the jurors should be white. If a Hispanic person's on trial, 6 of those jurors should be Hispanic. Asian, whoever, black, don't matter. At least I would feel it's fair to every person that at least 6 of the people on the jury is from your said community. Now, the rest of the jury could be whatever they pick, but half of the jury should be from your said community. Once again, it should be for everybody across the board, not just for black people, for everybody. That's race neutral. What I'm saying is race neutral because it applies to everybody, but it makes sure half of the jury has people of that person said community. Because nuance is very important. Understanding people where they come from is very important. Now, if something's a slam dunk, you think a black person going to just let you go free? Like, for instance, if you have a black dude that went to trial and he went out here and he did a drive-by and it's blatant what he did. Do you seriously think black people let him go home? I wouldn't. I mean, it's blatant what he did. He took lives. No, oh no, I got you on camera doing it and you on Instagram bragging and they showing it in court that you bragging on Instagram. Oh no, bro, you got to go because I don't want you in the black community. I don't want no killers in the black community. But see that's not the cases. That's not the cases that they will worry about us being on. No, they don't want us in cases like this one, Carmelo. That kind of case. Yeah, you're right, McQueen. Black jurors will make it difficult. Sometimes making it difficult is just asking questions. You be like, hold on, I got a question. How come this happened? Or what? Why you say it like this? Could you re-explain that to me? The thing is, in order for white supremacy to work, it can't have much pushback. Because I told you, white supremacy isn't built on truth. It's built on lies and falsehoods. I told y'all that. Rhonda says, white got everything and they're still not happy. Then folks got to realize it's a new day. Yeah, of course they're not happy. Of course. If you go to my podcast, the Philip Scott podcast, that's my podcast. I just do by myself. Nobody is on it, just me. I did one about a white woman last night. And she got a 6-figure salary. And she says she can't make it. You're right. They got everything. They making 6 figures and still can't make it. And make sure you go to the podcast tonight for 9 p.m. Central Standard, 2100. There's another one complaining and crying too about how she can't buy groceries. I said I'm covering all them videos that pop up my algorithm because you know what? And they becoming very frequent about those videos popping up about them complaining and crying that they can't afford anything. So yes, they got the White House, they got the Senate, they got the House, they got all these judges, they got the Supreme Court, and they still not happy. You would think they'd be the most ecstatic people in the world. Can you imagine you get everything you want and then you get there, it's not happiness that go along with it.
It's called
so you got to think, man, if I can keep on messing with black people, like the more I tell them this, the more and more you mess with us, the more and more you descending into hell. I know they don't teach that in your evangelical Christian churches, but there is a lake of fire and brimstone that Jesus talked about, that in the book of Revelation talked about, where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. And a lot of these hardcore white supremacists think you're not going to the lake of fire where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth. You think you actually going to heaven. That's the crazy part. You could have the most evil of the evil, and they think they're going to heaven. Are you crazy? The delusion is crazy. No, there will be eternal torment. Do you think the people that sat up here and took the lives of Native Americans, do you think those people went to heaven? Well, what about what you did to black people, enslaved us, and did all the horror that you did to us? Do you think those people actually went to heaven? Are you serious? You ain't got to be a Bible scholar to figure that out. Nothing in the scriptures teach you to treat people the way black people have been treated, or Native Americans, or, you know, what y'all did to the people in Latin America, what y'all did to the people in Asia, what y'all have done to the people in the Arab world, because yes, y'all have done a lot of horror to them too, what you did to the people in the African continent. Okay. How you stirred up calamity for people to fight each other. You say, oh, these people fighting each other. But behind the scenes, because this, let me be honest with you, just for a moment. That situation in South Africa, I don't believe that's organic. But I call out black folks because you shouldn't be participating in it. So I'm going to call you out. But I don't believe that's organic. I believe that all that situation is being funded by them folks. And unfortunately, some of our people globally still fall for the tricks. Take the money, fall for the tricks, and be against other black people. Because, and the reason why I know that about South Africa, because AfriForum is so quiet. All of them white people, civil rights organizations, AfriForum, they're quiet. They're not saying a word about anything. This would have been, and you know why I knew they got something to do with it too? Is because if I were them, I'll be telling Trump, see how violent they are? Oh, look. That's why we scared. Look what they're doing to each other. They so quiet about it. And that's what y'all black folks in South Africa don't see. So when people like myself tell you white supremacy got its hand in that, all you see is tribalism. You don't get it. You don't get it. What? Listen, I don't live in your homeland, and I don't even get in the inner workings of your tribalism. But one thing I understand is white supremacy. I understand the West, and I know how they move. I know exactly how they move. They've done the same thing to us as black Americans. They've infiltrated our organizations. They cause calamity. They cause people to fight. But we peep the game, so we know it ahead of time. This is why today we're like, no, we don't need no leaders. Why? Why do we say we don't need no leaders? Why we don't want no groups, no centralized groups? Why? Because in the past they infiltrated, they corrupt the leader, they get the leader to do their bidding. Or they get people to fight each other. They sent ops all over the place.
Years, Phil.
Look at what happened to Fred Hampton, right?
Exactly.
An op sent in to set him up.
We did a story on here.
Mm-hmm. Where if you don't have no leaders, if you're not built on that kind of system, right? Leaderless movements are harder to maintain than a centralized figure, like a Dr. King or something like that. That's why people say, I ain't a leader, I'm just a brother. Because you put that term, you anoint yourself as the leader, it comes with a lot of problems. And we shouldn't be anointing ourselves as leaders anyway. We should say, hey, I'm just a brother in the community. That's it. I'm a sister, you're a sister in the community. That's it. But to the Carmelo Anthony family, definitely keep your head up much as possible. I know it's tough. I know you see they're trying to railroad your son, because I'm looking at it. How they trying to railroad that young brother out here? Doing him wrong. It's
a case,
crazy.
Uncle Phil, that
crazy.
the U.S. Supreme Court needs
let me see here. Raphael said, generous heart, kind speech, and life of service and compassion are the things which renew humanity. Say Buddha said these words defines who we truly are. No other people comes close to this. Proud to be FBA. Yeah. You know, you got to definitely be proud of your history, proud of your lineage. And that's very, very important to be proud. Because see, here's the thing. In order to heal, first you must heal self and love self. You must love yourself. Now, you don't have to be arrogant to love yourself. We were so focused on loving everybody else and not loving us. And that's what's freaking people out. But wait a minute, black people actually loving themselves, caring about themselves, prioritizing themselves. And ever since we've been doing that in this short amount of time, I'm seeing so much turnaround with black people in the midst of chaos. And this is beautiful. This is beautiful. The first shall be last, and the last should be first. Always remember that. And I keep telling you, this is our time to shine now. We've been at the bottom. Only place you can go but up. You can't go down. All you can go is up. We have been last in this country forever. And our time is coming to be first. And those who are at the top, their time and their final hour is coming to be last. They will be the tail and not the head. So look at that as proud moments. Look at this as you're living in a time that your ancestors would love to live in, to watch what's going on right now. You're living in it, brothers and sisters, in this dispensation of time. And you definitely going to be greater later. I promise you. I promise you. I'm telling you what, and I've said these things. Watch by 2030. You're not going to know this place anymore. By 2030. Not know this place in the area of us, but their world as they know it would never be the same. I feel about 2030. I don't know why 2030 still keep coming to me. It's 2030, 2030, 2030. And that's even after Trump got out of office, because even if they get a Democrat in office, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Trump is going to shatter this system into 1,000 pieces. And a Democrat going to try to glue it all back together, but he or she not going to be able to. Because this man is going to shatter this thing in 1,000 pieces. And I'm talking about global white supremacy. I'm not talking about just this here. This man is doing, like I said, he's doing a lot of bad things, but in the grand scheme of things, he's a blessing. He's a blessing.
A 34-count convicted felon.
His slush fund, they talking about they suspended it or whatever the case may be, but he proved they can do reparations without Congress. He proved it. That's why black people can walk up to Democrats now with confidence and say, well, how much reparations you paying? And if you're not paying us, we're not voting. Just that simple. We don't care what they do. We need our check. See, before Trump, you couldn't have said that. They could have told you, we need HR 40, we need a study, we need Trump destroyed all that.
OG Field is my guy.
He's creating a lot of chaos. Yes, he's doing a lot of craziness, but the system as
Kirk
it is.
Jackson, there's a lot that I agree with Phil with.
But Trump is taking that system down. If he's doing that, then that's a blessing to black people. Globally, actually. Trump is closing 30 embassies in the continent of Africa. 30. Some people say, that's bad. We're going to have no embassies in the African continent. Wherever they go, they spying. So if they close an embassy in your African country, be like, thank God. That's what I would say if I was an African in the African continent. They close the embassy there. Oh, I'm glad they gone. Yeah, go look at it about Trump going to close some embassies in the continent of Africa.
No,
he haven't even been over there. You would think he would have been by now. He ain't been.
No, he's closing all of them.
We'll see. He may show up. We don't know. He may show up. He probably go to Kenya if he go anywhere. But because for some reason Ruto is bending over for him. What we're seeing. And they want to put quarantine people with Ebola in Kenya. And Kenya's like, hell no. You're not bringing them sick people in our country? Hell no. Go put it in your country. Yeah, they pissed. Kenyans are pissed. And rightfully so. Shout out to my brothers and sisters in Kenya. You tell Ruto, you ain't doing that to our country. No. No. If you sold out, you sold out. You're not selling Kenyans out. And Kenyans are great people. Been to Kenya, a couple of times, and they're good people. You don't treat them like that.
Okay, Mr. Kirk Jackson,
No.
to whom are
Kenyans, you
you
stand and
referring,
fight.
sir?
Don't let Rudo do that. Don't
And
let
thank
him
you
do
for
it.
joining us.
Stand and fight. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us on the stream tonight. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure you click the subscribe button. Make sure you click the like button, and you head over to AfroWire and check out the Sherica.
Willie D Live.
What's up, family? Whew, family. Back to back to back, we're losing legends. Back to back to back to back to back. Man, it's wild out here. Peabo Bryson is the latest legendary celebrity singer to die. Yeah, if it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. If you're outside of the U.S., let me know what country you represent. Throw up your flag. Family, I need you to smash up the like, smash up the like, smash up the likes. Also, if you have not done so already on YouTube, after you subscribe, there's a little bell next to your subscribe button. Go ahead and click that thing right now. You can get your notifications each time I drop a new video like this. That way you'll be in the loop. I'll let a few hundred of y'all come in, then I'm going in. But in the meantime, in the between time, I'll give some quick shout outs to the early birds. I want to get into this Peabo Bryson story quickly because, hey, got to pay homage, got to show my respect. What's up, Kimberly, Ivory, Derek? What's up, Derek Mallory? I see BJ Dub, Melinda. What's up? What's up, James Lewis? Said Danielle Terry. Never seen Danielle spelled that way. That's dope. J7 Son, Keisha Williams.
Hey, Jay, you still with us?
Rondo.
Okay, Che, you still with us?
Yes, welcome right here.
Okay, what happened to the feed, man? It just went off.
I know. Computer stopped sharing.
Yeah, they doing that bullshit to us again.
Plug in the hotspot.
It's fully charged.
Okay, you got data on it?
Yes, that's good. There's nothing wrong with nothing.
I'm asking because,
Hey, Jesse, guess what?
What?
Dominic the Prima has decided to endorse Isaac Bryant for state assembly.
Oh
What?
my God. Why
Yeah,
Why?
I just found out on Twitter,
Oh my God.
and it's not looking very good.
Wait a minute. And I'm seeing here, Michael, that you got that KBLA 1580.
Yep.
That's out of Los Angeles.
Yep, Los Angeles, California. And I'm sure that the FBIs are telling residents of California to boycott the KTBLA radio station because Dominic the Prima.
I tell them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not only that, and she's also endorsing Tom Steyer for governor.
Yeah, that governor's race, man, come November, man, that there's going to be a ball of fireworks. Now, the reason why, people, that the governor's race in California is going to be a ball of fireworks come November for the general election is because California carries the most electoral votes in the presidential elections. So that's probably what they're going to do. So already they padding the gloves for old JD Vance. Because you got to look at the chain reaction of what these midterm elections are going to have in the presidential elections. Yeah. And I really don't see how J.D. Vance is not going to be selected to president.
Oscar-winning Disney classics, Beauty and the Beast, and A Whole New World.
So you have a Republican triple term, and that's on
back to back.
Yeah, this brother here. Yeah, People Bryson, he kicked the bucket. He died rich.
The latest legendary celebrity singer to die. Yeah, if it's your first time checking out the show, let me know what city, what state you're coming in from. If you're outside of the U.S., let me know what country you represent. Throw up your flag. Family, I need you to smash up the like, smash up the like, smash up the likes.
Man,
also,
like, smash Frontline Black News. Like, smash Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Follow the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced.
Each time I drop a new video like this, that way you'll be in the loop.
And each time that we drop a new episode, get with Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced and Frontline Black News.
I'll give some quick shout-outs to the early birds. I want to get into this People Bryson story quickly because they gotta pay homage. Gotta show my respect. What's up, Kimberly, Ivory, Derek? What's up, Derek Mallory? I see DJ Dub, Melinda. What's up? What's up, James Lewis? Said Danielle Terry. Never seen Danielle spelled that way. That's dope. J7 Son, Keisha Williams.
You heard me.
What's up? The only lovely love. Rondo.
What about, you want a cigarette?
Tony Snow. Lamont.
Cigarette.
No.
What's up?
Question.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's wild. I ain't a fan.
No.
Sky's the limit. Smooth. Okay, fam, I'm going in. Let me put P-Bro up there. P-Bro, man. Good dude. One of them dudes in the entertainment industry you really don't hear a lot of, you never really hear negative stuff about. Stayed low-key, took care of his business, carved out a legendary story for himself. Then he went on home. So here's a story. So People Bryson, that's a key. I don't know why I keep saying Bryson. People Bryson. People Bryson. I'm saying Bryson. I'm getting confused. But People, I was thinking about Tyson because I was doing something early on Tyson. But anyway, People Bryson has died after suffering a stroke. People's family said that with broken hearts and profound sadness, the family of two-time Grammy Award-winning singer, songwriter, and balladeer, People Bryson, announces his passing.
No.
People was the legendary voice behind the Oscar-winning Disney classics, Beauty and the Beast, and A Whole New World. Boy, he made some money off those songs. He didn't have to do nothing else after that. So we're told that People died Tuesday at 5 p.m. So here we go, 5 p.m. That's Central. Actually, that would be, was that Central time? That would have been 5 p.m. Yeah, Central time. Surrounded by the love of his family and those close to him. Peebo's best known for his soulful ballads and duets. His 1991 collab with Celine Dion, Beauty and the Beast, was a huge hit. The following year, Peebo and Regina Bell worked on A Whole New World for Disney Aladdin. The song reached the top of the Billboard Hot 100, the first song from an animated film to do so. And he was 75 years old that is historic. I like it when they make the history, when they do things that you like put your name, etch your name in the history books. Like, yeah, I did that. The first animated song, or the first song from an animated film to reach the top of the Billboard charts. That's impressive.
Like 1 minute.
I ain't got no problem with that. Yeah. So I want to scoot over here and see what Wikipedia was saying before I give you some valuable information that I know that you guys would appreciate. It's some news you can use, but let me scoot over here first and see what Wiki is saying about Peebo. So his original name, which most of us didn't know, was Robert Peebo Bryson. Robert Peebo Bryson. He was an American singer and songwriter. He was known for his ballads, his duets. We got that tonight. And what about that song he did with, let me see if they mentioned that. The song that he did with Diana Ross. What was that song called? Well, I'll get to it in a moment. Let's see. Early years, born Robert Peebo Bryson in Greenville, South Carolina. He spent much of his childhood on his grandfather's farm in Malden, South Carolina. Bryson's love for music stemmed from his mother, who often took the family to concerts of well-known Black artists at the time. My mama never took me to a concert, Black artist or any other type of artist. See, parents, you know, you got to expose your kids to different things, different positive things. And who knows, you know, they might see something they like and catch on, and next thing you know, they ascend, you know, to the top of that, whatever that prospective field is. Bryson marked his professional debut at the age of 14, didn't know that, singing backup for Al Freeman and the Upsetters, a local Greenville group. It was Freeman's difficulty in pronouncing Bryson's French West Indian name, Peebo, that led Bryson to perform as Peebo. 2 years later, he left home to tour the Chitlin Circuit with another local band, Moses Dillard and the Textown Display. Bryson's first break came during a recording session at Atlanta's Bang Records. Although Bang was not impressed with Dillard's band, the young backup singer caught the ear of the label's general manager, Eddie Bisco. Bisco signed Bryson to a contract as a writer, producer, and arranger, and encouraged Bryson to perform his own songs. For several years, Bryson worked with hometown bands and wrote and produced for Bang. In '76, he launched his own recording career with underground music on the Bang label. His first album, Peebo, followed shortly thereafter. Although only a regional success, Bryson signed to Capitol Records in 1977. It appeared to me like Peebo was like this guy who was a reluctant celebrity. Like, he didn't seem like he just sought after being a celebrity. He just loved music and he loved to sing. He was writing and producing for other artists. That's interesting. So Bryson's greatest solo hits include 1977's Feel the Fire, and Reaching for the Sky. 1978's I'm So Into You, and Crosswinds 1982's Let the Feeling Flow. If Ever You're in My Arms Again, those big songs. Show and Tell, okay, 1991 hit, Can You Stop the Rain? In 1985, he appeared on the soap opera One Life to Live to sing a lyrical version of his theme song. Bryson's vocals were added to a regular theme song in 1986. and his voice was heard daily until 1992. He recorded the successful album of romantic love duets with Roberta Flack, Born to Love, in 1983. In 1988, Bryson recorded the duet For You and I with Angela Bofield. In partnership with Regina Bell, Bryson recorded 2 hit duets, Without You, the love theme from the comedy film Leonard Part 6, recorded in 1987, and A Whole New World, the main theme of the Disney's animated feature film Aladdin, recorded in 1992. Bryson and Bell recorded 4 duets over the years, Without You, I Can't Imagine, A Whole New World, and A Total Praise in 2009. Bryson won 2 Grammy Awards in 1992 for his performance of the song Beauty and the Beast, and with Celine Dion, and in 1993 for A Whole New World with Regina Bell. In early 1998, Bryson contributed his voice to Barney's Great Adventure, an original motion picture musical soundtrack with the song Dream, Twinken's Tune. Bryson performed in theater and operatic productions, most notably the tenor role of Sporting Life in the Michigan Opera Theater of Detroit's version of Porgy and Bess. So we go on and on and on and on. His personal life, married his most recent wife, singer and member of English R&B group, the 411, Tanya Boniface. Bryson was engaged several times to Juanita Leonard, the ex-wife of boxer Sugar Ray Leonard. In the 1990s, he became engaged to Angela Thigpen, former Miss Virginia, Teen USA, and later a model and actress. Bryson and Boniface have a son who has occasionally joined him on stage. He also has a daughter from a previous relationship, along with 3 grandchildren. On April 29, 2019, it was reported that Bryson had suffered a heart attack and had been taken to an Atlanta hospital where he was said to be in stable condition. He made a full recovery. On May 31st, 2026, CBS News reported that Bryson had suffered a stroke. He died 2 days later on June 2nd at the age of 75. So there it is, fam. Another legend, Peabo Bryson, has transitioned. A lot of R&B legends going lately. Like, I'm talking back to back. I'm talking about back to back. A lot of R&B legends. You got Peabo Bryson, who just died. Foster Silvers and what's his name? I'm tripping. From the Commodores. They died on the same day. Let me get his name right. I feel crazy for not knowing that. I should know that. Commodore's bassist.
Okay, Mike.
Just talked about it. Ronald LaPrade. Yeah, Ronald LaPrade. So, yeah, Ronald LaPrade from the Commodores and Foster Silvers from the group Silvers. He also was a big time solo act. They both died on May 31st. Then you had Dexter Wansel, the legendary Philly soul and disco producer, songwriter, and synthesizer pioneer, best known for tracks like Nights Over Egypt and Life on Mars. Oh, I didn't even know he passed away also on May 31st That's crazy. But I do know that Ronald LaPred was also 75 years old. So like Peebo, like Peebo, he was 75 years old. Then you had Fred Simon passed away. Fred Simon, who was a Chicago vocal group, The Lost Generation. He died at 74. James Gasson, the drummer and R&B musician who died on countless, who played on countless foundational Motown, funk, and soul tracks, passed away earlier this year. R&B has taken a big hit just in this last week. Peebo, you got Foster, Ronald, Dexter. That's a lot. That's 4 inside of 1 week. So I was just thinking about the stroke thing. Every time I hear stroke, I think about my grandmother who died shortly after having a stroke. She never really had any health complications, but once she had that stroke, she came back home and she was dead and about a week later. I know it wasn't more than 2 weeks, but it was bad. That's what really kind of opened my eyes to stroke. So here's some FYI. Globally, strokes causes approximately 6.5 million deaths annually, making it one of the leading causes of mortality worldwide. In the United States alone, 160,000 Americans die from stroke-related causes each year, which breaks down to roughly 1 stroke death every 3 minutes. Every 3 minutes. So, to give you an idea here, I've been on for 17 minutes. So we had about 5 people die from a stroke since I've been talking, since this live has started. Yeah, that's wild. And that frequency also, if you break it all the way down, someone has a stroke every 40 seconds in the US, and every 3 minutes and 14 seconds, that stroke is fatal. Worldwide impact, annually, 15 million people worldwide suffer a stroke. Over half of these individuals will experience permanent disability or death. Stroke is the second leading cause of death globally, and the third leading cause of disability. Here are the US demographics. In the US, we have it being the 5th leading cause of death overall. While stroke mortality rates improved for decades, there has been a recent resurgence in stroke-related deaths in the US, particularly affecting younger adults and certain geographic regions, such as the southern and Midwestern states. What do y'all think that is attributed to? All these young people just falling out, just dropping dead? All these young people having strokes? Come on, fam. It's not a coincidence. It's not happenstance. Now, here's the cold part about strokes. Most stroke-related deaths are highly preventable. Highly preventable. These are some of the attributes that you can avoid, right? These are some of the things that you can do to avoid catching a stroke. So here you go, you got high blood pressure. That's the single most important controllable risk factor. high LDL cholesterol, tobacco use and smoking, diet high in sodium, excess body weight, and physical inactivity. Man, I'm gonna go run right now. I'm gonna go run. I'm serious. I'm gonna go run. High blood pressure. That's the single most important controllable risk factor. If you want to avoid a stroke, the thing about a stroke is that it's almost like a stroke is kind of like kill you softly. It's dirty. Strokes are dirty, like dirty, low down illnesses, because a stroke can disfigure you. You know, something can happen to you and stroke can shut down half your body and bring half of the part that it struck down back to full use while the other parts remain disabled. Then sometimes you can make a full recovery. Oftentimes people have to learn how to walk again, learn how to talk, learn how to use the restroom again. So what do you say? The best cure is prevention. So avoid high blood pressure. Avoid that. That is the single most important controllable risk factor. You heard what I said? Controllable risk factor. You can control that. So if you want to live, you just got to do it. You know, sometimes you want that extra little this or that or that. You just got to do it. You want to avoid it. You got to keep that cholesterol low. You got to stop using that damn tobacco products. You got to cut down on that sodium. You got to work out. You got to, at the very least, become active. If you ain't working out, you got to at least walk. You got to do something. You got to move that body around. You got to get moving. Or else you're going to be a ticking time bomb. And we don't want that to happen. You can learn more about local and national survival rates and prevention strategies via American Stroke Association, if you're curious. And I think that we all should be curious, because you heard what they said, even young people in their 20s and 30s are getting strokes. 20s and 30s. That's for all of y'all out there that's thinking, oh, that's just happening to old people. No, strokes could happen to anybody. A stroke could happen to anybody. Yeah, that stress, country girl. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That stress is real. Stress is real. Man, keep the squares out your circle. And look, you ain't gotta wait till New Year's Eve to kick people out your life that don't bring value to your life. You ain't gotta wait to New Year's Eve to cut somebody off. You ain't gotta wait till you're 40 years old or 50 or a senior citizen. Man, you can cut them off today. Just cut them. Just cut it. Who said that? OT Genesis. Cut it. Yeah. Like right now, just cut them off. I never wait for the new year to do something that I feel needs improved. If I think something needs improvement, I'll start today. I'm not gonna wait. I don't wait till no New Year's. I might wait till next week. I might wait till next month, but I'm not waiting till next year. Yeah, I don't get down like that. If I need some improvements, what are you waiting on? Get busy. Get to it. If you're just not joining, fam, we're discussing Peabo Bryson, who died today from stroke complications. He had a stroke a couple of days ago on May 31st. And those complications took him out. His family did release a statement. They said, with broken hearts and profound sadness, the family of two-time Grammy Award-winning singer, songwriter, and balladeer Peabo Bryson announces his passing. Yeah, so, and this just happened. It's just happened. So, I guess the family chose to not wait. They announced it. I think it's a good idea to announce these type of things as soon as possible before these people in the hospitals and stuff like that announce it, because that's what they do now. It ain't private anymore. In fact, the people at the hospital will sometimes announce it. They'll tell somebody. They may not go on their own social media. They'll call one of their friends and say, hey, Peabo Bryson just died. And boom, Or sometimes you have family members who are unauthorized to release that type of information. And they'll just jump right on Facebook and start blabbing away. Oh, my cousin Peabo just died. And pray for our family and da-da-da. They ain't visited Peabo. They ain't seen Peabo in 20 years. They just heard that he died and they jumping all on social media. So I think as soon as the family can announce death, the better in terms of if they want to control it, if they want to control the situation. Otherwise, you risk having it put out there. Some of these families, however, have been very, very good at keeping the passing of a loved one secret until they felt it was necessary to release that information to the public. But that's that, fam. Peabo Bryson, dead at 75. R.I.P. Peabo Bryson. No more talk.
No more talk from you, Democrat Shield. All right, ladies, share what he does.
That's what's sad about it. But they don't live forever.
Right.
So
big rest in power to Peabo Bryson.
I like it.
Mm-hmm. So moving along, we got Ryan Coogler's Mansa Musa film Explained. So Lisa's going to update us on that.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah.
Man, I tell you what, I usually don't look forward to a lot of movies, but this one, I would actually wait to see this one. I really would. I probably would go out to see this one. Let me share my screen with you. Okay. So Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan will be putting on the big screen the story of Mansa Musa. Now, there's a bunch of old white people running around talking about Mansa Musa was a white man. First of all, you sound like an idiot saying that. Mansa Musa is not even a white man's name. What you don't even see nobody running around in the white community with that name today. Nobody in white America or white Europe or white anywhere name was Mansa Musa back then. That's not even a white man's name. Number two, there was no sunscreen back during his time. There was no air conditioning back during his time. You would have burnt up and died out there. Look, even today, white people got to keep reapplying sunscreen multiple times throughout the day when summer comes. in spring, and you got to wear it year round. Even the winter sun can burn y'all up. So how the hell could Mansa Musa be a white man? What white men were born in Mali back then and had a Mali mother and father? Okay, get out of here. Boy, if you gonna make one up, you gonna have to do better than that, okay? Y'all gonna have to come better than that, for real. So, and all the images that I've seen of Mansa Musa out of Africa, that the Africans will put, it is always a black man. It's I have yet to see a white Mansa Musa. Even if you showed me one, I know you whitewashed him. Okay, he's whitewashed. So anyway, this is an epic story because to this very day, y'all, the richest white man still can't match the wealth of Mansa Musa. They can't. He would, in today's standards, he would be richer than Elon Musk. Okay, who is your richest white man? This man would have surpassed him and ran rings around him. So, y'all, this story, I think, is going to be a game changer. You know, it is a good part of history. And it's a history, no matter how hard they try, they can't rob it. They can't rob this history. So every time they come and tell you he was a white man, show us where white people had that name back then. Mansa Musa, they couldn't prove it to save their mama's life. That is not even a white man's name. Don't even fall for that, y'all. So he was alive during the 14th century, and he was the emperor back then of the Mali Empire. All right, Mali, old black Mali up there in Africa. Yeah. So they started developing the project. So it's going to be, to me, this is going to be epic. So Mansa Musa ruled Mali Empire and the territory spanning West Africa at its peak. His wealth derived primarily from the vast salt and gold resources of his kingdom. It was so staggering that his visit to Cairo during his pilgrimage, a journey accompanied by tens of thousands of people, camels, yeah, was laden with gold, caused an economic shockwave, reportedly depressed the value of gold in the region for years. His legacy extends beyond his material wealth. He was a devout Muslim, patron of art. He was a scholar. The growth of Timbuktu as a global center of learning and trade. The film is expected to, it's going to give you a balance of what his power was like and how spiritual he actually was. So this partnership with Michael B. Jordan, oh yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. So I know I'm looking forward to it, and there's a lot of people online saying the same thing. You know what it is with them folks, y'all. They think anything great in the world got to be them, and that is false. That is false. It's false, and it always will be false. Look at Donald Trump. Do you see anything great about him? Yeah, I see plenty to laugh at, but no greatness whatsoever. All right, y'all. Let me get this off the screen. All right, let me get the video that I was going to show you. No, that's not the one I wanted to show you. Hold on. All right, here it is. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yeah, well, we don't want them folks doing it because we already see. Remember when they always try to make themselves the Egyptians in the movie? Nobody goes see those movies now because they know it's inaccurate. Y'all ain't no Egyptians. So thank you, everybody.
Y'all, so Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan are supposedly developing a movie about the life of Mali Emperor Mansa Musa. And I am too geeked about this. I've talked about Mansa Musa a few times on my page. And the crazy thing is, a lot of people don't even know who he was. And that is just honestly insane. This man was the richest man in history. He had over $400 trillion. And the film is basically supposed to be about how he ruled the Mali Empire in the 14th century and his reign and his reputation for his immense wealth of gold and salt. This man was so wealthy that he went to Egypt with his caravan, went to Egypt with so much gold. He was just passing out gold. You get gold, you get gold, you get gold. That the price of metal dropped and he had caused the inflation for several years, over a decade, because at that point it was worthless to them because they had so much gold because of this man. He created schools. He was so amazing, like how he flipped and made all these different cities and just made this powerful empire. And the fact that they don't teach this in school, well, I know they didn't teach this in my school. But man, I can't lie. I love everything that Ryan Coogler is doing. Like everything he's doing is so amazing, so much history. He's given all the gems. So many people don't even know about Mansa Musa. I know some people be like, King Solomon was the wealthiest. We're talking about Mansa Musa right now. Like this man controls so much vast gold and salt resources, making Mali the world's largest gold producer. I really, really hope that this is, gonna be a thing soon and that it gets the love it deserves, because I don't know, sometimes they might not push their movies, movies like this to its full capacity, but this needs to be pushed. Let me know what y'all think in the comments and if y'all would watch this.
The minute I saw Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan, I was ready to buy me a ticket, and the movie not even made yet. So look, Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan are teaming up to bring the story of Mansa Musa, the richest man in history, to the big screen. Let's get into it. Mansa Musa, ruler of the Mali Empire from 1312 to 1337, is remembered as one of the wealthiest, most powerful leaders in world history. His kingdom sat on a vast gold reserve, giving him influence that stretched far beyond West Africa. He's most famous for his extravagant pilgrimage to Mecca, where he traveled with a massive caravan and distributed so much gold in cities like Cairo that he reportedly caused inflation for years. Under his leadership, cities such as Timbuktu flourished in major centers of learning, culture, and trade, with libraries and mosques that attracted scholars from across the Islamic world. Mansa Musa's legacy endures as a symbol of Africa's historical wealth, intellectual accomplishments, and global impact. I don't know about you guys, but I'm excited about this movie. You guys get in here, let me know what I think about this, and let's kick you later.
Yes, sir, man. I'm all for this right here. See, this right here is what the people need. There's a movie coming out about Mansa Musa. And for those of y'all who don't know who Mansa Musa is a king from Mali, Africa. And he was said to be the richest man that ever lived on planet Earth. Now, let me tell y'all a little bit about him. He went on a pilgrimage to Mecca with about 60,000 people with him. And he brought so much gold with him. I'm talking about tons and tons and tons of it. And everywhere he stopped, he gave out gold to the poor. And he gave out so much of it that he caused inflation. He collapsed entire economies. One of the places that he passed through was Egypt. And at the time, gold was very rare out there in Egypt. But back in Mali, it was very abundant. And Mansa Musa had so much of it, he just started giving it out. He didn't know what he was doing. He just was giving it out. But nah, for real. He gave out so much gold that he made it lose value in other countries. And by giving so much out in Cairo, the value of gold dropped and stayed low for a lot of years. Probably gave out like over $100 million worth of gold just in Cairo. But Mansa Musa was not only just the wealthiest man on the planet at that time, he also was deeply rooted in knowledge and spirituality. He built mosques, libraries, and universities. He also made Timbuktu into one of the top global learning centers of the world. He also had a big brother named Abu Bakari, who took a voyage and traveled to the Americas in over 2,000 ships. And this was way before Christopher Columbus even said he discovered the Americas. Read it for yourself. And he was originally the king of Mali. But as he left and went to America, he passed the rulership to his little brother, Mansa Musa. And it was said that Abu Bakari went to the Americas and never returned. So my whole thing is this. They don't ever teach you about the richest man in history because he was a black man. So this movie is definitely needed for the culture and for the people, because it's a lot of people that don't even know about this man. And I can't wait to see it. And they got one of the best actors to act as Mansa Musa. So I know this is going to be a great movie. Comment Mansa Musa if you can't wait to see it yourself. Oh yeah, a quick side note. Mansa Musa's name in Arabic means King Moses. And he went to Egypt and gave gold to the poor people and liberated them economically. Moses' mission in the Bible was to go to Egypt to free his people and liberate them as well. I just feel like that was a crazy correlation right there. But love y'all.
Hey, yo, what up, y'all? I had a thought, man. I just heard that Ryan Coogler and man Michael B. Jordan, they're planning to make a film about Mansa Musa, King Mansa Musa. And I'm so hyped, y'all. First of all, y'all better go see that Sinners movie, because I'm pretty sure Ryan Coogler and Michael decided to put Marvel to shame since they were messing around with this whole Blade movie, which is supposed to have been out by now. And so basically what I'm trying to tell y'all is Sinners is going to be awesome. And then this Mansa movie is going to be awesome, because let me just tell you a little factoid about Mansa Musa, okay, from the Mali Empire. One of the richest men, probably top 2, top 3 richest men in history, in living memory, okay? And he went on his pilgrimage, or his Haji, I think is what's called, in the Islamic faith. He went on his Hajj to like Mecca, okay? And when he went on his Hajj to Mecca, he had so much gold, okay, because he went with his servants and, you know, all these people from his, you know, servants and stuff. They were handing out so much gold from everywhere they went, they would hand out gold. They had enough from Eastern Africa all the way to Mecca, okay? They passed through Egypt, and he single-handedly, because of how much gold he handed out, single-handedly disrupted the Egyptian economy for years. He stopped the flow of money in the economy because the poor had so much gold. Do you not realize that's crazy? That's like a billionaire coming to like McKees Rocks. No, not McKees Rocks. Like coming to the North Shore, with all the money in the North Shore. Okay, North Shore, North Side. And a billionaire hands out so many millions of dollars, so many millions, that basically people stop going to work. Like people stop going to work for like months, because they don't need to. They have like enough money. And people stop selling goods because they don't have to, because they have enough money. Like disrupted the economy totally for years. And it wasn't just like a little section of the city. It was like, bro, come on, man. Egypt. So anyway, Mansa Musa, this movie's gonna be fire, y'all. Just watch. I'm calling it now.
Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan are teaming up to bring the story of Mansa Musa, worth $400 billion, the richest man in history, to the big screen. This makes me very, very happy, man, because this is one of those stories that goes under the radar, right? They don't want to tell y'all that the richest man in history was black. like, they keep this information buried underground. And I never thought that anyone would kind of produce anything about this because, they don't want to ever show black people in a positive light. But we was doing that way before the Jeff Bezos and the Elon Musk and all of that. He was worth $400 billion. And that's just around that time. They did. If you inflate that to now, it's probably over $1 trillion. So I'm super excited about this. I know that Ryan Coogler is very serious about his storytelling. He's going to take his time and really produce the best possible project. And I think it's going to deliver. And Michael B. Jordan and him have created magic every single time. They have not done one bad project together. And this will be no different. I can't wait to see it.
All right, y'all. I'm gonna definitely keep my eye on this one because I usually don't get excited about very many movies, but this one I can see myself getting excited about. I definitely want to see this. And Ryan Coogler has put out some incredible movies. He has. And I remember when I sat up to watch Sinners. Yeah, I love his movies. I wish there was a Ryan Coogler out when I was growing up. It just wasn't back then. But hey, we have him now to produce all those melanated movies now. So, y'all, I'm going to go and I got to cut out of here, actually. I got a few errands to run. So I should be back before my next live. So everybody have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon. And don't forget to pick up your hair products. And I will see you on my next live. Shalom, family.
Speaking of Diddy, everybody's talking about that Diddy tape where it got leaked, where it was Diddy, this adult actor named Sly Diggler, I think that's his name, and 50 Cent's baby mom's Daphne Joy. Everybody's been talking about that. I talked about that on my YouTube broadcast the other day. Everybody's talking about that. Have y'all seen any of it yet? Have y'all seen it yet? Oh, I'm about to talk about Daphne's Instagram. Oh yeah. Oh, let me. Everybody's talking about it. Some people are like, "Oh, 50's trying to save face." 50 kind of put up some trollish posts talking about Diddy was born with no penis and all this stuff. But Daphne Joy put out a statement allegedly and then deleted it, from what I understand. She put out something and deleted it. Daphne Joy. This is what she put and allegedly deleted. Let me read. Excuse me. She put allegedly, everybody plays the fool sometime, and I've been the biggest fool. I just wanted my man at the time, Diddy, to be happy and satisfied. I wanted to fulfill all his desires, even if that meant breaking my own boundaries. I deeply loved him. I believe he loved me too. It's still so painful for me to process the harsh reality and the truth of that relationship. But as time passes, and in my quiet moments, I realize it was far from love. The recent leaked tape, I never consented to being filmed on. I was blackmailed by the person in the video and was threatened that if I didn't give him the lump sum of money, that they would leak it on the web. I almost gave in to his demand. And once I didn't, this person sold the tape to a giant media outlet. The media outlet called me one day and said they had the tape and asked if I had any comment before the release. It was the first time I ever fainted in my life. Once the media company understood the tape was purchased, that they purchased was revenge P and an extortion scheme, they backed off from broadcasting it. I know they're probably reading this, and I want to say thank you for doing the right thing, even though years later it's come back to haunt me again. It took me all day to find the courage to rewatch my abuse. Having to watch this tape was triggering and painful because only I knew the inner turmoil and pressure I felt in those moments. I was not, and I was never in my right mind throughout the entirety of that relationship. Seeing myself so lost is excruciating. I just want to hold that girl in that room and get her out of there and tell her that that wasn't love and she didn't need to do this for love. My heart is breaking as I type this. Man, dude, come on, man. Dude, she's talking about she had to watch her abuse. Abuse? Ma'am, only thing that was being abused was that man's balls by your jaws. Ma'am, that was consent. Ma'am, come on. That wasn't no abuse, ma'am. She's trying to go to the abuse like she was made to do it. That woman was humming and moaning and begging for more dick. Ma'am, I love TikTok shop. I'm sorry. Let me watch my language. Ma'am, there was no abuse. Damn. See, look, people, when they try to weaponize the word abuse, ma'am, she's trying to change the definition of the word to absolve herself of accountability. If you engage in a transactional, some boundary pushing sex because you want to satisfy a billionaire, that's not abuse. That's a calculated choice. Ma'am, you were doing it over and over again. She was doing this with a whole bunch of them dudes. Where's the abuse? Come on now. Come on. Man, real abuse is when a woman's agency is forcibly taken from her. Yeah, abuse is when women say, hey, I don't want to be here. When you holler about you want some more dick, that ain't abuse. No, you consenting to a freak offs. No, you want to call it abuse years later because it's public. Now you're minimizing the horrific experiences of women who are actually assaulted against their will. Yeah, don't do that. Shit, don't do that. Yeah, she said that like she had to witness her abuse. What? Yeah, just because you regret it, that's not victimhood. You're talking about you are breaking your own boundaries to make Diddy happy. That's a confession of compliance. That's not coercion. See, we got to separate regret from victimhood. You can regret what you look. I done smashed some ugly women. I regret it. I wasn't a victim. I've seen some women. Oh, I hit that. Damn, I didn't know you looked like that in the daytime. I can't be like, oh damn, this victimized me. I'm a victim of ugly cooch. I'm a victim. I need a civil suit. No, I can't. No. I regret it. Like, ooh, I shouldn't have did that. Yeah, I regret it, but I'm not a victim. Ooh, I shouldn't have smashed that. Ooh, yeah, I was going through a drought when I hit that shit. What was I thinking? Yeah, we've had some regrettable sex before, but you ain't no victim now. You can regret being filmed. You can regret the people you associated with, and you can be humiliated by the tape. But regret over a consensual choice doesn't magically transform you into no damn victim now. Of assault. There wasn't no damn assault. Man. And again, the extortion, that proves the transactional nature of it. The tape was shopped around and she said she was asked for a lump sum to suppress it. The situation wasn't about a predator holding her hostage. It was an extortion scheme over a mutually created tape. She knows she was being filmed. Diddy was up there adjusting the damn camera. when she got balls in her mouth. He's literally with baby oil in one hand and adjusting the camera with the other. She knew she was being filmed. What are you talking about?
What?
Let's see, these, you gotta understand, these exotic women, these non-black, non-white women, they try to use the white woman playbook, the victim playbook. See, that's what these white women do when they deal with high-profile black men. They willingly participate in the decadence, and then they get the money and these extreme lifestyles that these dudes provide. You get flued out, you getting chipped off paper on a regular basis. Now you get embarrassed, the situation goes sideways, or the dude gets a downfall. Now you try to be a damsel in distress, because they know that the societal bias is always eager to view the non-black women as innocent victims of aggressive black men. That's what that whole Bill Cosby thing was. These women were sitting up here having consensual situations over and over again, and then try to say that they were drugged and all that, which they weren't. It was consensual. All of it was consensual. And then when they get older, these white women, that little money dry up. They're like, okay, I had an encounter 60 years ago with a rich black man. Let me circle the block. And they know the system is going to look out for them. Yeah. The dominant society, they allow them to retroactively revoke consent. You know, yeah, I was bobbing down on his pole in the 60s, but now I regret it. So yeah, I didn't want to. So can I get something? You see, remember Kim Kardashian kind of pulled that with Ray J a little bit. You know, they did that tape and she was talking about, she kind of implied, well, I was drugged, I was high, I wasn't in my right mind. You know, no, ma'am, you orchestrated all that. They tried to paint it as Ray J as a predator who leaked some revenge adult film. You know, they try to paint him as the villain. You know? No. And 50 was right. You know, the real victim is the child. 50 correctly pointed out that Daphne Joy is not the victim, their son is. He's in middle school and he's going to have to deal with public humiliation of his mother's choices. I think 50 was probably trying to get custody. He probably is going to try to use this. I think 50 should try to get some damn lower child support payments. If I was 50, I'd be like, hey, a judge, there's too much dick in that house. I need these payments lower. You know? She's buying baby oil with this money. I need the payments to come down a taste. You know? But Daphne was an adult making adult decisions. She wanted to participate in a highly deviant lifestyle. Yeah. So all that assault stuff, no. See, that's the hypocrisy of the freak off participants. Her and Cassie, they were damn begging, when is the next freak off? Oh, I'm so ready. I love the freak offs. They were begging for the damn freak offs. They like that shit. Yeah, they trying to act like Diddy was running these parties all by himself, tricking people. No. Those parties were, and those freak-offs were populated by willing participants. They knew what they were getting into. They were there for the money, the clout, the access. Yeah. Now they want to point the finger and act like they were manipulated. No. That was not no damn assault at all. That woman, man, y'all go look at that tape. But Daphne, that woman was in there. She's talking about, ooh, this is my dick. She's saying all types of shit. Listen to that tape. Watch that tape. That man, that ain't abuse at all. She's talking about that is not abuse. She's talking about that is my dick. I want more dick. That woman, this nigga was plunging that woman throat. That woman was bobbing on dick like a Mexican bobbing on a churro. That woman was enjoying that all in her throat. Y'all go find that tape and watch it, dude. Somebody say you pass, nigga. I'm telling you, that wasn't no abuse. Her throat might have got abused a little bit because he was all in her throat, and she was handling it. Like, damn, I love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. We love TikTok Shop. And that woman was humming like a hummingbird in there. Man. Good freaking grief. You know, all that I was assaulted and abused. Man, stop. Man, let me see. We love TikTok Shop. Raise your hands. Yeah, she knew what she was doing. Well, she had that thing hiked all up from the bike. Back arched. Yeah, that ain't abuse. The way she was arching that back, face down, ass up, spreading cheeks. Yeah, that ain't no damn abuse. Man, please. I'm begging for more. Hell out of here. Yeah, she was very comfortable in that room. She was running the show in there. All Diddy was doing was sprinkling more baby oil on there. Yeah, Diddy, he was providing the baby oil. He was squeezing a couple of droplets of baby oil to get it in there. Like, damn. Man. Hilarious. Shout out to everybody. Tap the screen to get the hearts in here. Tap the screen to get the hearts in here. Man. Excuse me. Man, that woman got her damn tonsils cleaned. She was handling that. Yeah, she was wearing this nigga out, to be honest. This dude, she was wearing the dude out. This dude had to take a break. He was taking breathers. The hell, abuse? You abusing this nigga with that mouth. Yeah, that dude look all woe out. I'm like, damn. Yeah, man. She looked like she was wearing the dude out. Dude, that dude looked tired. Abuse nothing. Yeah, he was taking me like, can I get a break? Shit. Can I get something to wipe this baby all off me? Can I get 5 minutes? He's trying to take a break. And she's on her knees begging for more dick. Like, God damn. Abuse? Who's the abused here? Hell out of here. Man. This come on now. They slipping and sliding all over the place. Yeah, the dude had to take a break, man. Shit. You know, this dude like, can I get my money and then get some milk and go home? That's the way he was looking. Man. All right. Let me get the family in here. Y'all raise your hands. Ladies and gentlemen. Let me get a couple of more people in here. Let's get a couple of more people in here. Let me get some new faces in here. Let me see. Let's get some new faces in here. Raise your hand. Raise your hands, ladies and gentlemen. Let me see who we got. Bam Clap. Well, that's Rohan's ass. Oh, no, Rohan, what do you want, Rohan? This is Rohan. Rohan, what do you want? What do you want, Rohan?
Yo, I got a question for you, bro. Earlier you said like, is there a way like non-FBAs can be FBAs? Because honestly, I align with what you guys say a lot. I feel like you guys should be your own. You guys should have your own ethnicity and whatever. So how do a non-FBA can align with you guys?
First of all, you got to change your damn battery on your goddamn smoke alarm. Your smoke alarm, you have not changed that battery in months. Every time you call up, we get that damn beep. Second, you can't be a foundational Black American. You're from a different lineage. That's fine. You're Ethiopian. That's fine. Now, you could be an ally, but you're not a good ally because you're too oppie. All right? So just help your own people, man. Go and help them distribute some of that Red Cross rice in your village and your homeland, Rohan. That's what you can do. Help your people, man.
Mean, bro?
Go over there, go back home and bathe your camel, my nigga. Go do that. Damn. All right. Man. You cannot be FBA. Damn. All this damn cosplaying. You can't be FBA. It's all right. You come from a different lineage. That's okay. Wow. Nigga, go over there and breed meerkats in your homeland. Become a meerkat breeder. Make you some money. Shit. Okay, there we go. Cool. Let's get some more people in here. Come on, family. Raise your hands. Let's get the hands up. What's up, the chosen one? All right, let's raise the hands. Raise the hands. Let's get you in here. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, some of these people, they refuse to accept that they're not FBA. They want to crowbar themselves in it so badly, and it's okay. You are who you are, we are who we are. All right, it's respect and it's all love. Y'all don't have to try to cosplay as us. It is all gravy. What's up, Just Listen? Man, let me see. Caprice, what's up, Caprice? All right, let me see. Raise your hands, raise your hands. Let's get Reggie. I'm gonna get Reggie in here. Hold on, Reggie. I'm trying to invite you. Hold on. Hold on one second, Reggie. Something's going on with your account. I can't invite you up. Let's let me see. Christine. I'm gonna just get random people. Christine. What's up, Christine? Oh, she got out. She's like, oops, I didn't mean to get on. She's scared I'm gonna put her on camera. She don't have her lace front in. That's what a lot of y'all be afraid of. Y'all afraid to get on because your camera might slip on by mistake, and we see you without your lace front on. And y'all ain't got no edges. Some of y'all edges are just gone. Let's be real. And that's okay. We're still family. We still rock with you. But some of that alopecia done got them edges. Some of y'all ladies, y'all take that lace front on. Y'all take that off and y'all hair look like Mr. T. Just no edges at all. Just a goddamn mohawk. You got an alopecia mohawk and you don't want nobody to see it. It's okay. How y'all date niggas and y'all trying to hide your head? Now, when y'all try to hide your head, how y'all date dudes? Y'all do y'all ever let them see your alopecia edges? Do you ever let them see? When do y'all break it to them that you ain't got no edges? Because that sooner or later you're gonna have to get comfortable with a nigga, and you have to see your edges is gone. Yeah, sooner. Let me talk to the ladies for a minute. How long does it take for you let the dude to see you without the lace front? Let me talk to the women for a minute. How long does it take? You still have hair, yeah, but some of y'all don't. All right. When it's a severe case of just no edges at all, and you got the dude and y'all getting cozy, he might move in. Now y'all living together, so now you can't sleep with the lace front. That's unhealthy. So what do you do? What do you do? How do y'all work that? You do, Rain? When do y'all let him see what's under that damn lace front? You take it off and hold on, wait a minute. You take it off and you're a whole different person coming in that bedroom. All right. You a whole different person. You're gonna scare that nigga. Yeah, y'all come in the bedroom looking like E.J. Johnson, looking like Magic Johnson's son. Y'all come in, bald head. And, okay. Man. So do you just put the bonnet on? How do y'all do it? How do y'all do that? I was just curious about that. How certain ladies, when your edges are gone, how do y'all work the relationship? How do y'all let the dude see it? How do y'all walk around the house? Yeah. When he hitting it, I mean, I don't know. Are you scared that the lace front is gonna come off? Yeah, y'all just do the bonnet thing. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You still got your hair, your face, and your shape. Yeah. Now, yeah, some girls with short hair, they know how to work it. There's a difference between short hair. You see the girls with the short hair and the big ass combination. That's a nice combination. Those girls with those short fade haircuts, but they got a gang of ass. That's a nice combination. The girls like that are always freaks. If you see a girl with a short haircut and a big ass, she's a freak. Oh, she's a freak. When she done got it faded, them little short hairstyles. Oh, they're always freaks. And they know they work that head too. They work that fade. Now that's the difference between somebody who got their shit faded and somebody who shit just fell out. There's a difference. There's a difference. So a lot of the women who shit just fell out, they're kind of insecure about, sexually. You don't want to get too loose sexually, then that wig come off. And you don't want to be out there doming a nigga and he touched that wig. You start moving his hand. Hold on, I don't want to hold your neck. I don't like that. When they say they don't like that, what they mean is don't pull my wig off, fellas. When they're doming you down and you grab that head and that means don't pull his wig off. There's some alopecia under here. Well, don't pull it off. That's what that means. You don't want to. She don't want you to pull her wig off and a nigga look down and her ass look like buckwheat sucking on you down there. That shit. That head is a fool. Her hair all over the place. Because they look different without that silky wig. It's a completely different person without that wig, nigga. Sometimes the wig changes you up, She's doming you down with a wig on, that wig come off and she got her hair looking like Kodak Black. That's gonna change the mood. So you still gonna enjoy it? I don't know now. If that wig come off and I'm seeing something crazy, I'm like, hey, wait a minute, we're gonna have to stop. Hold on. Let me get you a bonnet. All right. We're gonna put something on that head because that's throwing me off. All right. It is throwing me off. Good Lord. No. Now, if it's looking too crazy, we're gonna have to come to a little agreement. We're gonna have to put a stocking cap on there. I'm like, hell, I got a do-rag. Just put a do-rag on there. We'll give you some waves, something. We just can't have your shit all sticking up willy-nilly.
When there is stank on the streets, there's only one man who will bring the heat.
Hey, Rootwork Jones, why you got to split, sugar?
These musty jive turkeys think it's a game out here. I got to get out here and show them I mean business. Can you dig it?
None of these smelly suckers can relax because Rootwork Jones is back. Is the return of Dolomust, the Sultan of Stank. His mission? To turn Harlem into a musty mecca.
I'm going to plant a must bomb in Harlem. When it detonates, everyone in Harlem will be musty.
Rootwork Jones has to shake up the block. He has a limited time before the bomb drops.
Word on the street is Dolomus's men planted a bomb in a Cadillac in Harlem.
Thanks, Mama. Can Rootwork Jones find the bomb before it explodes?
Where is the Cadillac with the must bomb, sucker?
Or will the city go into musty mode?
It's a couple blocks over that way.
Rootwork Jones is behind the wheel, socking stanky suckers all in their grills. Come see Rootwork Jones in Musty Inferno. Go to rootworkstyle.com for more info. Sucker.
All right, what are your thoughts, ladies, here on the Diddy tape leak?
Joyce, she can't talk about money if she tell motherfuckers they can't afford to go somewhere.
Chase.
What?
What are your thoughts on Daphne Joy response to the leak Diddy tape?
She was taking a dick and swallowing it. She was doing the most. And then she might have regret. the way it was framed was like, she was beating up the nuts and like she was abusing the prostitute. That's what it was like. And Diddy was fucking adjusting the camera baby oil. Classic. Forget. No, the fact is that I don't give a fuck. Like, if anything, I know I got leaked or not. This shit was just hilarious. I mean, the court case was hilarious. Everything she said was funny. Like, the whole thing is funny to me. I just thought it was funny because, she was having a good ass time. But whatever she's talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So why did she just say that? It got leaked by good time. I was inebriated. I was having the time of my life. Got leaked out. And shoulder shrug. Did you enjoy it? I hope you paid for it. Then I played it off. You know what I mean? Did 50 Cent talk your shit? Man,
Get to the middle of summer and this all. Well,
yeah.
See, Diddy should fucking charge 50 Cent for fucking taking care of his family all that time. He was having a whole double life. That bitch was doing the most and then had the balls to be jealous too. She was doing the most. She had the balls to be jealous and tear up his house and then go hide in the closet. Running around and shit. This bitch is stupid. That whole court thing, man, just reading that shit was funny as hell. The little 50 Cent. Like, nobody knew that was his bitch until the court case. And she was over there just taking all that shit. She was doing the most. The way Therese described it, sounded like she was having a good time. I don't know why she regretted it. She didn't sound like she was regretting shit then. He said she was directing it.
Yeah.
He said she was in full control. So, and so, I don't know why she would regret. I would have said, I was like, man, I don't know I got leaked, but I hope you paid for it, motherfucker. And, like, you know what I mean? It's like, I know I did better. I would be like, I did better than that Kim bitch. I would be like, I don't know. But I would put it in a good way. Fucking making myself laugh or something like that. 50 Cent saying that Diddy was born on date. Apparently she didn't think so. You know what I mean? She was with Diddy for a minute. Diddy had like 4 kids? Yeah. So apparently it's not that true. And we would have heard about it. We would have just heard about it with motherfucking who said it? One of the hookers. I think it was the hookers said it. Did you see the hookers? Cause the male escorts, they were like 6'4", something like that, slim build, dark chocolate. All of them were like all the same, like same athletic build, same everything, just tall and dark chocolate heads and like whatever. And first, he was trafficking them. That's who he's trafficking. Grown ass men. For 2 fucking freaky ass bitches, cuz come on now. Make it stop. You hear me? When you look at it that way, that shit's funny as hell. They're like, oh, he beat her. Shit. The fact that he was running down the hall with socks and a towel on. And managed to kick her ass with the towel on was the shit. He didn't lose that towel at all. And she know what she was doing? Because any broad who's ever picked a fight with a dude and kind of made him, ran out the room and made her want to chase her and shit, she knew exactly what the fuck she was doing. She could have ran down the stairs. She could have hopped on the elevator. She could have did a whole bunch of shit. Then she sat in the hallway, kind of like pretend to make a call and play with the elevator. Then she got caught up in the hallway. See what I'm saying? She knew what she was doing. If it was that serious, cause and like any like I'm hey man, I've had some toxic moments. I want to leave. I'm leaving. You didn't stop me from running down these motherfucking stairs. Catch me shit. You hear me? Fuck. You hear me? And like, but I was staying and play in the hallway and call the phone and you know. Plus, when it came to that motherfucking tape, that hallway tape, they paid for it to be suppressed. Then the motherfucker leaked it again and got paid again. And shit was whack. Like that right there should have been a lawsuit in itself. If you sign a contract and you take the bread, you shouldn't leak the shit again. Like that sounds like a lawsuit. But nobody, like they said he had some new allegations or some shit. It's like all in fun. The sex tape was funny to me. What I think about it, man? He's in there for like 4 years, right? Yeah. Jesus. 4 years turns into 2 with good behavior. Yeah. Can I leave this message for Jace? Can't teach how you give back to the community when you tell people they can't afford to go to.
Oh,
Can't tell you that.
yeah.
Yeah. What she said, what did she say? That she want to confront me. She wants to confront me type.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah. Let's see. Might be.
Oh.
Did she tell us on the internet or in person?
She told us on the internet. All right. So moving along, we got the dump as
We're going to talk about Donald.
talks about the J6 reparations, huh?
Was on the internet?
Yes.
Trump got pressured so badly over trying to give reparations to people that stormed the Capitol, beat up on cops, smirked a cop, had a noose up there threatening to lynch Pence, broke into Nancy Pelosi's office, stole the laptop, was looking for her. They were looking for Nancy Pelosi. And they defecated all over the rotunda inside the Capitol, and they urinated there too. And after all of that, Donald Trump seems to think these violent people, one person had bear spray, deserve reparations. Well, not only did a lot of people disagree with Donald Trump, a lot of people within his party was having a problem with what Donald Trump was doing. And I think to add insult to injury, he came public talking about these people had it bad. I tell you what, Donald Trump, they didn't have it bad for 400 years. The insurrection happened in one day. One day. And what we've been through, 400 years. But you want us to believe they had it bad when they had a choice on whether they could go in that Capitol or keep their asses the hell up on out of there and go home. So, being that they made a bad decision, they shouldn't be rewarded for that. But Donald Trump wants to reward bad behavior, reckless behavior, violent behavior. He wants that rewarded. And that's a load of BS. So the pressure got to him, and he has completely backed away from giving the slush fund to a bunch of criminals, because a lot of people were going against it. He could not handle the backlash. But the fact that he attempted to do this in the first place says a lot. And no, it does not get the Democratic Party off of the hook, because it has showed you don't need Congress to give people money. So although Donald Trump he can't right now give out this money, it doesn't mean the Democrats can back off themselves. Now that we know Congress is not necessary to give money out, yeah, we're going to be all up your ass for reparations. And we don't want to hear, oh, it's not popular. Nobody will like, well, what Donald Trump was doing was not popular and people did not like it. But you saw for a while there, he was going to move forward and do this. And he may do it in the future. He may just lay low, let this blow over. And when people stop thinking about it, next thing you know, he'll be handing out these checks and you'll find out after the fact. I think he is backing away, but I do not believe it's permanent. That's where I stand. I don't believe it's permanent. I think Donald Trump will make another attempt, and he may even try to do it another way. Know what I mean? All right. Let me share my screen. And before we move forward, here's a reminder. from June 3rd, which is today, through the 7th. If you go on Etsy and you purchase the hair growth shampoo, the pomade, and the rice and aloe leave-in spray, you will get all three 40% off if you buy them together. All right, so you have the next 4 days to do this and take advantage of the discount, and this is only on Etsy. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to this because I found it fascinating at how quick Donald Trump backed away, and the GOP, they were coming forward and going public with their disagreement in what the president was doing. All right. You can't say in one instance, you want everybody to support cops. And then in another instance, when it's your people that have harmed cops, all of a sudden you're willing to overlook all of that. It looks bad. So I guess all lives matter. But it don't matter when white people do the harm to the police. All of a sudden, that doesn't matter no more. Okay. Ooh, boy, talk about very selective here. You are being very selective. Thank you for the ones, y'all. Thank you.
Looks like the Trump supporters who attacked the Capitol on January 6th, they will not be getting any money from that slush fund. Here is what the U.S. Department of Justice just said. The Department of Justice disagrees strongly with the decision on the anti-weaponization fund put forth by the United States District Court judge in the Eastern District of Virginia, wherein the court stated that under no circumstances may the Department of Justice proceed with the anti-weaponization fund recently established in order to make up for the tremendous abuse, harm, and hate unfairly shown to so many people. This weaponization fund was open to anybody who was so weaponized, targeted, or prosecuted, whether they were Democrat, Republican, conservative.
Now, y'all, think about this. Why can't we use this same wording to justify reparations for us, right? Donald Trump claimed they suffered tremendous abuse, harm, and hate unfairly shown to so many people. Why can't we say that? If that's justifiable for you to pay out of a slush fund, then why can't we use that wording for us? Oh, we've been treated unfairly. Tremendous abuse for 400 years. Yeah, let's use their words. Let's use their words. And this time is going to be worded to justify our reparations. Now, this justifies some white people that desecrated a building. Well, you can imagine how well it should work for us for 400 years of hell. I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying.
Independent or otherwise, the department will abide by the court's ruling. So in other words, you thugs who decided to attack the Capitol on January 6th, you won't be getting a crying dime of our taxpayer money. All that nonsense about how Donald Trump came up with a clever way to settle the issue he had with the IRS by turning around and converting those funds into money for all of you thugs, it's gone out the window. It's a huge W for democracy today. Seriously.
And breaking news, Trump plans to abandon the $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund. According to Axios and others, he did so after a conversation with Mike Johnson, realizing there's no political will to move forward the slush fund. But interestingly, the Department of Justice also just put out a statement saying they were abiding by the judge's order out of D.C. in relation to the lawsuit that was filed to stop the creation of the fund. But that judge only did a 2-week pause, didn't completely end it. And all of this is also happening as the Miami judge told Trump to answer the question of whether or not he colluded with his own government to commit fraud on the court. Now, Trump, since he sued that in his personal capacity, does not have any kind of immunity in relation to any kind of consequence that may come from finding a fraud by that judge. So all of this happening very quickly. It appears that there's no political will, but perhaps also Trump realizes he might be in some sort of legal jeopardy if he continues trying to gain this settlement fund. For more on this and other topics, be sure to follow me on the Midas Touch YouTube channel.
So y'all be real loud when black people say we deserve reparations for building this country, but y'all ain't saying nothing about how Trump wants to spend $2 billion giving money to January 6th traitors. The degree to how much the United States just hates black people is truly astounding.
Donald Trump is furious as Axios reports that the administration is going to drop their $1.8 billion slush fund, which was a huge payout for those convicted in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. It pays to push back against his fascism. Keep doing it.
Okay, so we've got to talk about what's going on, as apparently Trump is giving up, getting bored, and now in retreat. So let me show you what I mean. This is from the Wall Street Journal today. It says, Trump administration signals retreat, right? Retreat on, quote, anti-weaponization fund after blowback. So essentially, this was Donald Trump's $1.8 billion slush fund thing. He's going to use it to pay January 6 people, possibly pay his own companies. And this is just widely unpopular, right? When people are struggling, you're like stealing taxpayer money, basically. And then he got a lot of pushback. There was a judge that even said, don't do it. People within his own party say, don't do it. Just all around, it's a stupid idea, the slush fund. Let me read a little bit, so you get a sense of what it is. It says, the Justice Department said it would abide by a judge's order Friday, okay, directing the government to temporarily halt work on the funds, stop doing the slush fund thing, basically, such as moving money into it, okay, or considering claims, right? Because essentially what it was is if you're a January 6er and you attack the Congress on Trump's behalf, you could say, oh, they attacked me. I'm just trying to, break into Congress. Why do they hate me? And Trump's like, oh, I'll give you some money. It really is that dumb. I don't say it's just so stupid. So I guess they don't want anyone to do any work on this thing. Quote, to ensure that no funds are irreversibly dispersed. So basically, once you send out the money, it's gone. But at the moment, they are stepping down from that. So it seems to be dead in the water right now. But Trump can change his mind on a dime. You guys know that. Now, while that's going on, he's retreating from his slush fund thing. Iran is saying basically we're not talking to U.S. anymore. It says Iran stops negotiations with the U.S., vows to, quote, completely block Strait of Hormuz. That's according to Iran state media. Now, basically, Iran is saying, hey, if we're going to have any sort of deal, any sort of, back to the table, Israel's got to pull out of Lebanon. The floor skimmers, I think.
But we have capability to go far longer than that. We'll do it. Whatever somebody said today, they said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored. There's nothing boring about this. Do you agree with that, Pete? I don't think there's anything, Mr. General. I think there's nothing boring about it. Somebody actually said from the media, I think he'll get bored after about a week or two. No, we don't get bored. I never get bored. If I got bored, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I guarantee you that, to go through what I had to go through.
Okay, so Donald Trump claims he's not going to get bored. Let me show you this. So this actually just came out. Trump tells CNBC, quote, I don't care if Iran negotiations are over. Okay. Let's read the details of this one. Trump on Monday shrugged off possible collapse of peace negotiations with Iran. I don't care if they're over, honestly. That's according to Trump. I really don't care. I couldn't care less. Okay, here's the boring part. Trump told CNBC's Eamon Javers in a phone interview midday Monday that saying he thought the protracted discussions, quote, started to get very boring. So this is from Trump, right? They're starting to get very boring. He's tired of this. He wants a quick victory. Iran, actually, time is on their side because they know Trump is an impatient child. So that's going to leave us in a weaker position. I just want to be really clear on that. And also, to ask this fundamental question: would you like?
Breaking news, the Trump administration has backed off for now the $1.7 billion tax-paying slush fund to the January 6th right. So it looks like for now that the Trump administration is not going to send these funds to the January 6th rioters or anybody that was unlawfully investigated under the Biden administration. And I mean, this is good news that our money is actually not going to go to these people. But we also still have the ballroom that is now on halt as well. But we still have this fucking UFC match that's coming to the South Lawn. So take this as a win, but we still have money going to other fucking things that should not be going to. Anyways, let me know in the comments how you feel and follow me for more of the information.
Well, y'all, it just looks like Donald Trump is just stopped for now. I'm not sure if this is permanent. Don't be surprised if we get to the middle of summer and this all comes up again. It will all come up again. So it's amazing. You don't want to give your taxpayer money to pay for reparations. But I notice y'all do not complain as loudly when it came down to the slush fund for J6ers. The same people that complain about reparations, y'all weren't very vocal this time around. Some people were, I won't deny that. But usually when we talk about slave reparations, we get a whole chorus of you screaming and hollering against it. But I notice this time around, because the faces are white, y'all weren't quite as vocal as you would have been if we were talking about reparations for us. It's pretty obvious. So y'all remember, this slush fund, that's our money too. That's money that came from our community as well. These folks, when they talk about their taxpayer money, you ain't paying them taxes by your damn self. None of you are. So I don't know what you be whining about all the time. We pay taxes and we sick of paying them damn taxes too. But it is what it is. But you're not going to be sitting here complaining about reparations. But when the faces start looking like yours, you want to go silent. It's very telling. But we always knew the reparations, the people that want to deny reparations are the biggest racists in the country. At the end of the day, it is about race. That's why you keep trying to strike it down in your arguments, which actually is not doing any good, because the whole reparation topics is not dying. It's not going to fizzle out as fast as that anti-weaponization fund. This will be discussed, and there's no end to it until we get our reparations. There's no ending. So y'all, we'll see what happens. This is one of those stories I will definitely be following as we get more and more towards the summer and the fall. Because like I said, I believe this is going to come up again. I really do. And we'll see if Donald Trump will actually get these funds out. If not, if it don't come up again, I believe Donald Trump probably pocketed the money, because he ain't doing nothing but sitting up there robbing the place blind anyway. And as far as that stupid ballroom, I'm glad they halted the construction on it. because it's not a necessity. It should never have been started in the first place. Just like Donald Trump, he was supposed to go through Congress before building that ballroom. But, Donald Trump don't believe in following laws or rules or policies. He doesn't believe it should apply to him. So he just went ahead and started building that ballroom. But see, this is the fault of the people in Congress, because if you knew he had to go through you, you should not have let that man even break the ground around the White House. But look at how far he got without people stopping him. They are seriously scared of Donald Trump, y'all. They are scared of him for real. So anyway, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support. And don't forget to pick up your hair products, the shampoo, the pomade, and the rice and aloe leave-in conditioner. If you buy all three, you get 40% off. Shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see everyone here. Hope you're doing well. Well, we're going to talk about some of the recent videos that have been uploaded online where people have either left the U.S. permanently or people on their way out. And a lot of these people that are exiting the country are not coming back, and I notice a lot of them are going to like Southeast Asia. And I was watching a video a little earlier. It was a sister, and she left the US. She said she just couldn't afford anything. She went over to Southeast Asia, Vietnam, and she had this apartment that she paid $60 a month. And it was a 1-bedroom apartment. I was like, wow. It just goes to show you the price gouging that goes on in America really is not necessary, but it's done out of greed. And unfortunately, it's too many greedy people in the system. You should not have to pay an arm and a leg just for a place to live. And I can see if you were getting some extra bonuses or amenities in there, you're not even getting that. But that's why so many people are leaving. And I heard it's the same way in Egypt. I saw a brother that went to live in Egypt, and I think his apartment was under $100, where he got to live in this apartment for less than $100. And I said, there are a lot of places all over the world where you probably could afford to live. But America and even Europe, there's lots of places in Europe that are very unaffordable as well. So, I guess it depends on what you're looking for. And if you're able to work in these other countries, then I guess all is well. Now I do know of some that have gone to Africa as well to live, and Africa is one of those places you got to really be careful, because I've seen some nightmare videos online. I know that's not something that happens to everyone, but the fact that it does happen where people get scammed over there, and yeah, I mean, you would think if you're among other melanated people, it wouldn't be like that, but it is. It is. All right. Let me share my screen. All right. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
If you're thinking about moving outside of the country, you are not alone. Americans are leaving the United States in record numbers. US-born American citizens packed their bags and moved elsewhere in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands last year, and that's only expected to increase this year. Not only has there been an uptick of Americans leaving the country, there's also been a decrease in the flow of visitors coming in. The United States was the only major country last year that saw a decline in tourism. Think about that. Isn't it ironic that so many of the people who are prideful of the fact that the United States is such a desirable place have literally made the United States less desirable? We are told time after time to worry about billionaires threatening to leave the country. And yet when everyday Americans actually end up doing it, where is our concern?
Black folks are leaving this country like in mass. They're going to Mexico. They're going to Panama. They're going to Costa Rica. They're going to Lisbon. They're going all over Africa. They're leaving. Because
no, this is.
I got a 5-year plan too. Eventually, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Where you trying to go?
I don't know yet.
All right, let me know.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I'm still gonna be. I'm bopping around. I'm bopping around trying to figure it out. I'm going to Africa for the first time this year.
I don't think no emus over there.
I don't know.
I don't
know. I don't know.
All right.
But I'll be looking.
All right, let me know.
I'll be looking for them.
All
I'm
right.
afraid of what I might adopt. Okay.
Right.
I'm afraid of what I might come home with. You know,
quitting my job and leaving the U.S. was literally the best decision I have ever made. I think the old American dream that they sold us in the 50s, 60s, 70s is dead. The new American dream is peace and rest and financial stability. And a lot of times you can't get that with the house that they tell them you got to get the house with the picket fence, white picket fence, whatever. A lot of times you can't get that. Financial stability means renting an apartment, then that's what it means. If peace means taking a break from America, then that's what it is. It's not really just like, oh, the American dream is no longer the American dream. It's the fact that you can barely breathe. Like you really can't take time off work without worrying about bills. And then when you leave the house, you spend $100 minimum. And I feel like I did everything right. Excuse me, I just left the gym. I feel like I did everything right. Like I went to school, got multiple degrees, got the house, got the car, you know, the American dream, got married, but I just wasn't happy. I just didn't want to participate in a life in America anymore. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do to take a break in life.
I've made several videos talking about why I moved out of America for good and now live in Bangkok, Thailand. And you know, the funniest thing, you know, in a sea of comments where everybody is congratulating you and is also showing interest in doing the same thing, you'll see those few comments that will be like, yeah, you'll be back. Yeah, you say that, but you'll be back. And it's just like, why are you projecting on me? Why would you insult me so much? That is the most disrespectful thing that anybody can tell me. What do you mean? The point of leaving for good is to not come back. Of course, I love my friends and I love my family and I miss them dearly. But baby, it was time to go. And here I shall stay. What do you mean?
Well, according to a news report from The Independent, more Americans are leaving the country permanently, and some estimates suggest that the U.S. may have seen net outward migration recently. Basically, it means that there are more people leaving than coming in. That's a huge psychological shift for a country that spent decades to selling itself as the place that everyone wants to move to. You know, the biggest propaganda about the American dream. The real story is that ordinary middle-class Americans are now looking to exit too. Remote workers, retirees, young professionals, people who are not chasing luxury, they're trying to escape the pressure and find somewhere affordable to live. At the end of the day, America may look rich on paper, but daily life feels worse for millions of people. The numbers look great, you know, stock, GDP, AI companies was trillions. Politicians keep saying that the economy is strong, but that does not apply to regular people on the ground. Because rent, grocery, insurance, healthcare, and housing have all skyrocketed. According to the independent report, many Americans are leaving because they feel like they are merely surviving instead of thriving. I think, that's part of the reason why I came back to China too. You're basically paying a bunch of tax and feeding into the war machine instead of actually getting any return back to you. So, and one of the most important things, if educated, skilled, mobile people start leaving, it is going to become a brain drain for the country. Eventually, it will come back to bite the country itself. But maybe that's the whole plan. With fewer educated, informed people around, it gets easier for the GOP to sell fear, culture war, and fake solutions. Maybe they'll get more votes that way. Anyway, you see a bunch of videos on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram of Americans or Western people living in Asian countries or other places, just looking for a break from just surviving, right? I see so many people in Ho Chi Minh City from European countries or in the United States. Anyway, I'm more contents on Substack, link in bio. You can support me there. Thank you very much. Take care.
People ask me this all the time. Are you going back to America? Nope. And I want to explain why, because it's not what most people expect. When I was in San Diego, I was depressed. I didn't even realize how depressed I was until I left. I was working constantly just staring at four walls, walking to my desk every morning and not leaving until 7 at night. $9,000 a month, all in just to do that. I moved to Da Nang, Vietnam at 51. I live 2 blocks from the beach. All my expenses is $1,400 a month. That weight that I was carrying in San Diego, I didn't even know I was carrying it until I was gone. I'm not going back.
I am a little shook right now by how many people are actually leaving the US this year. People with good jobs, people who are doing really well, like mass exodus leaving the United States this year. And we came upon this because we ourselves are leaving in just a few days now to go live abroad. We made the decision earlier this year and have been working up to it now. We're under a week. It's insane. But really, we've been doing a lot of research, and a lot of these countries like Portugal and Indonesia, where Bali is, and Mexico, some of the places a lot of expats have been going for the last several years, are now expecting kind of like 3 times as many people coming into their country from America this year. Like, there is a mass exodus happening right now. And when we made the decision to leave, we had no idea that that was going to be happening. But I guess part of me is shocked and part of me is not surprised. Put in the comments, like, are y'all surprised that everyone, like so many people are leaving this year? Or are you like, that tracks?
Yo, I left America. Guess what? I'm not coming back. Like, I come back to visit, but to live, why would I do that?
So papaya has easily become one of my favorite fruits here in Mexico. Papaya is really good for you, even the seeds. A big papaya like this, I paid $2.50 for. It's real, it's organic. It actually goes bad. Why would I want to come back to the United States and eat that food that's not real, that's filled with bioengineered ingredients? Y'all see this face? Do y'all see this skin? It's glowing. It's glowing because I changed my environment and I stopped putting mess in my body that wasn't good for me. Able to save money, like not just live paycheck to paycheck. Like I thrive here. It's not like in the United States. I felt like I was just existing. My mental health is way better than when I was in the United States. I have clarity, I have focus. I'm more creative. Why would I move back? Cost of living is cheaper. Like, you can get a really nice 3-bedroom here in Playa del Carmen for about $850, between $850 and I would say $1,200 a month. I do the things that I want to do, and those things I don't want to do, I just don't do it. There's freedom when you live outside of the United States, like a freedom that you didn't even know you needed. There's rest when you move out of the United States, like rest, like most of us know when we need rest though, like it's a rejuvenation on your whole nervous system that you didn't even know that you needed, honey, but it happens. Groceries are more affordable here. Cost of living is more affordable here. My utilities, my water bill, my electric bill. So it's a whole life change. I have the time to do what I really want to do. So I've been picking up this new skill, learning this new skill, trading options, learning about the stock market. If I was in the United States, I wouldn't have time to do that because I would be busy running my businesses, managing employees, running payroll, doing all the stressful shit. And when they decide not to come to work, then I would have to get in the business and do it. Nah, I'm living a slow life. And I love that for me. You comprehend what that means? Like a slow life. Like you're not keeping up with the Joneses. Like you're just doing your own thing. You just in your own lane, you know? I can walk out the house right now with a can of paint on my shirt and won't nobody care. Somebody in the United States would judge the hell out of me if I walked out the house like that. Like, cause why? Why are you judging me? If this is, I want to walk out the house being all colorful, let me do that. I'm not moving back to the United States. Cause why would I do that?
Can y'all hear me now? Can you hear me now? Give me a 1 if you can hear me. Thank you. Okay. What I was saying is there's a lot of full-time workers, people that got full-time jobs, but they still can't afford to get apartments and get, a home. And now a lot of the people that are homeless are folks with full-time jobs living out of their cars. That is a big thing that's going on around the country now, and I think that's really pathetic. The problem is the cost of living and the inflation. The salaries just have not kept up. So it is crazy, but they literally have full-time jobs, but they don't make enough income to have a house. And if they spend money on rent, the paycheck really will go towards the rent and they won't be able to do anything else. And it shouldn't be like that anywhere on this globe. Something is wrong when your population can't afford to live. It should not be that way. The problem is we got too many rich people in charge. And, first of all, I think if you are a politician, you should not be wealthy because you will no longer care about your constituency. That's why things are going the way that it is in this country. The Democrats don't care about us unless something going on is impacting them. That's why now you see them exclusively addressing the Black community, because many of them are about to lose their seats. If it was for the fact that they were about to lose something, they would still be ignoring us. They would still be ignoring us right now. So when you have all these rich politicians and then your president is a billionaire and everybody is wealthy, they don't care about the financial, crisis that people are going through. They don't care. That's why I don't believe your politicians should be millionaires and billionaires. Because now you are completely disconnected from the everyday average American, and you won't care about their plight, But that's how this country is set up, and that's why everything is unaffordable. And the sad part is it's going to get worse. I was listening to one economist this morning, and he was saying these gas prices ain't coming down. He projected when they would come down, he said about 2032. I said, who the hell going to wait until some 2032 to pay lower gas prices? That is like outrageous. But that's what he was saying. He said, these prices ain't coming down. He doesn't care what Donald Trump is trying to say. These prices are not going to come down. Yeah, he said 2032. I said, who the hell going to wait that long just for prices to go down? You shit. You might as well say prices are never coming down. It is going to get worse. And and you got to also factor in the jet fuel, which the US is running out of. So flying is probably going to become an arm and a leg. $8 in California. See, that's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, we're still in spring. I mean, that's a lunacy. But, it's no telling how high the prices are going to get where I am. The diesel is already well over $5. So it's no telling how long it's going to take for even just the regular gas to reach $6 and $7. I believe it's going to hit that this coming summer where I am. Yeah, and then, I see people online saying things like, oh, buy an electric car. That's easier said than done. If people are struggling with the car they got, and because they just don't have the money, where are they going to get the money to buy an electric car? You got to insure that car, you got to pay car insurance and get it registered. And people nowadays, you ain't going to find a lot of people that can afford to do that. That's why they are sticking to what they have, because chances are the car they're driving is already paid for. It's easy to get on a video talking about, well, just get an electric car. You gonna buy it? You gonna pay for it? You gonna make the payments on that? No, it's gotta be this way, y'all, because this place is on its way out. It's on its way out. And as you can clearly see, America is definitely not a desirable place like it used to be. People couldn't wait to get here to live. Now, folks are exiting as fast as they can. I was looking at some guy that was returning back to Nigeria. He said America got so expensive. All of the money he was earning was going towards bills, and he didn't have money to do anything else. And he was on a plane flying back to Nigeria because he could not afford to be here anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, yeah. If you're buying it here from America, it'll probably triple in price. That's what they've been doing to everything up in here. It's just been blowing up like crazy. No, they want a poor class of people because you will be easy to manipulate and control. See, these folks have a history of not wanting to pay their labor, pay for labor. And they haven't changed. They haven't changed. They want you to never really get ahead. They want to keep you struggling. And it doesn't have to be this way. That's the sad part. It does not have to be this way. The only thing these folks have proven, number one, they're incompetent in running this place. And number two, they want slaves. They want slaves. That's why they underpay everybody. Everybody in this society, damn near everybody in this society is underpaid. And that should say a lot. All of us are underpaid, all of us. And that's the way they want it. The only way you can get away from it is if you run a business. You might be able to get away from their wrath. But if you're not able to do that and you have to depend on their paychecks, then yeah, they want to keep you underpaid. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, let me tell you, white people are struggling bad out here. Why do you think so many of them are crying all over the videos? I mean, I've seen some new ones that people posted where they are crying and wailing all over the video because they can't make it. And you can't help but think to yourself, well, pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Isn't that what you said to us? Whenever we complained about the system or complained about making it in the system, y'all told us to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps. So, but look at the irony now. So many of them are where we were, and they're now feeling it. They're feeling it now. Mm-hmm. Well, I heard because we're not that far away from the 250-year anniversary of America. We're not that far away from it. And I heard the entertainers are all jumping ship on Donald Trump. He had a whole line of entertainers that were going to perform for the 250-year anniversary, and they're all now jumping ship on him. So I don't know what kind of entertainment he's going to have, because it looks like many of them are running from him now. Mm-hmm. You know, y'all, I don't know if you noticed, but this year, Memorial Day, I didn't hear not one firework. And I was like, what's going on? I never, every year, they be going crazy with the fireworks around here. This year was total silence. And a lot of the events where they have fireworks for Memorial Day, they didn't have it. And I thought, well, what's going on? So I went to look. Do you know it's a fireworks shortage in the country? There's not enough fireworks around. I said, I knew it had to be something because you know all those fireworks that's used come out of China. And there were none. That's why you didn't hear that, because I was like, that is weird, because every year these people, there's like several houses where people live, they all be firing all off at the same time. And this year was silent, but yeah, it's a shortage in the country of fireworks. I'm not even sure if you're going to hear any on the 4th of July. You probably won't. Mm-hmm. No firework. I heard none. And I was astonished. I was like, wow, it's been quiet. This is the most quiet Memorial Day I've ever seen. Mm-hmm. No, yeah, there's a shortage. There are no fireworks, literally little to no fireworks in the country. And I saw other states that had events with fireworks, they all got canceled. They said they weren't going to do fireworks. They couldn't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, plus you got to think about all that stuff now, right? You got to think about the gas is going to cost you to even drive to the event because you're going to be burning up a lot of gas. Mm-hmm. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. So, I'll be getting everything posted for tomorrow, including the Bible study. So, y'all, thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank Zachariah Williams. Thank you for the super sticker. I deeply appreciate it. So, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Yeah, there's a shortage. You know, in a way, I'm kind of glad that shortage happened because some of these people be losing their minds around me. They'll be firing that shit off at 2 a.m. It'd be like, man, what the hell? I'm not kidding. When they used to have it, sometimes it would be 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and people would be outside still firing that stuff off. I was like, okay, that's a bit over the top. Jeffrey Massey, thank you so much for the super sticker. So, you know, I ain't gonna lie to you. I did enjoy the quiet. I enjoyed the quiet. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Zachariah Williams, for your super sticker and support for my channel. Oh yeah, it's more than likely it's going to be silent during the 4th of July as well, y'all. They probably ain't going to have it by then. You know, being that it's coming in from China. Yeah. Yeah. So, y'all, I will see you tomorrow. Be on the lookout for my lives, and shalom, family. Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. You know, I'm not surprised that auto sales are slumping in America. Well, who can afford it? You know, and even if you can, you're going to be killing yourself trying to afford the gas that you got to put in the damn vehicle. And electric cars are not selling like you think, y'all. I know some people with the gas prices think maybe they'll start flying off the shelf. They're not. They're not. It is not a lot of people running out here buying electric vehicles because they don't have the money. So they're trying their best to hang on to what they have and just get around in that. You know, many people, their vehicles are paid off and they're not they're not in any position to have a car payment right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, new car sales are at an all-time low in America. People are not checking out new cars like they used to. How could they? You know? And also, my next live coming up, we're going to talk about Rick Chow taking out our brother, our young brother, and only 14 years old, shot him in the back. You know, it pisses me the hell off what these folks have done up in these courts in this country. Y'all got hell to pay for the way y'all have treated us in these courts. You have virtually allowed every goddamn body to kill us and walk out of the courts. You have allowed a freaking immigrant. This is how deep America hates the Black community, what they call the Black community, right? They hate us so bad, they're even willing to let guilty immigrants walk free from unaliving us. That's how deep their hatred is for us, y'all. So we'll get into that at 5:45. So before we get started, just a reminder, 12 Tribes on Earth products. If you get the shampoo, the hair pomade, and the rice and aloe leave-in conditioner, you buy these all together, you get 40% off. And this is from today until the 7th, which is Sunday, on Etsy. All right, so don't forget to pick up your hair products. So let's get into Americans are just not feeling the new vehicles that are out. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Americans can't afford their cars anymore, and Wall Street is worried. Duh, like, okay, yeah, this totally makes sense. And I want to converse with you all down in the comment section surrounding this topic because, yeah, duh, this totally makes sense to me. And I don't see it getting better. If you purchased a vehicle during COVID, you probably purchased a used vehicle. If you purchased a used vehicle, it was probably gently or very used because there weren't many new vehicles to choose from. The new vehicles that you could choose from were grossly overpriced, and that then made the used vehicles grossly overpriced. So you overpaid for a vehicle. Fast forward to now, 3-4 years later, That vehicle is probably breaking down. That warranty that you paid for is probably lapsed. On top of the fact that inflation is super high, on top of the fact that people are literally losing their jobs right now and having to decide, pay my mortgage, pay my rent, feed my family, feed myself, or pay this car note. The car is going to lose every time. The car is losing every time. On top of the fact that people have been making payments probably on time for 3-4 years, but they've just been making the bare minimum payments. And they're looking at these statements like, why am I still owing so much money on this car? Well, because they've only been paying primarily into interest. People are fed up and they're tired of it. And I completely feel them. I completely get it. I'm not surprised one bit. Not surprised. Again, I want to know from you all if you all are shocked by this. And I want us to really have some good dialogue down in the comment section surrounding this topic. I took a little week off. I needed the week off, but I'm back. So with that being said, I'll catch you all in the next video. Peace.
What's up, America? Here's a number that should get every car buyer's attention. Roughly 1 million potential new car buyers have disappeared from the market since 2020. Are you one of them? And honestly, can you blame those who have? New vehicles are expensive, which is an understatement. Interest rates are high. Insurance is higher. Fuel costs are a huge concern. And a lot of buyers are looking at today's trucks, SUVs, and crossovers and saying, I'm out. But here's the part that matters. Automakers may not be in a huge hurry to bring all those buyers back. Why? Because during the supply shortage, the industry learned it can make a lot of money selling fewer vehicles at higher prices, especially higher margin trucks and SUVs. That's a major shift. For buyers, this means the old strategy of waiting for massive discounts across the entire market may not work the way they used to. Some vehicles will have deals, yes, some won't, and some dealers may negotiate, while others will hold firm. The market, of course, is not a one-size-fits-all anymore, and that's why Everyman Driver exists. If you want buyer-focused advice without the fluff, subscribe. I'm here to help every shopper figure out what to buy, what to avoid, and how not to overpay. And if you want the more personal side, what vehicles actually feel good on the road, check out Dave Drives on YouTube. That channel is more about real-world driving, comfort, cargo space, visibility, and daily practicality. And before you walk into a dealership, visit quotes.everymandriver.com and compare real prices in your zip code, because if 1 million buyers have already walked away, you definitely don't want to be the one who overpays. That's quotes.everymandriver. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time.
In today's video, I want to go over what people are noticing in their local areas. If you haven't heard about flock cameras, I think you should be made aware of them at this point because they are popping up everywhere. And people are also realizing the problems that are going to be happening with the kill switches going into every new vehicle as of 2027. Watch these videos and let me know what you think.
Whatever you do not buy a new car. Do not buy a new car. You need to listen to this now. So starting in 2027, every single vehicle is going to be equipped with this AI technology that's going to be able to read your face, your eyes, and listen to every conversation you have. They just passed a law and it's going to start in 2027. Doesn't matter, what vehicle you're looking at, this is going to have this technology in it. So basically what it's going to do is it's going to read your face and scan your face. And if you happen to look like you are looking away from the road, or if it may think that you're impaired, it's going to shut the car off immediately. Or it will not allow your car to start, for one. But if you are driving and let's say you look away from the windshield for 5 seconds, you're looking at, scenery or whatever the case may be, it's going to immediately deactivate your vehicle and it's not going to restart it for X amount of hours. It's also going to have technology that listens to your conversation. Now, if you're having a conversation that may be a little controversial to what the law may think, it's going to automatically alert the police that this conversation is, let's say, of high alert, what it's then going to do is send that little conversation, that script, immediately to the local police department, whatever police department is closest to the vehicle. And the police are then going to go through that footage, and
Absolutely, April showers.
They could be knocking on your door. So I think that this is absolutely ridiculous, very scary, extremely controlling. I mean, if you think that what they're doing now is controlling, this is hitting another level. Therefore, if you're looking to buy a new vehicle in the next 6 to 10 months, I highly recommend you look at vehicles 26 and below, because I mean, you're riding a really thin line if you purchase a vehicle in 2027. It's going to make the market, I believe, the car market tank. This is extremely scary, extremely intrusive. And like I said, the bill has already been passed by Trump. So just another thing that we have to look out for. Our country is becoming controlling. They are controlling every part of our entire existence, and they're doing it so quickly. I mean, they're just hitting all areas of our life, and they're taking away every ounce of freedom that we have. Chime in. Let me know your thoughts on this.
Flock cameras are not just crime deterrents. They are watching you. They are logging you, even if you do not commit a crime. They have systems that log your license plate, your vehicle details, the time that you were there, the location. They can catalog your make, model, color, bumper stickers, roof racks, even visible damage to your vehicle down to scratches and dents. And then they store that data in searchable databases used by police and other three-letter agencies across the country. That is not just crime prevention. That is mass surveillance being marketed to us as safety. Well, don't do crime and you'll be okay. You are thinking way too small. You are quite literally still inside of the box. You trust the government with a permanent surveillance network? Freedom means being left alone by the state unless you have actually done something, not being tracked just in case. And something that absolutely baffles me is the fact that the CEO of Flock Safety has already compared people exposing the camera locations and criticizing these systems to terrorists and Antifa. That should alarm everyone. That is how civil liberties get eroded. First, by labeling dissent as dangerous, then by expanding surveillance in the name of security, right? And before I show you what a flock looks like, let's talk about my own city. If these cameras are just harmless crime deterrents, why is Louisville, Kentucky fighting so hard to keep their location secret? Louisville has deployed over 200 plus city-owned flock cameras, and police also have access to hundreds more shared cameras from businesses, HOAs, universities, other entities across Jefferson County. Around 600 cameras total that the government can tap into. Metro officials and LMPD have refused to publicly disclose exact camera locations. Earlier this month, Louisville Metro Council voted down a proposal that would have required the city to publish these locations online. They love to say, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you shouldn't care. Okay, uno reverse. If you're not doing anything wrong, why do you care that we want to know where they are? Why are you hiding the cameras? I live in the West End, so I'm actually going to walk you to the flock closest to my neighborhood so that you can see what mass surveillance looks like right here at home. Okay, so this is a flock camera at the corner of Dixie Highway and Dumenil Street in Louisville. Most people drive past this and never think twice, and that's the point. Surveillance works best when it feels normal and when it feels invisible. We're told not to worry about facial recognition or expanded tracking, but we have no proof that they won't do that or that they haven't already. The issue isn't just what they claim that the cameras do today, it's what these systems can become once the infrastructure is already everywhere. Flock cameras reduce crime, police reduce crime. You know what else guarantees reduced crime? Paying people enough to survive instead of poverty wages. Housing and rent prices that don't keep people paycheck to paycheck. Healthcare that people can actually afford. Education that creates opportunity for young adults, treatment for addiction and mental health, the kind of stability that keeps people from desperation in the first place. They would rather monitor poverty than end it. Oh, well, there's no expectation of privacy in public. Being seen in public is not the same as having your movements logged, stored, analyzed, retraced, all to be sold to a private surveillance network. We recognize that persistent tracking can become harassment or stalking when individuals do it. So why is mass automated tracking suddenly acceptable when these corporations and the government does it? It's weird.
I've seen a few posts about this and I wanted to comment on it because I have a personal experience with it. It isn't something that's happening in the future, it's something that's happening now. I rented a car in Europe, and as the woman handed me the car keys, she said, "This is a brand new car." And she was like super excited about it. She was like, "It's 2026. It's a brand new car." And I was like, awesome. No one's had a chance to like fart or smoke in it. This will be great. And I'd driven it for a day or two, and I was getting on a highway. It was a 6-lane highway. And all of a sudden, the gas stopped working. And I'm pressing on the gas. I can't get the car to go. So the car is dinging. It's making all this noise, and I can't figure out what's going on. And I look at the dashboard, and in English, it says, "Sit up straight. We can't find your eyes." Why do you need to see my eyes? That was my first thought. And I'm short, so I sit low in the seat. And I guess, I don't know, maybe I'd been driving a while and I'd kind of slouch down more instead of sitting upright. And when I sat upright, the gas would work once again. And so I pressed the gas, but I was slowing down enough that it was going to cause a traffic hazard. And the thing is, it knew I wasn't asleep because I was pressing on the gas. So it knew I was awake. It just wanted to see my eyes. So once I sat upright and leaned forward, I guess it did facial recognition. And then it says, "May I send you these results to a third party?" To which I said, "No, you may not." No. Who is the third party? Who, first of all, who's watching me drive the car to begin with? Secondly, who is the third party you're sending it to? And lastly, it is so dangerous. There are so many scenarios where losing control of the gas can put a car in a very dangerous situation. Like, what if I was pulling out in front of a semi-truck? What if I was going over a railroad track? And the absolute worst part is the argument for this is to combat sleepy drivers. And the truth is, if you fall asleep while you're driving, you're not going to be pushing down all the way on the gas. You're going to let up. You're going to relax. No one keeps their foot pointed while they're asleep. And if they say, well, what about cruise control? Then just take off cruise control. Disable cruise control in cars. That's the solution. Not, I need to see your eyeballs for the car to work. There's so many dangerous implications for this. But even if you're using it just for the good implication, sleepy drivers, we need to see eyeballs at all times, it's still wrong. It's still a stupid idea.
The more they try to force us to integrate technology into every aspect of our lives, to include our vehicles so that they can monitor us and the way that we drive, the more analog I want to go with everything. And I'm absolutely here for it. I'm ready for it as a Gen Xer. Take me back. Let's go.
You just don't need your nonsense. No, thank you.
So we're currently awaiting the rollout of a terrifying upgrade to surveillance tech in cities across the United States. Flock Safety, the police technology company, is rolling out a new and troubling product, the detection of human distress via audio. Flock has been promoting Raven, their version of acoustic gunshot detection. These devices capture sounds in public places and use machine learning to try to identify gunshots and then alert police. We say try because these mics often misinterpret car backfires and fireworks as gunshots. Now these microphones apparently will be alerting police whenever they detect what the machine believes to be human voice in distress. It's unclear how this tech even works. It's also unclear how these devices will be interacting with state.
Y'all, do you see the invasion of privacy that they're doing to all of us? So if you don't sit a certain way in your car, you're going to get alerted and it can go to a third party. What the hell? What if there's a car crash and it mistakes the car crash for gunshots? And then the next thing you know, the cops is looking for you. You know what I mean? Boy, this place is so rotten. It must go. It must go. This is absolutely insane.
Eavesdropping laws that limit listening to or recording the private conversations that often occur in public places. Gunshot detection technology is dangerous enough as it is. Police showing up to alerts they think are gunfire only to find children playing with fireworks is a recipe for innocent people to get hurt. And this is not a hypothetical. In Chicago, a child really was shot at by police who thought they were responding to a shooting thanks to a shot spotter alert. Introducing a new feature that allows these Raven microphones all over cities to begin listening to human voices.
Starting to show the payments are out of control. Banks are having to raise their lending restrictions with certain buyers. Repo rates are out of control right now, especially with those subprime. But even payments on the good credit are starting to be delayed. 90-day to 60-day, there's reports of those things rising. So it's not good, but there's just an auto debt problem. America is car poor. But if you go down to your average Ford, Dodge, Jeep and Ram dealer, or even Chevy, almost every brand will have $100,000 vehicles. So when you look around, it really starts to make sense because these manufacturers are able to sell the vehicles because of long loan-term financing. 84 months is becoming more common. This is how they can even think about buying it and getting a payment range that's hopefully lower than their mortgage. I mean, I can show you $100,000 Jeeps, $100,000 trucks. It really makes no sense. So with every brand getting much more expensive, obviously it's limiting their buyers without extending that loan, which is exactly where they're going. But now they have repos rising, they have late payments rising with no other option but to just start declining new loans, especially the people with questionable credit. But think about how common it is. The average credit card debt's over $7,000. I mean, most people are in debt and they don't have the best credit. So for a lot of people, they go to buy these new cars. They normally are used to getting the approval. Well, they might not this time, especially right now over the next few months. Cars in the United States used to be something that most Americans could afford without destroying their finances. Today, for many, car to crack due to people just being so indebted they can't keep going more and more. But I have a feeling they're just going to go longer and longer. Eventually, we're going to have 10, 15-year loans on these vehicles. Just give it enough time. But let me know what you think about this. I know for a lot of people, it's very common to have auto debts. People that didn't buy a car in the last 10 years, especially new, they're probably like, what's going on? 84-month financing? But yes, that is what's going on right now. It's super popular and it's what's skyrocketing in the business, which means increase in negative equity, increase equity in the vehicle at all, especially if you have good credit. It's going to be zero down and you can just walk away, no payments for 90 days. This is what's going on in the car market, and America has a true auto debt problem. What you guys think? Have a great day. Thanks for watching and stay blessed.
The American auto industry is in serious trouble as people are refusing to buy new cars. Owning a car used to represent freedom and independence. It gave you the ability to go anywhere or do anything. Now owning a car just feels like you're being scammed. I mean, the average payment on a new car is $800 now. In my last couple videos, I talked about subscriptions and paywalls that block you from using the features that you're paying for. We've reached the point that modern cars are surveillance systems that monitor you while you operate the vehicle, to the point that the car can determine if you're fit to drive and disable the engine. Cars have stopped being something that moves you from point A to point B and instead have turned into just another way to collect data. Fortunately, consumers are starting to vote with their wallet. There's over 3 million new cars sitting on lots across America right now that are not moving, and 500,000 of those are from the previous model year that never sold. I don't know if people are boycotting or maybe we just can't afford it anymore. Either way, the auto industry spent decades making Americans love cars. I mean, who drives like we do? But now it just feels like cars are the latest example of how corporate America tries to extract value from us.
Well, y'all, you know, the car industry was never going to be spared. If you remember back when Donald Trump came in office, he had proposed 50-year mortgages. That's what he proposed. You're going to be indebted to a bank for 50 damn years because housing has gone up. Now look at what they're doing to the auto industry, the same damn thing. Now you get a vehicle that's over $100,000 and they give you 84 months to pay it off. That's crazy. That's crazy. Who would want it? That is insane. And plus, I don't want AI in my car, y'all. I don't want AI in my car. I don't want AI determining whether I should drive or should not drive. What if I'm sick and I'm just trying to get to a doctor? So I may behave a little differently because I'm sick. I don't want no car shutting off in the middle of the road talking about they're detecting something wrong. And what if I need that help and it's life-threatening and the car is shutting off? They saying that you're not sitting right. You're not doing this right. It's determining you're not driving the same. No, I don't need that. You know how many lives can be lost from that happening? Hell no, I don't want that. Hell no. Since they're putting that in 2027, you won't see me with a 2027. They can all sit there as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, this is crazy what's going on out here. You know, this is nothing but the federal government spying on all of us. That's all this is. So now they're putting AI in cars to spy on drivers. That is taking it a step way too far. If I'm paying $800 a month, AI ain't telling me what to do behind the wheel of my own car. I'm sorry. I am not paying that amount of money and then being controlled by AI. And then the AI is now submitting my info to who knows, God knows who. Okay, no. That ain't happening. Ain't happening. Yeah, they're weaponizing AI against us. Why would you punish a person that bought a brand new vehicle and now you surveilling that person? Nah. Y'all always take things a step too far. It's not surprising, but all I can do is wake up and pray the Most High will take these damn people out of power, because I think we all had enough now. They're not going to bring anything good to this world. All they're going to do is, just like with this AI technology in your car, all they're going to do is keep bringing misery to everybody. For real. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for your support and for being here. My last live is at 5:45. And that's going to be on Rick Chow getting off in court. And we're going to talk about that. So I will see you then. Don't forget to pick up your hair products and have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Hey y'all, Jacob here. I'm at the Montgomery County Courthouse in Tennessee, where Shut the Builders protest is being held with Jake Lang. 2 white nationalists and 1 protest can never be a good thing. But as you can see, it is a monstrosity, right? A bunch of chaos. Yeah, just kidding. There's no one here. So
Shut the Builder is all the way down bad. He has W folks clowning him all over the country, right? Now, they were supposed to have a rally outside of the courthouse while he was at court the other day, and you got W's all out there going live, making fun of him. They said, hey, I'm live here from the Chud the Builders rally, and it's really wild out here. You turn around, there's nobody, right? And they're laughing and joking. He has black conservatives that turned their back on him. But he's making pleas in court right now because his truck was seized during the power. And he's saying that his fiance can't get around with their baby without the truck. And he's asking the court to release his truck. And they're like, no, dog, that's been seized too. That's part of an investigation. So he's really like down bad, and he's going through it. So while he was in court, this is what they're reporting. Chud the Builder's emotional plea in court: return my truck for my fiance's sake. Right? Chud the Builder is making an emotional plea in court to get his Ford truck back, claiming cops seized it during his recent arrest, but have yet to return it. Right? We obtained new court docs showing Chud asked for his 2018 white Ford F-250 to be turned over to him. The vehicle was taken into custody by cops after Chud's May arrest, right? Chud says the seized car was not contraband or evidence at the in the arrest. He says the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office continued to hold onto his car without legal justification. Is causing undue hardship to him and his fiance, who needs to pick up to get around, right? So the whole thing is he brought this on himself. You know, he out there, he down bad now, but he was out there acting crazy. He wasn't thinking about that prior to, you know, this incident that he's in. Now she needs the truck to get around, but you wasn't thinking about her when you was out there trying to clown black people and doing all kinds of foolishness. TMZ first reported Chud was involved in a pow-pow outside the Tennessee courthouse. He was arrested after the incident and charged with criminal attempt, unaliving, employing a firearm, doing dangerous felony assault, reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. Chud's bond was recently lowered to $1 million after he claimed bond companies were afraid to get involved. After he claimed bond companies was afraid to get involved in this case. Now this is the whole thing. So this dude, remember, he was just saying that the fiance. He was just saying that the fiance was going to change the name of their son because this dude is running around doing all kinds of wild stuff and he's dangerous. But he was even online doing this with minors.
Following me. What's your name?
Cameron.
Cameron? I was just talking about I need to find a cute little blonde somewhere.
Oh.
You got a boyfriend?
Yeah, and I'm 16.
Oh, okay, great. We're cooked, chat. Y'all saw her, that she was chopped for 16. She looked about 25. Just want to get her on some Accutane, poor girl.
So again, Chud was basically saying that his fiance ain't want nothing to do with him. He's on there, man, flirting with 16-year-olds. Like this dude is just crazy. Right? He's asking the court to release his truck, right? Because he said his truck wasn't being used, wasn't used when the crime was committed, right? Man, the courts ain't trying to hear none of that kind of stuff, right? Remember, he had videos that he didn't even want the public to see. Like, this guy was crazy.
Well, I can say whatever.
Exactly.
What is it?
We can say we want.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I don't agree with that.
Oh, these boomers.
I got blacks in my family.
It's okay. You lover. You heard me. Any type of extrapolation brain. And just imagine, just imagine the headline. Let the black man. I mean, I almost feel like it's going to happen. I don't want it to happen, but they do not know how to behave, and I refuse. I refuse to give up my country to allow them to misbehave.
So Chud has this racist casino that wants to bond him out because he has another bond hearing tomorrow. But this guy right here, Robbie Harvey, he's been calling out these W supremacists for a long time now, right? And he's been really getting at them. And he's getting at them for supporting Chud, right? And he says the state of Tennessee has moved to revoke Chud the Builder's bond from April the 8th. Even with that, they've moved to block all donations because racists believe they can blindly give without understanding what due process actually is. All of you gave to a cause without doing your homework because you're relying on uneducated racists for information. Chud wasn't doing this for free speech. He was doing this to take advantage of you and your blind faith. Now he's hoping you'll come to his rescue for a situation he created. You do understand you can still be racist and give to reputable organizations who push your nonsense. Who do things by
by the letter of the law. That's what true freedom of speech is. People who do things the right way, no matter what the message is. Yet you wasted hundreds of thousands because a dummy thought it was a good idea to harass an entire race and shoot someone. And a superior race fails once again at understanding the basics, right? So this is a W. This is a W getting at them, for the foolishness that that they've been doing, right? So hold on, let's go over here, right? So then, Assistant District Attorneys Chris West argued that Tennessee's source of funds statute requires donations to be verified. He said most of the money raised for Ethan Lee came from anonymous or unidentifiable donors, making verification virtually impossible. So they're saying that they got to know where this money comes from, right? Because he's charged with a hate crime and it was hate speech. He could be getting money from underground cells, underground networks could be funding him. So the FBI needs to know who's funding them, where is that money coming from? And most of those donors were anonymous donors because people didn't want to attach their names to him for things he's doing. They just wanted to support him, right? So now outside the courthouse, you got people that's showing up, right? Because remember, Jake Lane, he also showed up, but he got arrested because he came in the courtroom with that foolishness. But you got people outside the courtroom doing this.
I'm here in support of Dalton Etherly and an advocate for the First Amendment. I believe he acted in self-defense, and Tennessee is very clear about stand your ground law, and I don't think that he did anything unlawful. It's not attempted murder. He was attempting to prevent his own murder. He has a right to defend his life, his liberty, and the pursuit of happiness per the Constitution.
The reality is, this is America. We have rights and liberties that we must exercise and be able to maintain. We can't have any inch of those liberties being taken from us.
If we lose the First Amendment, they're going to come for the Second Amendment. And we need the Second Amendment to defend the First Amendment.
This guy who assaulted Chud, and Chud went to defend himself, and now he has a book being thrown at him. Chud had every right to self-defense. Yes, he was a provocative person, and there was premeditation in that provocation. But what he was trying to exemplify is that we have the ability and the freedoms in America to exercise our liberties to the full extent, and that we should possess the full extent of our liberties and our rights. And those things should be maintained.
There's always a time and place, and whether you deem something disrespectful or respectful doesn't negate the fact that you have the right to express yourself in this country.
Do you think there's any credence to the thought that, like, if you bring a weapon and then try to provoke somebody, that it's kind of premeditated?
I mean, that's an allegation. You can't really.
I mean, he was doing it for like weeks though, online with the camera.
And you're calling that provocation? People showing up to these things in real life to really make our voices heard. I think social media is going to be the downfall of all of us. I think social media is a pacifier for the people, because when people are hushed and not taking any action and not standing up for one another, that's when you allow the powers that be to take true control. And that's very dangerous for us as Americans. Okay, we don't want things to happen to us like that have happened in other communist countries.
This Chud situation just shows you just how racist and dumb these people are. Now, this is the thing. They're saying that he has a right to express his freedom of speech. But what he don't have the right to do is go around and harass people, like literally go and break the law. Like you're going up to people and harassing them, calling them racial slurs, right? With a firearm on you, right? You're antagonizing people to do something because you're harassing them. They're not a part, they don't know you. They're not a part of your joke. They're not a part of your live stream. You're coming live streaming these people who don't want to be on video, walking up to them, saying very disrespectful things and racial slurs, right? And when they respond, you macing them, you got a firearm, right? And then you're putting text out there saying, basically at the end it would be an unalive chimp on the ground, right? So now this is supposed to be legal, but this goes to show you the IQ of these people and what they think of you, right? What they think of you. So they're going tooth and nail out of their way to say that this guy's innocent when you have other W folks are saying, no, it's not. But man, he's going around harassing a whole race of people, right? For no reason. People that never done anything to him. That's illegal. He's breaking the law. And because he was breaking the law, something bad ended up happening where somebody almost ended up losing their lives. But these people, they're still making an excuse. But I guarantee you, If it was the other way around, it was a black man going harassing W folks doing this on video, oh man, he'd be in jail or probably he have a permanent pose 6 feet deep. But y'all let me know what y'all think, man. If you made it this far in the video, hit that like button, subscribe to Street Media TV, leave your comments in the comment section. Remember, I love y'all. Till the next time. Peace.
Found out that, you know, I reckon me and my mother alike, we both wake up around 4:30 in the morning. But when these mercenaries surrounded me, and they tried to push me in the game, when they said one of them said smoke them, I was only looking at the faces. Other, you know what I'm saying? Other forces actually see when, you know, they grab their waistband, you know what I'm saying? And I could see certain, my peripheral vision seeing certain things, but I was wondering why. I said, why was I so focused on the faces? And I recall a 19-year-old Deborah Johnson talking about being taken at that same exact location. She, you know what I'm saying, don't know how this is going to turn out. Remember their faces. That, you know what I'm saying? And subconsciously, I clicked right into that. You know what I'm saying? Right in the same exact location to be a tender push in that gangway. You know what I'm saying? And over here in the interview, say, smoke them. You know what I'm saying? So these are, like I say,
so real quick, again, I know you got to go, but yeah. I'm seizing the time right now. You're saying that you show up to this space. This is on December 3rd, which is something that you all didn't organize, but this is where you commemorate on December 4th. Now, from what I read, this took place at 4 p.m. December 3rd, and the assassination was 4 a.m. December 4th. Is that correct?
Around 4:30 p.m. and the assassination around 4:35 a.m. But this is 4:30 p.m. And you know what I'm saying? And even
you saying they said smoke you. So that you saying, because I saw a video and I'm confused about why smoke you for what? Smoke means take you out. Smoke you, why? Because you showed up to where your father was assassinated? Is that what you saying, brother? I mean, I'm confused, and I'm sure the audience is. What
you think you?
How does that?
You should hear some in the background. People who now you, as you stated, you know me quite some time.
Yes, sir.
People of the lady. There was one lady, a neighbor was in the video. She said, wait a minute. She said, that's his son. So this is a forced classroom. A lot of people do some deeper thought, because a lot of times people have this romanticism, like, oh, that's nice, everybody together, coming to. No, the contradictions are being heightened. You know, and I attempted all, you know what I'm saying, like even this prior to this, some contradictions were exposed. Some individuals literally said, well, that there was an attempt to do an unauthorized, a bogus play on Chairman Fred. And then a mercenary, you know what I'm saying, another mercenary, one of the same state mercenaries, had ran up on me. This is on my social media too, and said, get your hand out your pocket. And at the time, I couldn't. The white kept saying this, and you know, but it's in my memory. It's in my memory banks. You know what I'm saying? That term. You know what I'm saying? That being a code word to get out. You know what I'm saying? That the infamous words. You know what I'm saying? Pre-assassination of Malcolm X. You know, minutes. And I'm talking to individuals who were supposed to be in the party. I said, you see the coincidence? And they had no, they didn't understand the significance of that term. I said, wow. So it's really forcing like a forced classroom to go back.
How can you not? How can you? I mean, anybody know that's like you talking about yelling fire in a crowded room. You say something crazy like that anywhere, that's like, I mean, whoever would even say that,
and that
would be looked at as suspect.
And this has been the consistency. That was before this actual event. And he pushed this gangway, this same gangway, over 2 decades, more than 30 years.
And a gangway for folks that in Chicago is like an alley. That's some Chicago, you know.
Chicago. Because in fact, I commented about Baltimore one time. I said they don't have no gangways or something like the houses. I remember that.
I didn't even know what you was talking about until I saw it. I'm like,
yeah. And this same area here, over 30 years ago, individuals were hustling, plantation poison, drugs, narcotics. They were getting down right there. Right. And I talked to them, I said, hey man, y'all know the significance of this? And they said, the police don't mess with us right here. And I talked to this is what Chairman Fred and Lamar Clark was assassinated. They literally told their people, say, hey man, pack up. We not touch this ground here, we don't get out right here. They respected it. So we pushed in this, try to attempt to push this to this same area and hear those words. Hey.
All right. So first off, just give us your background, where you're from.
My name is Giovanni, 66 years old, was born and raised in Guayaquil, Ecuador. Came to New York City by the age of 29, living in New York City 37 years. And I love New York City. Thank you so much.
Okay. So what exactly do you like about New York?
Okay, say that again.
What do you like about New York?
What I like about New York, everything. I like the subways. I like the theaters. I like the financial district. I like the parks. I like the people. New York City is a wonderful place to live. I like Brooklyn, Manhattan, the Bronx, Queens, Staten Island. I love summer in New York City. If you want to have fun, come to New York City for summertime.
So let me ask you, what is your take on, I guess like right now, our current political situation?
I thank you so much. Current political immigration, talking about the United States or only New York City?
You can say you would go as far as United States.
As far as United States, I like that we won something out of Iran. I don't know what we had won, but we won. Okay, and I like the fact that we took. I come from South America. We took Maduro out of the power. Okay, and then many other places coming down out of those things. I like the fact that there's less use of drugs in all New York City, and I like the fact that I feel progress. I feel more. I see that there are more talented people, okay, doing things that I couldn't even imagine before. I'm grateful to God that we are going into a different situation with the AI. We need more talents that we have right now. And so far, so good. It's doing very well.
All right. So you said where'd you say you're from again?
I come from Ecuador.
Ecuador. Okay. So what do you think about all the scamming that they found going on?
What kind of scamming?
Okay, so you have the Somalis, they stole over $19 billion. You have the Indians with the H-1B1 visas. You have the Africans, no matter where they come from, they have been caught scamming. You have the Nightingale situation, which is like particularly all over, but we'll take that into New York and say like there's a lot of nurses who actually don't have high school diplomas. They come from different countries, and they are now in hospitals treating people.
Thank you so much. My name is Giovanni, 66 years old, studied medicine for 3 years. I understand the importance of having vaccinations. When I came to New York City, I had to apply for visa as a medical student and a businessman, and I have to wait, and I have to go to school, and I have to go so many things to reapply. I have to learn English again, although I spoke English before coming here. I have to go back into the system and apply. And there was the time when we needed nurses for people to treat people with HIV, and I apply and I won. Thank you so much.
So when exactly was that?
That will be last century, my dear.
Okay. So you've been here for quite some time.
Thank you. Yes, correct. Okay.
So what year did you exactly arrive?
I arrived 1989.
1989? Damn, well, I was born 1985. And I know I don't look my age at all. But
neither do I.
Yeah. So okay, so you was born around you arrived around that time, correct? Okay. In which they actually had you take English again?
Yes. I taught English as a second language for 9 years. I'm a professional English teacher, and I came here and I have to go to school again to revalidate my titles and learn how to read, write, make comedy in English, write things, speak English like a normal American citizen, so I can become a nurse, because I will take orders from doctors and patients, and I have to take the right orders. I'm not gonna do bad things to them, and I have to demonstrate the public that I'm qualified as a nurse, and I have to speak the language, definitely.
Okay. All right. So like I told you before, on our
as you know, this is a huge push to the reason why Trump was voted for, right? And basically it's for his immigration policies, right? He's basically saying like, hey, there's a lot of people who don't deserve to be here, who've taken advantage of the United States. The Somalis, like I said, they stole over $19 billion within the past over 20 years. And we are seeing scam after scam after scam. And a lot of things have come into the light. H-1B1 visas, you know, Trump was in talks with India to get students here so that they can help out. But then we're finding out that I would say like majority of all of them, I say about 1% of them are actually good for us. The rest is not good for us at all. You have people who have like these businesses where ghost businesses where nobody is there working at all, but yet you have people running around with different type of vehicles like BMWs, like some of them have mansions, different houses, and you have like a lot of like I said, the Somalis again, they're taking over Minnesota where they're being rude to the people who are actually from Minnesota, right? And there is also in Texas right now where we have the Indians going on, they've been caught pooping everywhere, right? So they have signs up in India where they're saying, hey, stop pooping, you know, because in India, they actually drop their pants down and they go wherever they need to go. Yes, it's a cesspool there, but that's that. What do you think about that?
It's completely disgusting. As you've noticed, I work in Central Park, just behind you and I, right there. That is the bathroom. And people getting married here in Central Park, and there are other people it's doing exactly what you're saying, peas and doing the poop over here in Central Park, while people are getting married in the park, while people are celebrating graduations in Central Park. And if you ask them politely in good English, will you stop doing that? They answer you in a very entitled and angry way. I'm here. I'm better than you, and I can do whatever I want to do here in Central Park. I was invited to do here.
Are you shitting me?
Over there, there is, and there are many, there are 22 gazebos here in Central Park where people get married. Okay? There are gazebos right there. And during the pandemic, there was a place where people tasted on the gazebos while somebody was getting married.
And these are immigrants. So you actually seeing this firsthand. I mean, could you drive around here?
Yeah, they don't know it. They feel that they're entitled just because they complain, the government this, the government that, and after they complain, they are aggressive and they're entitled and they think they can do whatever.
That's crazy.
And it happens. Now, I asked you about if I could say something about New York City. Since January 1st, New York City have changed for the worse. Unbelievable. I come from Ecuador. Okay, I heard the story from Castro. I heard the story from Maduro. I heard the story from my own people. I met him in person. Korea, they always come with the same song. I saw the song that Mandani is singing. I'm gonna expropriate this. I'm gonna give you free this. I'm gonna give you free that. I'm gonna give you upside free money so you can vote for me and I control your life. Mandami is going right there. Mandami is Muslim. Mandami tax everybody. I feel like I'm being taxed as in the Muslim country, the jizya money, which is a tax that New York taxers should pay to the Muslim because this is right now a Muslim land and the mayor of the city is Muslim.
Right. You seen the huge prayer they had going on on 42nd Street.
Exactly. Oh, thank God you mentioned the heart prayer. Okay, they're human beings and they need to wash their hands, before praying, take off their shoes before praying, wash their feet before praying, use the bathroom before praying. And Times Square is not a place for doing something like that. It's for theaters and for entertainment, not for prayer. Definitely. They can go in front of their own mosques, 116, 75, anywhere. They can pray in front of their mosque right there. Nobody's
You talking about their mosque?
Exactly.
So let me ask you. So let me ask you this: do you know that a lot of the mosques that have been built around New York and any place else, you know, there's a lot of pedophilia going around there.
Yeah, I know that. I know that. I work in transportation. I've seen it. I've been when they celebrate and they come with their folklorical clothing, and they, as soon as they wear their folklorical clothing, they think they're entitled to look at everybody like we are strange animals, and they are the owners of this place.
So basically, they look at the women as a piece of meat.
100% yes, and they think that they are entitled according to their own scriptures, because the women are not dressing in a modest way. That's the only thing that Quran says. They are entitled to abuse them because they are offending Allah with their clothing. Okay, and they can do that. Okay, this is what's going on right now here in New York City. Because of Miami, there are less police presence in the city. Okay, so and the media is not helping. It's getting useful. People are getting used to that. The Muslims don't right here. They're getting better. They think they have political power because women don't have the education. Men don't get education. Our education system is completely going down and under.
Well, let me tell you this. Did you know that Mandani is, yes, he's the mayor, but did you know that there were other Muslims who ran for candidacy in other places and won?
Yeah, I know that. Sure, they won, and everybody, and okay, the song, the plant is the same. Tax, tax, tax. All the Muslims all around the world, they want to tax everything. They want to confiscate. They want to complain, entitle, dominate.
Do you know that Congress is actually working on a law saying that there's no the Sharia law, right? Because you know, man down there, I think he was thinking about doing Sharia law or something like that. Don't hold me to that, but they're basically saying like there's no Sharia law coming to the United States, right?
As of right now, but let me tell you something. Okay, they want to impose. The Quran says that there will be a moment when Islam will conquer the whole world. It did, like about 800 years ago. Was the time when there were slaves around the world. The biggest slave traffic happened only with the Muslims. Okay, sex trafficking only happened with the Muslims. That's it. Okay, it happens over there.
So basically, you see the Muslims as they're trying to conquer the West. This is their way of basically trying to take over the rest.
They want to come right here and tell you you deserve to die because you don't worship Allah. You are the enemy of Allah. I have the right to kill you.
So what do you think about ICE right now?
ICE, poor thing. I'm grateful to God that we have the president that we have.
So you support Trump?
I feel respected.
Okay.
I feel more respected now with President Trump in the power than with President Biden. I felt so humiliated when the immigration came right here. And you heard what happened. I felt insulted because I told the people, this is America. This is America. And they say, no, this is going to be a Muslim city. This is going to be a Muslim country.
So you have Muslims actually around here basically tell you that.
100% every day. Do you know how much hate there's from Muslim people to gay people?
I'm well aware.
Yeah. You're aware. Okay. Sometimes I walk around, I've never seen them, and I see a gay guy walking around the Muslim. They start insulting and mocking, humiliate them for no reason. And on top of that, they pretend to be the victims.
And you're part of the LGBT community.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I have a best friend who's gay, so it doesn't really matter to me.
Yeah, we respect one another. Okay, but Muslims don't respect. They pretend to be on your favor. Okay, for some time they use you like a stupid idiot until you're not more useful, and they kick you out of the business.
Okay. So any last words before we go? What would you like to say?
I would like to say, please, Donald Trump, listen to this. The port, Ilhan Omar. Next one should be Mandani. Please, before all those fraud things happens in New York City, please deport Mandani.
All right, man. It is nice meeting you. I'm glad we got a chance to talk to when we stop the speech.
Yes.
You can also catch this on the YouTube channel.
Me again, what is takia?
What is takia?
Takia is to lie in order to gain progress for Islam.
Okay. Actually, I think I heard of that.
Okay. Oh, what is takia?
Oh, he is he ain't trying to answer. What is takia?
Takia is real, and it's the only way Islam progress by lying in order to prosper Islam in the place they go.
Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We're here, we're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video on your social media platforms, and please, most importantly, do not forget to follow me where? On Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's stream. Let's get the live rolling. We got to talk about it, man. Yesterday was a good day. All right. So far, so good. Shout out to my man Papa Onayo Shelly for finally catching a live for the first time in a while. Shout out to you, bro. And shout out to my man, that dude Saul. The Telegram gang is in here. Let's get into this though, man. Like I said, yesterday was a good day. So far, so good. As you can see here, Steve Hilton is still hanging on to the #1 spot to make it to the November runoff as governor of California. And you see Xavier Becerra, however you say his last name, you know, he's in second place. And then Tom Steyer is in third place. But then the race that's the most closest to me, because I live in Los Angeles, my man, Spencer Pratt. All right. My man, Spencer Pratt, he's holding on strong to second place in the race for mayor here in Los Angeles, right? Now, the only issue that we have here in between Spencer Pratt and even Steve Hilton, more so for Spencer Pratt, is that, you know, we all know how they get down here in California. We're still waiting on the magical mail-in ballots to fall out the sky. Okay, we're still waiting on a magical mail-in ballots to come tumbling out the sky and bring Natia Raman out the grave, right? That's what they're waiting for. And they're really, really, really hoping that Becerra, however you say his name is, Xavier Becerra and Tom Steyer can take over the #1 and #2 spot for the governor's race. Remember, as I highlighted to you guys here yesterday, this was from the LA Times, vote count for California governor and LA mayor could be painfully slow. Don't expect instant gratification. So it may take days, if literally not weeks, to find out who's actually advancing to November's runoff. But when it comes to the mayoral race here with Spencer Pratt and Raman battling for second place, that's what we really have to keep an eye on to watch. Spencer Pratt has a comfortable enough lead right now to where these magical mail-in ballots shouldn't be an issue. But you just never know. We are talking about California. Okay? We are talking about California. Someone told me in the comment section yesterday, and then I went and looked it up for myself to see if it was true. Back in 2010, when Kamala Harris was running for AG in 2010, it took her 11 days to finally take the lead in that race and ultimately win. I kid you not. She was losing her AG race in 2010 for close to 2 weeks straight until they finally were able to find enough magical mail-in ballots to just fall out the sky and give her the lead and ultimately win and become the AG. Okay, so once again, anything's possible. Anything's possible when it comes to the corruption of California. But I am holding out for the best, and I am very confident that Spencer Pratt is going to lock in that number 2 spot, and that Steve Hilton is going to stay locked in at the number 1 spot. If not number 1, he'll be number 2. But there's absolutely no way Steve Hilton's going to drop down to number 3. That would just be completely beyond absurd for Tom Steyer to have a 10-point jump. That would be completely crazy. But once again, this is California. It is California, right? But one thing that I really want to highlight next is how much in panic liberals are right now. The idea of losing power is unraveling them. I asked a question in the live chat. I have a question posted in the live chat, but I also would like for you guys to answer it as well if you're watching a replay. And the question that I have in the live chat here is, could California become a battleground state in the future? When I look at this here, this tells me that they can be. It does. It tells me that they can be, and that we can be, I should say, because I live here. You know, because once again, people seemingly, at least enough of us, have had enough. And that seems to be true across the board nationwide. And I want to play this clip for you here before we get into the Democrats unraveling, right? Because Nitya Raman is out here crying because she's in 3rd place. You have an MSNBC reporter that's cutting the news feed because they don't want to hear the truth coming from the people on the ground here in Los Angeles. But most importantly, I want to highlight the fact and the reality that overall people do appear to be just completely sick and tired of the foolishness coming from the DNC. Let me play this CNN clip here. I didn't get a chance to watch the whole thing. It's 1 minute and 45 seconds long, too. I didn't know it was that long. We might not play the whole thing, but let me play some of it just so we get the gist of what they're talking about here. So allow me to bring this article down and pull that video up for you guys.
How upset are they in Congress, right? So you see this 46% who are satisfied with the party, the majority who are dissatisfied with the party. Again, this 46% lower than they were satisfied with Biden as the nominee after the worst debate performance of all time. And you can just see it right here. I mean, Democrats' net approval of congressional Democrats. Look at this. In October of 2025, right, during that shutdown, that first shutdown, plus 22 points on the net approval rating. So Democrats, okay, fairly satisfied with Democrats in Congress. Today, though, look at that. That is an over 30-point drop, a decline right into the ocean right there, minus 9 points. And I will note, it had never been negative. Democrats had always had a positive net approval rating of their own party in Congress, in every Congress before this one. But now what we're seeing is consistent numbers across the board where Democrats are underwater. Congressional Democrats are underwater with their own party. And that's why I think these primaries are going to be so interesting, because they're going to tell us, okay, which way do Democrats want their party to go?
But
How
that's the
upset are
question.
they?
Is there
We don't have to watch any more of that. I don't want to belabor this point too much. They went from plus 22 in October of 2025 to now negative 9%. That is a crazy plummet, a crazy fall from grace, a crazy fall from grace. But once again, this just highlights, coming back to California, right, and Los Angeles, how people are sick and tired. They're tired. Enough of us are getting tired and are willing to cross that line, right? Me, I vote common sense. So you guys know I'm Spencer Pratt and Steve Hilton all the way. But when you talk about Spencer Pratt grabbing, obviously, common sense voters like myself, and then grabbing also those voters who normally would not vote, as Spencer Pratt has done a masterful job with his campaign, being in the field on the ground with the people, the key thing, the key thing, right, is that Spencer Pratt, as well as Stephen Hilton, but specifically Spencer Pratt at this moment, is flipping candidates, flipping constituents from Democrat to Republican. I want you to look at this clip here. Check this out. But before I play that, shout out to my man Papa Onaya Shelley, who said, I know we don't tarry on this venue, but these fools cheating. F out of here with these mail-in votes, bro. I know the mail-in votes are just, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And if I just may take a moment, I want to show you how ridiculous this is concerning the mail-in votes, right? Concerning the mail-in votes. Let me pull this video down. Let me show you guys something. I'm glad you said that because it reminded me of something that I wanted to talk about. Look at this here. Let's pull this back up. Okay, and then let me pull this down so you guys can see. Look at this. I'm going to full screen this, and then let me remove my banner for a moment so you can get a clearer shot of this. This is ridiculous. And yes, Fat Boo, she said, TD, I know you're tired. The first 2 minutes of this stream, I just couldn't. My brain was in a fog. I was just I just couldn't get anything out. The first 2 minutes of this stream, Fat Boo, she knows, she can see it. Like TD is tired. It's late in the day. I normally don't go live this late in the afternoon. But anyways, let me get to the point. Okay. The point is this. Let me pull this banner down. Okay, and full screen this with the mail-in ballot foolishness. Look at what you have here. 62% of expected votes in an estimated 322,000 mail-in ballots are just out there in the wind waiting to blow in, right, to a voter polling station, near me. Well, they'll start counting more votes going to Nitya Raman, right? Because that's what they're looking for and that's what they're hoping for. It's very annoying. And then it's even worse when you get to the governor's race, right? Because look at this here, right? So you thought this was bad. Estimated remaining votes, 322,000. Look at how many estimated remaining votes there are for the governor's race. Estimated remaining votes, 4.1 million mail-in ballots just out there. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? They have 4.1 million mail-in ballots just sitting, in the tank, sitting in the reserve, just waiting to pull out, right? To bring Steve Hilton down or to bring Spencer Pratt down, in case it gets a little bit too hairy and a little bit too dicey and the Democrats just might actually lose power. Like I said, like you said, man, these mail-in ballots, going back to what Papa Onaya Shelley said, it's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. It's foolishness. And the reality is that these people are just cheating. You cannot convince me otherwise. You cannot. There's nothing that you can say that you convince me otherwise when it comes to these mail-in ballots. You can't convince me of otherwise, right? But now I want to go back to the point that I was making earlier. Let's go back to the point that I was making earlier of what liberals are terrified of and why they're melting down and why they're panicking. We're going to get into the meltdown, the crying, and the panicking, but I want to first highlight what they truly fear, and that's Spencer Pratt's ability to convert constituents and bring them to the other side of the street, from liberal to conservative, from Democrat to Republican. Those who are willing to say, you know what, I'm going to give this a shot because these liberals are just too much. It's too much, man. Look at this clip here from a Democrat who voted for Spencer Pratt in the primary and said he is more than willing to vote for him again in the runoff against Karen Bass, so long as he stays on message and he can continue to convince me as he has already done. They are terrified of this, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this here.
Spencer Pratt.
Let me wind it back just a little bit. Take it from the top and action.
As a Democrat, are voting for Spencer Pratt.
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
I do like his approach for the homelessness. As a person who used to be homeless myself, I was rendered the services that he's talking about. I was able to change my life, 10 years sober with no alcohol and stuff like that. So his approach is really good. I do think it's fair for him to go off with the runoff with Karen Bass. This way, both of them can go ahead and prove to me why they deserve my vote. So as of today, I'm doing it, yes, because I do like his approach and I do think he deserves a fair chance. But come November, it could be different.
Okay, but it's been really interesting how many people are animated one way or another.
That open-mindedness is what has liberals terrified. That's what has them terrified. Because normally that open-mindedness doesn't exist. Normally the mindset is vote blue no matter who. All right. Just vote Democrat. Doesn't matter who's on the ticket, just vote Democrat. But that's changing. That's shifting. We're watching it happen in real time. Like my man Papa Onayasheli said again, and shout out for 27 months of service as a channel member. Papa Onayasheli said, pure foolishness, TD. We are tired of all of it. These people despise the American voter. They 100% do. 100% do. It's all foolishness, and it's just cheating, man. Just straight cheating. And shout out to Fat Boo for becoming a channel member. I appreciate you, Fat Boo, for showing support to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Once again, what we just watched right here is what they're terrified of, because the people are with Spencer. They're with Spencer. They're not with Nitya Raman, and they're not with Karen Bass. We see what it looks like when Spencer Pratt goes outside. He gets love. People want to talk to him. They want to shake his hand. Women want to hug him, and they believe in him, you know? But when, look at this, when Karen Bass goes outside, she gets this. This is what she gets.
She spent $400 million on Inside Safe and only permanently housed 1,500 people. 1,500 people. $400 million we spent on her program. She has tried to fight audits nonstop. I am not. I don't care. I'm trying to get answers. She has been running for years and she won't answer the questions. Karen Bass, why have you been fighting an audit of Inside Safe? Why? You guys just want to sit there and run cover for her. Shame on all of you. All of you. You ask her softball questions. We have real problems. You guys are the fucking problem.
Ooh, I didn't know he cursed at the end. I'm mad about that. I should have watched that video all the way through. Okay. But nonetheless, that's the real and raw emotion coming from the people of Los Angeles, right? The real raw emotion coming from the people of LA. They're sick and tired of the lies, sick and tired of the fraud, sick and tired of the foolishness. And what you see right there is how it should be. Okay. That's how it should be. Politicians like Karen Bass and Nitya Raman, who have destroyed Los Angeles, politicians like Brandon Johnson, who have destroyed Chicago, they should not be able to go outside, okay, without having to deal with this regularly. The moment you step outside, the people should be on their bumper, running them right back inside of their home or their vehicle, because they are bombarding them with the truth that they do not want to hear. All right. Once again, what we're seeing here, what almost looks like a revolt here in California, this is what they are scared of. This is why you have people like Nitya Raman, who was quite literally crying, okay, crying yesterday because she got third place. Look at this here. She starts crying on stage, all right? Like that's her last minute pitch, even though like the votes were done and tallied, and it's over with already for the most part. Nobody can vote anymore. But like, she's in such disbelief at the idea of liberals losing power. She's sitting on stage crying. Listen to this here.
This room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
Let's hear that one more time, because that was very satisfying. Very, very, very satisfying.
Person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
I don't want to belabor the point, but just for a lot of our satisfaction, I just want to play it just one last time. I don't mean to be obnoxious, but I have to play it one more time full screen. One more time full screen. I wish I could zoom in more on her face.
Person in this room is fighting for in this campaign has been about building a city that's worthy of you and every child in the city.
she has a lot of nerve to pretend to care about the children of this city. She was the one that voted against having homeless encampments moved 500 feet away from public schools, elementary schools, and daycares. She voted against it. And just so you guys know, with the foolishness that's going on here in California, though that law passed, and it's a law that we discussed, a couple of streams ago, right? The law that Nitya Raman voted against, once again, that would force that would make it so homeless encampments cannot be within 500 feet of a school, right? They're not actually enforcing this law, right? They do things like this, and they'll pass laws like this just to appease the people, to the degree that people seem to be rising up, all right, against them. They'll pass laws like this and not enforce them. My son, as many of you know, or some of you might know, because I talk about it every now and then, he's in middle school, right? But the other day I drove past his elementary school, that he went to, and I drive past it often. And there's an encampment right on the side of the school, not across the street, right on the side. Like, here's my son's elementary school, here's the sidewalk, and the encampment's right there on top of it. Okay, and it's been there for days. Like I drove past it last week and I saw it there, and then I drove past it again this week and it's still there. So it hasn't gone anywhere. They're not even enforcing the laws that are on the books. So when people say, how is Spencer Pratt going to do the things that he says that he's going to do? It's the same way that Trump did what he did as it pertains to putting an end to illegal immigration and closing the border. Just enforce the laws that are already on the books. We have laws that are on the books that make this stuff illegal already here in Los Angeles. We do. They're just not being enforced. So how's Spencer going to do it? Just enforce the law. That's it. You just simply enforce the law. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Very simple, very easy fix. But that's not what they want to do. All right. Instead, what they want to do, that they want to keep the homeless service complex, industrial complex alive. Because when they do that, let me pull up this little image here for you guys. This is what's really going on. Where's that photo app that I have? Look at this here. This is what it's all about. You see? This is what it's all about. I give the NGOs taxpayer dollars, and then some of that comes back to me in a kickback. Okay? That's what this is all about. So they have no interest or desire in solving any of these issues in California at all whatsoever. And once again, when it comes to the people, and it comes back to the polling question that I asked earlier, and that I would love for you guys to answer once again in the comment section, even if you're watching the stream post live. Do you believe California can become a swing state in the future? I do. Because once again, people are tired, man. They're tired. Look at this clip here. I believe it was from MSNBC, where there was a woman on the street who was interviewing Spencer Pratt voters. And look at how quickly they cut the cameras when they started talking about homeless encampments by children's schools, like what I was just talking about. Listen to this here. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear it. So let me pull that video up. And as I'm doing that, please don't forget, smash the like button. I would really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Much more lively vibe and in very LA fashion. There's now a chopper flying overhead. He's having his party at a Mexican restaurant that he has loved for years. And there's some Spencer Pratt supporters here who seem in a very good mood. You guys have
Instagram Patriot Wildman.
You guys have probably seen the latest batch of polling that just came out. Shows him doing pretty well in second place, just 10 points behind Karen Bass. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel really confident that he's going to make it to the runoff?
Definitely, he's going to make it to the runoff. There's a lot of people who already voted for him. Their votes haven't been counted yet. They voted day of the election, old school style. So I think his numbers are going to get better.
What is it about Spencer Pratt that you just is resonating with you?
Because he's speaking out against communism and socialism, and it is a real big problem in our cities, especially in LA where it's turned to crap. It's not an accident. They're doing it by design. Karen Bass wants to destroy our city, and it's nice to see someone like Spencer Pratt.
I can simplify it because those buzzwords are like they melt the brains of like
leaning people. So let's just say it this way: he doesn't want human feces to be a part of your life. Yeah. He doesn't want homeless children outside.
Totally.
Homeless
Thank
people
you.
outside. Oh,
We
you
have-
didn't
no.
like that.
She
ran away. He doesn't want homeless people outside of the elementary schools having sex with their
We
own
appreciate
hands
you.
in front of the children.
We appreciate you. We've talked a lot about the homelessness. Thank you.
appreciate
All right.
you.
I'm gonna
I don't
Liz,
appreciate
I'm
you,
gonna
ma'am.
toss it back
I got it. Thank you for navigating that so well.
No, we can.
You see how once people start speaking the truth, they don't want to hear anymore? He was talking about exactly what I was saying just now concerning a homeless encampment in front of my son's elementary school on the side of it. He was bringing up that same point, but it's points like that that win people over. When you hear things like this, and most importantly, when you see things like this, when you see it and you continuously hear it confirmed, even if that might not be your reality, because maybe you're in a better situation where you're able to escape these kind of things financially here in Los Angeles. Maybe you live, I don't know, just somewhere in a nicer area, right? But for regular common folk like me, you know what I mean? No, our children have to go to school next to homeless encampments that are right in front of their schools, right? And when you're continuously seeing this validated by the people, they don't want that validated on air. It's one thing for Spencer Pratt to say it. You can just shoot him off and dismiss him as like, a MAGA conspiracy theorist, right? He's just spewing MAGA lies, misinformation, disinformation, right? But when it's coming from the people on the ground, that's a different story. It's a different story. And it's a truth that they do not want to hear. Clearly that they do not want to hear. All right. That's why they shut it down. And with that being said, that's going to do it for today's stream. But before we get out of here, I want to see if this works very quickly. Someone put a comment about Karen Bass being a clown. And I want to see if I can put this on the screen and if it comes up the way I want it to, right? All right, let's see this. Hopefully this works and I'm not going to embarrass myself. A little countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. All right. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. You got to hit the like button for this right here, man. I mean, come on. You got to, for this alone, you got to hit the like button. So hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please, most importantly, as always, do not forget to follow me on Telegram so that way you will never, ever, 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 ever miss a live stream notification when I go live. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next stream, peace and have a great afternoon.
The Border Patrol agents in the Yuma sector arrested 52 people, undocumented immigrants, in a sting called Operation Checkmate.
36 of them booked last month were driving semi-trucks. Our Karina Bazarte spoke with agents who tell us they will all be processed and then deported. Karina.
Border Patrol tells me 29 of those drivers who were arrested during the operation had commercial driver's license issued in states like California, New York, Washington, and Virginia. 3 of those did not have driver's license at all. Border Patrol tells me they frequently arrest commercial unlicensed drivers across Arizona, specifically along freeways and roads entering Maricopa County.
We were enforcing immigration law, which is what we do in specific areas, leading in and out of Arizona.
Some of the drivers arrested, according to CBP, had employment authorization documents obtained during the Biden administration and were no longer valid. Arizona Senator Frank Carroll has been pushing a bill that would bar anyone in the state illegally from operating commercial vehicles in Arizona.
That is in the House right now. We're waiting for it to complete its process there. We're not done with our session, so there's still time.
The proposal will allow law enforcement to require proof of lawful presence during a stop and to impound a truck if a driver can show legal status. Kiro tells me some of his main concerns with who is behind the wheel of those large vehicles is road safety, liability, and language barrier. He says he's trying to stop a pattern of deadly accidents involving undocumented immigrants driving commercial vehicles. We reached out to the president and CEO of the Arizona Trucking Association for comment. He provided us a statement that says, in part, the safety of Arizona's highways depends on every commercial driver being fully qualified, properly licensed, and able to communicate in English with law enforcement and the traveling public.
They're weighing.
And Senator Carroll's bill is moving forward. At the same time, President Trump is cracking down on undocumented truck drivers, leading to 200,000 immigrants losing their driver's license earlier this year. Reporting in Yuma, Karina Basarte for Arizona's Family.
Fucking immigrants are killing people. They're bribing themselves.
The American President Donald Trump's administration is preparing for a fresh crackdown on undocumented immigrants in the country under a proposed new policy. The thousands of migrants could in fact soon face fines of up to $18,000 to cover the cost of their detention and deportation. Under the proposed policy by the Department of Homeland Security, the migrants could in fact be fined nearly about $18,000 to recover the cost of arresting, detaining, and deporting them. The proposed fines will mainly target aliens, as the Trump administration, or rather the American administration, calls these undocumented immigrants who miss their immigration court hearings. In absentia, court had passed orders to deport the said immigrants. Reports now suggest that more than 23,000 people could be impacted by this move. The Congress had ordered the DHS last year to charge fines aimed at encouraging undocumented immigrants to voluntarily leave the country. But the DHS is now proposing to raise the amount from $5,130 to $18,000. The proposed increase comes after the U.S. government had raised concerns over growing deportation and detention expenses. However, according to a recent report by USA Today, immigrant advocacy groups have slammed this move, accusing the Trump administration of targeting vulnerable communities and creating fear amongst the immigrants. The reports also state that critics have reservation that many immigrants miss court hearings due to language barriers and lack of legal support or failure to receive notices on time. The proposal has now been published in the Federal Register, with public comments invited until the 22nd of June. If implemented, the new fines will mark one of the toughest immigration enforcement measures under the Trump administration's renewed crackdown on illegal immigration.
Yeah.
All right, now joining us on the broadcast, we've got WION's correspondent Susan Tehrani, who's joining us live from New York. Susan, it appears that the focus is again back on immigrants. Tell us what's happening on that front.
Yeah, so undocumented immigration is a euphemism for people who entered the country illegally. These are illegal individuals who already have a deportation order from the courts. And while some of them go into hiding, others have self-deported. But the Trump administration now is trying to find an incentive because, as you mentioned earlier, the incentive was that if you self-deport, I think you get something around $1,000 to leave the country, and then you have the opportunity to come back. But now, if you have gone to court and there is a deportation order against you and you fail to leave, they're trying to make it more costly for those individuals. So they're saying that, you know, you're going to not only be fined and charged, but then it'll make it very difficult, almost impossible for you to be able to come back to the United States legally. The justification they're making is that if we put the fines on these individuals, which there's no guarantee that, first of all, this is a proposal that it's going to happen. There's also no guarantee that these people would be able to even pay these fines. I mean, a lot of them are from very vulnerable communities coming to the United States hoping for a better life, albeit illegally. But they say if we impose these restrictions and possibly get the fines, then they can bring the charges and fines down for ICE and immigration that is already spending so much money trying to deport these individuals. So, you know, the argument is both sides. Rights groups say that these are vulnerable communities, you know, they may not be able to do it. But then the Trump administration says, well, somehow we have to get illegal immigration, people that already have a court order, out of the country. So that's where we stand right now. Let's see if this proposal goes through, though.
Indeed, we'll have to wait and watch for that. Thank you very much, Susan Tehrani, for joining us with those updates there.
जुड़ने के लिए now around 30 Indian nationals are found to be living illegally in the United States while working as commercial truck drivers who have been arrested in a federal immigration enforcement operation and are expected to be deported soon. According to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Border Patrol agents from the Yuma sector in Arizona conducted Operation Checkmate between May 11 and May 15, leading to the arrest of 52 individuals who were unlawfully present in the country. Among them, 36 were identified as drivers of commercial semi-trucks. Of the 36 truck drivers arrested, 30 were Indian citizens. The remaining individuals were from Mexico, El Salvador, and Russia. Authorities said the drivers held commercial driver's licenses issued by states including California, New York, Washington, and Virginia, while some did not possess any driver's license at all. Atul Ranjan is joining me with the latest on this. Atul, what can you tell us? We're going to shortly try and re-establish that connection, viewers, with my colleague Atul Ranjan. But at the moment, as I was telling you, around 30 Indian nationals were found to be living illegally in the United States while working as commercial truck drivers. And they have been arrested in a federal immigration enforcement operation and are expected to be deported soon. Atul Ranjan is joining me now. Atul, what can you tell us?
Well, yes, that's right. You know, the Customs and Border Protection Police of the U.S. have apprehended around 52 people who were the commercial truck drivers in the U.S. in the state of Arizona, where they have been apprehended around 2 weeks ago, and the process for deportation has been underway right now. What we are given to understand is that, you know, out of the 52 immigrants who were arrested, at least 30 Indians were, at least 30 of them were Indians, and of which, you know, at least 3 or 4 of them did not even have a driving license, is what we are given to understand. Now, you know, of the 52 arrests that were made, 36 drove semi-trucks, and that is what is we are learning. And of course, some of the immigrants were from different countries of, you know, Mexico, El Salvador, and Russia. And this the whole crackdown is part of the Operation Checkmate of the U.S. that was launched after, given the last few months, we have seen several incidents where illegal immigrants driving commercial vehicles were engaged in road accidents, like fatal road accidents, where at least 6 individuals in 2 different
Thanks, Atul, for joining me. And with that, viewers, it's time for a short commercial break. We'll see you on the other side.
यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री
Right, so them Indians. Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget, most importantly, to follow me where on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's stream. Let's get this show started. This topic right here, this story that we're going to cover today, was not originally the focal point of today's stream. I had an entirely different story that I was going to cover. This was supposed to be the teaser story, as we tend to do as content creators, before we get into the main story. But the more I went through this article, the more apparent it came to me that this is the main story. And as we go through this story, 2 things are going to be established and understood. By the end of this story, we're going to have an even clearer reason for why we need the SAVE Act passed and voter ID laws. We have to pass the SAVE Act now, right? That's going to be established. And secondly, what's going to be established is that it's clear as day now to me, and it will be to you, that when it comes to a certain population in Minnesota, they indeed are above the law, clearly. And that's what we're going to see by the end of this story here. So let's get into this. Check this out here. I want to make sure that I show you this first. I want you to see where I'm pulling my information from, because I'm going to be doing a lot of off-screen reading, because once again, this wasn't supposed to be the main story. But here's what we're going to get into today. Husband of St. Cloud City Council member identified in multi-city voting irregularity probe. Okay. Now, the people that you're looking at on your screen right now, these are the main characters here, right? Let me full screen it for you. And let me come down just a little bit so you can see better. These are the main characters in our story. The man that you're looking at right there, his name is, what is his name again? His name is Tajir Rage. And he's married to the woman to his right, who is Huda Ibrahim, who at the time that this story originally broke and that in the investigation came underway in 2024, she was a candidate for St. Cloud City Council. Now she's in the city council as a member. Just keep that in mind. Remember that as we go through this story. So now what I'm going to do next, like I said, I'm going to do some off-screen reading. I want to pull on the screen right now this amazing graphic that I'm not going to let go to waste. All right. So let me read off of this great graphic that I had here, because once again, this was not supposed to be the main story. And I'm going to read a little bit off this graphic, and then we're going to get back into the article for some more details. But let's take a moment to unpack this here. Let's get into the story. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So as you can see, on October 4th of 2024, election officials discovered 2 absentee ballots submitted under the name of Hani Farah Guru. Surveillance footage captures a woman casting 2 ballots. Investigators observe a man assisting with both ballot submissions. Sherburne County Sheriff's Office assigned Sergeant Austin Turner to investigate. Turner begins reviewing absentee ballot records and surveillance footage. Turner encounters the man on the surveillance video. The man identified himself as Abdi Mahad. Investigators later determined his identity as Tajir Rage. Rage allegedly admits he provided a false name because he was nervous. Well, why would he be nervous? I would say that he's nervous because he's guilty of something. And as we continue to read on, it's going to be more and more apparent that Mr. Tajir Rage is indeed, in my opinion, I assume guilty. Okay? But let's carry on and let's get back into the graphic that I have here. Now check this out. On October 17th of 2024, election staff are formally interviewed. Staff identify Rage as a frequent translator and voter assistant for the Somali community. Concerns are raised regarding voter assistance procedures and large groups of voters brought to election offices. Hani Farah Guru is interviewed. Remember, this is the woman that cast her ballot twice. She reportedly acknowledged submitting 2 ballots. She states she believed she could vote a second time after forgetting to vote for the president on her first ballot. She identifies Tajir Rage as the individual who assisted her. Now, this idea that she believed and she thought that she could vote twice because she forgot to vote for the president on the first ballot sounds completely ludicrous and ridiculous, right? On the surface. But as we continue on and go through the story, it's going to become more and more clear that Tajir Rage, once again, this man here, it's going to become clear that he coerced her and forced her into filling out another ballot. And it appears that this is a pattern of his. This is something that he does regularly. And that's what I want to unpack now. Okay. And once again, this is where a lot of the off screen reading is going to occur. So please let me establish one more time that where I'm getting my information from is not solely, as you can see, the article here, husband of St. Cloud City Council member identified in multi-county voting irregularity probe, but also from here. State of Minnesota, County of Sherburne. State of Minnesota versus Tajir Rage. Okay. Now let's get into some of the information that I originally did not have on the graphic that I just read off to you. So let me do that right now and jump into this on the side. Now check this out. After the first ballot was cast, the woman sat down on her phone. Mind you, this is what they saw on the surveillance footage, okay? The same man reappeared, spoke with her again, and she picked up a second absentee ballot application that had been left nearby and began filling it out. The man assisted her again, and she submitted the second ballot. All right. Now, going back to this graphic here, I want to read one more thing off to you guys. In late 2024, investigators reviewed campaign connections involving Rage and Huda Ibrahim. Additional concerns are reviewed involving voter assistance activities in multiple counties. Okay. So now here is where we get off into this man having the same tactic in multiple counties. Let me pull up my notes on the side and we're going to dive into this here. Now we have witnesses to all this as well. And that's what makes everything that we're going through so ludicrous. Witnesses like elections manager Kenneth Sealer Jr., who is familiar with Rage, said he found it unusual that Rage continually brought in groups of people to vote. Election specialist Carrie Anderson, who is also a witness, told Sergeant Turner that Rage had been bringing in large groups of people, sometimes a dozen at once, since the primary election. From the start, Anderson said the staff grew concerned about whether voters Rage brought in truly understood the oath they were required to sign on their ballot application, an oath only written in English. Anderson told Turner that when she tried to have Rage fully translate the oath to the voters he was accompanying, get this, surprise, surprise,
connected. To this video.
Tactic in multiple counties. Let me pull up my notes on the side and we're going to dive into this here. Now, we have witnesses to all this as well, and that's what makes everything that we're going through so ludicrous. With you are, that's voter suppression. This man is coming in, assisting those in the Somali community, with filling out their absentee ballot application so that they can vote. And when he's asked, hey, we just want to make sure that you're actually translating the oath properly from from English to Somali language, can you please just translate it for us? Like, what are you actually saying to them, like in English? What are you telling them? He immediately played victim and said, oh, whoa, I don't have to tell you anything. I don't have to show or prove to you anything. That's voter fraud. That's voter suppression. I mean, that's not voter suppression. It's just you telling on yourself that you're guilty. That's what that is. You're telling on yourself. Now let's carry on. Because he later returned to apologize. That's nice, right? But I don't really care about all that. Why don't I care about that? This is why. Anderson estimated that Rage had brought in 100 or more voters, and that based on her observation, more than half of them had not been fully advised of their oath before signing. She also told Sergeant Turner that she had observed campaign materials for Huda. Who is Huda again? Huda is his wife that was running for city council in the same time period in 2024 during this specific election. Now, once again, she also told Sergeant Turner that she had observed campaign materials for Huda, referring to Ibrahim, left on the ground outside of the government center. She recalled that during the primary, while counting ballots, she came across a stack of approximately 50 ballots in which nearly every selection was the same name, Huda, his wife, that was running for city council. Oh, the corruption runs deep. It runs deep. Anderson also raised concerns about the proof of residency documents submitted by voters Rage accompanied. Lease agreements listed many names and had birth dates that often began with January 1st. Anderson told Turner she also occasionally observed that voters brought in by Rage did not appear to match the photo their identification documents, where am I? I got lost. Anderson told Turner she also occasionally observed that voters brought in by Rage did not appear to match the photos on their identification documents, appearing older or younger, heavier or lighter. In some cases, impossible to compare because voters' faces were fully covered. Are you kidding me? They couldn't identify who was who because I guess it's illegal. You can't have these women essentially unmask themselves, uncover themselves. I would assume it goes against some sort of maybe religious violation. I would assume, right? So you're bringing in a train, and what we're going to see is of specifically women into these government voting centers that cannot be properly identified because they're masked up. They have their coverings on. And on top of that, when they're looking at the documentation on hand, going back to what I was reading earlier, everybody's birth date began with January 1st. I mean, if that doesn't scream fraud, I don't know what does. I don't know what screams voter fraud if that does not scream voter fraud. But it gets worse. It gets worse. Now, Gru, which is the woman that voted 2 times, right? This is essentially where she snitches on Tajir Rage. Gru described being with her cousin during the voting. She said a guy had been helping her during her first vote, but claimed she did not know his name and had never seen him before. Later in the conversation, when Sergeant Turner showed her an unmarked photo of Rage, Gru immediately identified him, saying, "Yeah, that's the guy." She then said he was the person who told her she could vote again. Mind you, this is the guy that's supposed to be assisting the men and women of the Somali community to vote properly. And he's instructing them that it's okay for you to vote twice in the same election. We have all these witnesses here, ladies and gentlemen. Keep that in mind. This is an investigation that was going on by Sergeant Turner. Let's carry on. Now, Gru said that after her first vote, she asked someone whether she could vote again for another candidate. And that person said yes. She confirmed it was the same man who had helped her the first time. She then went back in line and casted a second ballot. And who was that same man, ladies and gentlemen? It was Mr. Tajir Rage. Mind you, this was all caught on video camera too. So the surveillance footage is currently matching the testimony of Gru, the woman who voted twice. Now, when asked whether she felt pressure to vote, Gru at first said no. When Turner pressed further, she admitted someone had told her she had to go vote. When asked if it was the man who had been helping people, she said yes. Once again, who is that man? It's the man on your screen right there, ladies and gentlemen. Surveillance video captured Ibrahim at the government center on October 4th, according to Turner's report. Now, who is Ibrahim? Ibrahim is the woman on your screen right now, Tajir's wife. Okay, so let's read that again. Follow me now. Surveillance video captured Ibrahim at the government center on October 4th, according to Turner's report. She was seen approaching a coffee shop vendor inside the building at least 3 times, each time giving purchased coffee to voters who had already casted their ballots. Is that some sort of reward for voting for her? That has to be illegal in some way, shape, form, or fashion, but I don't know. Let's carry on. Ibrahim remained in the lobby until all the groups that day, including those with Rage, had left the building. This is ludicrous. Turner confirmed with the coffee shop owner that 3 purchases totaling more than $40 were made between noon and 1:30 p.m. that day. All charged to the same credit card. Video surveillance footage also confirmed Ibrahim was at the register for 2 of those purchases. Rage, her husband, made the third using the same card. Sergeant Turner learned from Sherborne County staff that Rage may have been involved in similar activities at absentee voting locations in Benton and Stearns County. Turner contacted Stearns County Auditor Treasurer's office and learned staff there had been dealing with issues related to voter assistance and translation since July of 2024. Now get this. Staff knew the individual only as Abdi, one of the names Rage used. And remember, Abdi is not his name. Abdi was the fake name that Rage gave the police officer, Sergeant Turner, but then got caught up lying. Okay. So this man has just been completely busted, just red-handed. It's ridiculous. But ladies and gentlemen, it gets even more ridiculous and absurd. Before I carry on, please, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. It's extremely important that you do that. Smash the like button. And don't forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Let's carry on. Once again, staff knew the individual only as Abdi, one of the name Rage had used. Stearns County staff provided Turner with notes from an initial complaint and a video. So more video surveillance of this guy. Turner reviewed the video and identified Rage seen writing on documents that appeared to be ballot booths with multiple women in what? In head and body coverings standing nearby. So you're seeing that this is a pattern here. This is something that he's doing consistently with women because they cannot be identified, even with their identification. They're showing up with false identification, allegedly. They're showing, hey, I've got an ID as I'm filling out this application, but because it goes against their religious freedom for you to ask them to uncover themselves, they can't actually identify that they are who they say they are. This is the game that this man was using. That's why he kept showing up to these polling places and government offices where they're filling out these absentee applications. He kept doing it with women only because it's only with women that he can get away with this. He couldn't get away with this with men. So he's only doing it with women. But I digress. We're almost bringing this thing to a close. Turner learned from Sherborne County staff that Rage may have been involved in similar Oh, I read all that already. Sorry about that. I got a little lost. Where are we at? While I'm catching up with where I'm at, hit the like button once again if you haven't already. Where am I? Okay, here we go. I found out where I am. All right, I'm ready. And take two. To understand, all right, the significance of what Turner found, Sergeant Turner, some political context is necessary. St. Cloud's City Council has 7 members, made up of 4 ward representatives and 3 at-large seats. All 3 at-large seats were on the ballot in 2024. 16 candidates competed in the August 13th primary, which narrowed the field to the top 6 vote getters. Ibrahim, Tajir's wife, advanced from the primary to the November general election, but lost the at-large race. She was appointed to Ward 3 seat in December after Jake Anderson vacated it following his election as mayor. In the final pages of his report, Sergeant Turner wrote that he believed violations of Minnesota election statutes had occurred and that they were, at least in part, the result of an ongoing pattern of activity by individuals connected to Ibrahim's campaign. He specifically identified concerns about double voting, violations of voter assistance rules, and conduct within the polling place. Turner noted that further investigation was needed to determine whether the violations were made knowingly or unintentionally or deliberately intended to affect the election outcome. Turner asked that his report be forwarded to the Sherborne County Attorney's Office for a charging review of GRU for 2 felony violations of Minnesota election law. Remember, Gruel's the woman who voted twice. One for casting 2 ballots in the same election under Minnesota statute 2004 C.14.b, and one for providing 2 ballots of the same type to an election official under Minnesota statute 204 C.14.d. He noted additional charges for other individuals were pending further investigations. But surprise, surprise, ladies and gentlemen, no charges were filed. And right now, we're just talking about the woman who voted twice. That's not up for debate or anything of that nature. She voted twice. That is a fact. And the state of Minnesota filed no charges against her. Sergeant Turner did the right thing and said, hey, man, these people have to be held accountable. State of Minnesota said, no, they don't. No, they don't. They don't need to be held accountable at all. Not at all whatsoever. The Sherburne County Attorney's Office did not file charges against Grew or anyone else in connection with the investigation, despite Turner's report formally recommending a review of charges for felony election law violations. So now, with all the information that we just went through, with everything that we just read, all of the video surveillance, the testimony from witnesses, where does that leave our man here, Tajir Rage, let alone his wife, but essentially Tajir Rage? Where does that leave us with him? Did he get charged with anything? Is he serving time now? This did happen in 2024, right? And you did see when I pulled this document up that I was referencing, state of Minnesota, county of Sherburne, state of Minnesota versus Tajir Rage. Well, what is this? What is this about? Right? He clearly must have been charged with, voter fraud and everything of that nature, right? No. District Court 10th Judicial District. This is what he was charged with. Count 1, charge, give peace officer false name, date of birth, and ID card. In count 2, charge, driver's license, driving without a valid license for vehicle class type. That's all he was charged with, ladies and gentlemen. All that information, all the witnesses, all of the surveillance video across multiple counties, a consistent pattern of showing up with groups of women that are fully covered. That way you can never actually identify them. All of this and 0 charges. 0. If this doesn't scream that a certain population in Minnesota is above the law, I don't know what does. Because clearly, unless the feds get involved, as we see with the Feeding Our Future and stuff like that, unless the feds actually get involved, if it's left to the state, even with all of that evidence, they're just not going to file charges. They're just going to, hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil. We don't know what you're talking about. And Sergeant Turner, you wasted your time before going through all that. You should have known better. You should have just let them go to begin with. We don't even know why you did all that, because we're not charging anyone. Unbelievable, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe.
And hit the like button on your way in for Frontline Black News. So yeah, you see clearly voted for what's going on. Playing this day in states like Minnesota. So moving along, we got invasion convoy floods Texas highway. Marines block exits and deport them all.
Yeah.
Gangs and criminals are attempting to take over America's highways, but it's not working. Oh, what's going to happen now? He's out. Look at this guy. Oh, he got away. He got him. Get him, officer. Get him. Where's he going? Oh, surrounded. That is a takedown. But wait till you see how many people are in that vehicle. Oh, man. Come here. Oh, there's not even any seats back there. That's dangerous. Apparently, they were smuggling people from Mexico and from Vietnam. That's crazy. And this is 2026, May.
Okay.
Wow, look at all those people in one vehicle. But before we see some even wilder police chases that'll have you wondering if it's even safe to get in your car or to enter your garage because of who might be hiding in it, let's just say that this semi that's getting pulled over by Border Patrol isn't full of Amazon packages. They got state troopers. They got Border Patrol SUV over there. They know that there is something in this truck that requires a significant law enforcement response. Oh, somebody's running. Well, they're already busy. Oh, a couple people? Okay, those are agents. They're going to get that guy. Who's driving this thing? Is that the driver? I mean, whoever is going back to wherever they snuck in from. But wait till you see what they find in here.
There's a lot more.
Wow. Look, they got people on top of people. That's crazy. That's crazy. Look at this. This is from 2 weeks ago. There's 20 people allegedly in here. This is crazy. Look at this. You know how many trucks are on the road of this country? This could be in any truck. Look at, oh man. Listen, the border is going to be a forever battle in this country. This guy's probably going away for a long time. It's 10 years per smuggling count. That's 20 people, 200 years. But as you're about to see, this driver right here was gambling with a little more than that.
I'm going back to Houston.
And you're coming from the casino right now?
Yeah, it's been like 2 hours.
It's coming from the casino.
So you were at the casino?
Yeah.
The casino's over there.
Oh, that's your first lie.
So where are you coming from right now?
Where's
right now? I'm coming from Motel 6.
Motel 6.
You stayed over there or what?
Yeah, I stayed the night.
Let's see, buddy. The officer knows something weird going on. Casino's not around. Oh, what's in the trunk?
Oiga, you stay?
Oh! I'm laying here.
¿Dónde está? Can you put him under arrest? You're under arrest for human smuggling.
Wow.
For human smuggling. ¿Trae identificación?
Wow. Hey, he's got identification. He's documented. Look at that. He didn't lose a bet either. Well, he did lose a bet. He bet that he could beat Border Patrol. Wow.
Se baja, por favor. Bueno, no se baje todavía. No se mueve.
This is crazy, man. So driving around with somebody in the trunk, this is like no one benefits from illegal immigration.
You
man.
have
He asked for a ride.
in your trunk?
I swear to God, I don't even speak Spanish.
It doesn't matter if you speak Spanish.
He speaks Spanish. He's got a ride in the trunk. What kind of nonsense lie is that? Obviously, there's something wrong going on. This guy should have thought of a better excuse before he thought about breaking the law. But as you're about to see, not everybody hiding in a vehicle wants to come out of that vehicle peacefully. This guy's not pulling over. The pursuit vehicle has its lights on. That's your first mistake. This is down by Laredo. Look at this place. packed full of cars. Oh, now he's getting on the highway, going through the breakdown lane. As you're about to see, this car, it may very well break down after what they're about to put it through. All right, this is definitely a traffic violation. He's trying to get around the semi. Will he get around the semi? Ooh, that's a tight squeeze. Ooh, man. Man, you know, these officers that pursue these vehicles, they are some of the best drivers in the whole world, man. Don't count them out. They got to pursue maniacs like this, get them off the road as fast as possible. Look at this guy. He's passing. Look at this. Passing people on an on-ramp. This is dangerous. What's going to happen here? Of course, breaking more laws. I don't know if this person's ever going to have a license again after this. Are they going to pit him? Oh, there it is. Pit maneuver. Wow. That was a great pit. Oh, they're running? Wow. They're going to catch that guy. Oh, taser's out. Oh. Don't run, man. You hear that noise? You better stop. He ain't stopping. Over the fence. Oh.
Get that.
I think the taser works. Was that a barbed wire fence?
Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Hands behind
Was
your
that
back.
that might have been a barbed wire fence? Puffs out. Got him. What a tough job, man, to have to do this for a living. Look at, oh, there were 6 people in that vehicle. Wow. But sadly, that's not the only vehicle on the road, which is over capacity.
Probably gonna run, just so you know. The break.
Wait till you see what happens here. It looks calm, looks like a normal traffic stop. Well, that window tint says otherwise. Who's getting out? Oh!
Get inside!
Oh, she told him get back in.
Hey, come on, Becerra!
Oh, go back to the vehicle. So 4 people are running.
301-1080.
Oh, so she just called in air support, it sounded like. So air support's going to get them.
Like it's gonna will again.
And now they got to get the driver, but they think the driver might jump out again. What's going to happen here? Oh, the door's open. Oh, all that dust just went in the car, man.
1050.
Okay, they spun out in some sand. Oh, everyone's running. Bail out. Whoa, where's he going? Oh. All right, anyone in the car? No. And they already got him. He wasn't getting away.
Got contact?
Yeah.
I'm good. Sorry, my bad. I'm good.
Well, Shiloh Rodriguez going away for a long time. But look at this. Here we have another tiny vehicle with too much in it. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I don't know where they learned to drive, but they're not even on the road, and they're on the wrong side. They're at a construction site. What's going to happen here? Are they going? They're not getting away. Look at the windows open. Another pit maneuver. It's a very solid pit maneuver right there. Oh, they're out. They're out after the pit maneuver running. Oh, what's happening here? Go get him, officer. Go get him. Go get him. Where's? Oh. Oh, these guys are running. Ooh. So they got some people at the vehicle. Look at this person. They got their Sunday best on. Oh, now they're arrested. At least she didn't run, put people in danger. Handcuffs. Ooh. But as you're about to see, some of these criminals, they think they can get away if it's nighttime. Which,
we're going to be primary Laredo going eastbound now on Highway 50.
Because there's no cars on the road. They think they can outrun the police, but not going to happen, man. In Texas, you got cops everywhere. This ain't no sanctuary city or state.
It's going to be turning westbound on Sinatra.
Oh.
It's making the U-turn.
Whoa, that car's already immobilized.
Vehicle being pitted.
Right? Did he get away? They already got him boxed in and off the road.
There'd be 4-way vehicle pit maneuver.
Oh, pit maneuver? Did they get him? He's SUV. Oh, he's right there. Okay, they got him boxed. Boom. They got the whole force out here. I think they can actually catch you faster if it's in the evening, if there's no cars, and if you're driving a white car and you're breaking all the laws on the road. This that looks like a Toyota Camry, by the way. Look at all that smoke. Did they blow a tire? Tires might be out. They're gonna pit again. No, didn't do it. There's vehicles ahead. It's a good call right there. This guy thinks he can get away. Meanwhile, the car is like putting up smoke. Okay, the tires are running on the broken rear fender walls.
Westbound turn on 350.
It's not going to be long before those wheels explode and this thing is just dead in its tracks. Now they're going to pit.
Pit.
Oh, got him. That's it. Oh, maybe it's a Nissan. That's the end of that Nissan. Look at this. This is crazy. Oh, someone just got taken down. Oh, how many people are in there? Whoa, this is a big bust.
Hey, get your hands up. Get your hands up.
Oh, he's running. He's running.
Give me your hands.
Wow. That guy's trying to get away. Look at this. How many people we got here? Are we going to have more than 10 people?
Yeah, that's a driver.
There are like 5 SUVs. Look at this. Okay, and they had 5 people in there. Oh, they had a juvenile. So that's one of the tactics that the cartels use. They have people who are minors who are involved in this because the charges are less. These are people who are likely to get let out of the system sooner and can go back to work for the criminals. All right, speaking of criminals, look at this. They are still doing things the old-fashioned way, trying to sneak across the border, tunnel under it, climb over it, make a hole in the wall. But you can see here we got ourselves a thermal camera. Are they hiding in the bushes?
Over here.
This is weird. It's at night. I guess that these are the folks who would make their way to where the smugglers can pick them up.
Oh, it's one mother job.
Found them.
Okay, está bien. ¿Y cuántos estaban en tu grupo?
They're asking how many were in the group. There were many people. Wow.
¿Cuántos años tiene? Sí. 17.
This is crazy. Only 3 people. So other people got away. That's wild, man. So other people got away. Oh, man.
¿De dónde eres, chavo?
De Guanajuato.
¿Y cuántos años tienes?
34.
¿Y quién son ellos que estaban con usted?
Pues era mi novia. Dice que no soy su novia. No sé por qué lo niega. Es su hija.
¿Eres la guía o qué? No. ¿Cuántos estaban en tu grupo?
Nadie, nomás yo venimos de ella.
¿Y cuánto pagaron para cruzar?
So he's the smuggler.
Hasta el momento llevo pagados
60,000 pesos. I don't know what that is in U.S.
¿No pagaste?
They got the cartel wristbands. Yeah, it's still happening out there, man. This is disturbing. Multiple wristbands.
¿Y la niña también tiene?
No, yo traigo las de ella.
Look at that, 3 wristbands.
So, estos son tuyos y esos son de ella.
So,
¿Y por qué 3?
No sé.
¿No te dijeron?
That marks people to let other criminals know who's paid, who hasn't, what territories they've come through. It's a criminal operation. There are the wrong people benefiting from this. And these individuals have been rescued from whatever was waiting for them inside America. They would have had to work that off or something terrible.
All right, it's getting lit up.
It's getting lit up. What do we got here? Oh, this guy's already breaking the law. Does he think he can get away? He's not going to get away. You're not going to get away, dude. You're not getting away. It's not going to happen, man. He thinks using his turn signals is going to help him get off easy, maybe. As you're about to see, that does not happen. That is not how they say, oh! Ooh! Oh, he scared away that bird. Thank God the bird's okay. This is wild. So they think they're speeding down what might be like a dead-end road. Okay, it's not a dead-end road, but this is not going to end for them in victory. Let's put it that way. Look, they're all over the environment here. This is crazy. Where are they going? They think they could swerve left, swerve right, throw off. It's not working, man. This is desperation. These smugglers, okay, now they're going to run. Whenever they stop, they run. Oh, no. Oh, they faked me out. They faked me out, but they didn't fake out Border Patrol. Not happening. They're going to try it again. Oh, did a 180. This guy's probably done this before. Look at that, right past Border Patrol.
He's turning on.
See, what I don't like is this is a residential neighborhood, man. Don't be bringing this where families are living. Put people in danger. Did they get away? Oh, that's suspension stuff. Oh, they all ran. All the occupants ran. So they made enough distance. Oh, look, there they go. They're going off to the side. Well, that vehicle's done.
They're behind the residents.
They're in a neighborhood now.
I'll be out of my unit.
Where did they go? Are they in a house? Where are they? Oh, they went in someone's house. They invaded a house. After coming into the country without permission, they went into this house without permission.
And reckless driving, okay?
Reckless driving, smuggling, yeah. Confirmed Gulf cartel member. Don't tell me organized crime isn't behind this. But you know, the thing that gets me with all of this footage is that this is still happening. Even if you elect a president who comes along and wants to shut down the border and reinforce it, you still have criminals out there who are trying to get people into the country because of how much money they make. And more work obviously has to be done. What do you think about all this? I'll see you in the next video.
Don't mess with Texas.
It's everywhere. It's in Venice, it's in West LA, it's in Brentwood, it's in downtown. It's everywhere, and it's causing security issues, and people in LA, the residents are not happy about it, and there's no end in sight.
So after years of neglecting the homeless, Los Angeles may have just passed the point of no return. Not for the homeless themselves, but for those enabling the complex that perpetually keeps them on the streets, while charging residents who see encampments grow bigger by the day, leading many to say winds of change are taking LA by storm in ways nobody thought possible, which means those living on the streets here are finally about to get some help.
We saw people coming back just hours after police cleared out this encampment, setting up blue tents just like this blue tarp behind me here. This is part of a reoccurring problem. People tell me they've reported crews come out, they clean it up, and then within hours, people are back on the streets.
You said that your goal was to end street homelessness in LA by 2026. It's now 2026.
And we haven't ended it.
We have not ended it, and we're not close to ending it. How are you so off?
Well, they're not homeless.
You think they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They're choosing to be on the street.
Sometimes they don't want to be in homes. They don't want to follow rules or be inside, and it's already dangerous at times in the night. There's just a lot of gang affiliation.
You promised that it would go away 100%, and it's only gone down about 17.6%.
Right.
So why should people trust you that you're going to be able to get to the 100%?
Because let me just tell you, for the first time, we've had a decrease at all.
Look at this, a whopping 40% of some people in these expensive programs sadly get nothing out of them. But while some people say this is because of a lack of leadership and others say these programs just can't work, the reality is they're doing what they're supposed to do if the goal of all of this spending is to create perpetual poverty. Because you see, every person living on the streets in a city like LA isn't viewed as someone in need, but is rather seen as a dollar sign to the homeless industrial complex, pulling the strings of elected officials who are all too thrilled to announce ever increasing amounts being spent on this crisis, but then do absolutely zero follow-up to make sure there was a successful outcome at the end of these millions sent off to who knows where. And how exactly is a program supposed to succeed if no one's checking to make sure it's not failing? Well, that's the question residents in Los Angeles are now starting to ask, and they're doing it by daring to throw their regime leader, Karen Bass, under the bus for broken promises, which haven't helped the homeless one bit, while people start waking up to the fact that battling the federal government tooth and nail on everything just leads to overall levels of crime that are totally unsustainable and don't improve things for anybody. Which brings us to the real reason so many people are living on the streets in these encampments year after year. We've got perpetual crime going on in LA, and we've got perpetual funding for something none of the people getting the money ever want to see disappear. But that right there might soon change, as business owners in certain parts of the city are sick of seeing everything they've worked for totally taken over. But hey, at least customers can still enter these businesses if they can find the entrance before the place closes for good because it can't afford to stay. Because we're now at a point where California's unaffordability is being driven by the lawless siphoning of free electricity from the city, which just jacks up electric bills for those who pay taxes through the nose to solve problems they've been told to permanently accept. But wait a second, LA's mayor, she's on the record telling voters just a couple of years ago that today we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
When you talked to Jay Tapper in 2023, you said that your goal was to end street homelessness in LA by 2026. It's now 2026.
We haven't ended it.
We have not ended it, and we're not close to ending it. How are you so off?
Well, basically, when I said that, it was at the beginning of my term. I am very committed to achieving that goal. I didn't anticipate some of the bureaucratic barriers that I...
Really? So it's other people. There are external forces that stopped me from keeping a promise, and the fact that I couldn't keep it is everyone else's fault. What a convenient excuse, blaming other people for promises I campaigned on and have not kept. But as you're about to see, the real problem with these socialists and their ideas is that they're just totally backwards. The way they want to fix problems can't work. In fact, these folks already have solutions on the table right now to help the homeless in Los Angeles, but nobody seems to want to use them for some reason.
What are your plans for the over 40,000 homeless in Los Angeles?
Yeah, they're not homeless.
Are you saying they don't have homes?
There is places for all of these people to sleep in LA. No matter what anybody tells you, we have housing and shelter for everyone that's living on the street. They're choosing to be on the street because they don't want rules.
Oh! Interesting. So here we have a totally different viewpoint of how to look at a crisis that just seems to never go away no matter how much money is thrown at it with zero accountability. People are saying that there are individuals who choose to live in a manner that has them in dire straits, and that's sad. They don't know they're making the wrong choice. Someone should go help them, but since we don't have any accountability, since we just throw money to these programs, we're enriching people that are supposed to be solving a problem, but they're not checking on the problem. They're not actually giving anybody a helping hand. No one's communicating to the people that are in need how much need they're actually in. And before you scream into your television that this attitude is some sort of right-wing conspiracy, listen to what actual people are saying about the homes that are built for the homeless. Homes which cost all kinds of money and don't seem to accomplish anything.
Itzel Mendez lives right across the street from the future tiny home village near Sierra Vista Avenue. She says the project is bringing fear, not relief.
Oh, it's scary, you know. Sometimes they don't want to be in homes. They don't want to follow rules or be inside, and it's already dangerous at times in the night.
Wow.
We hear them fighting.
Neighbors tell us last year this area was filled with tents.
Wow. So here you have a woman whose neighborhood is about to be home to a future tiny home village. But since the way that these programs are run involves just throwing a bunch of money at something to build something, there's no accountability, there's no law enforcement, there's no public safety. Residents are worried that the neighborhood they're in, which was just subject to some improvements, is going to get worse. And that's because of lawlessness, which is the reason people are allowed to build an encampment where there's not supposed to be one, which is why people are hacking into power lines, which they aren't supposed to do, and which is why shoplifters and petty thieves are never sent to jail, which enables a person who wants to live on the street and doesn't want to obey any rules to continue doing so and to self-fund their lifestyle. In addition to all the funding the local government is pouring into this with absolutely zero results.
You promised that it would go away 100%, and it's only gone down about 17.6%.
Right.
So why should people trust you that you're going to be able to get to the 100%?
Let me just tell you, for the first time, we've had a decrease at all.
Wow. So the theory here is that any decrease at all is success. There were no decreases. Nobody was ever helped off the streets in California's past, ever. There were never any decreases until I came along. And even though we have a small one, which is nowhere near what I promised people, when the reality of this situation is that the homeless crisis here is government inflicted. Watch this.
This idea that they're forced on the street right now is a lie that our city is perpetuating. We've paid $24 billion to house these 40,000 people. There's spots for all of these people. They are choosing
So
to
where are
be
you-
naked.
Where are you going to move?
Well, I just released a 9-minute video, so you can.
I think I saw your video. Yeah.
So it's very detailed.
But it's going to take time to build the facility and money.
No.
How fast do you think you can do it?
These people can literally. I went to Washington and I saw miles of the most insane prefabricated housing and building. I asked all the CEOs of these companies, say, how long does this take? I met with FEMA and HUD, 3 days. 3 days. And all of this is cheaper than trying to take over, kick senior citizens out of their buildings. Is what happens. They kick them out, and then the NGOs come in and they spend 4 years. This is LA. This is LA's timetable.
Where is this facility going to be?
It's on beautiful federal land property.
So instead of building a residential facility with zero rules and zero accountability and zero law enforcement in the middle of a sanctuary city where you have residential neighborhoods, the plan here is to build a very similar facility just in a place where people do not have the ability to go back to the lifestyle that they don't know is actually not the best for them. If you have one of these tiny home villages set up in the middle of an inner city and you got crime all over the place, well, there's going to be some people who just can't seem to get away from the criminal activity, can't seem to get away from the stores that they're stealing from, can't seem to get away from the gangs and other people they might be running with on the streets. I mean, you have to take somebody out of that environment if you want them to understand how bad it is for them. And you know something? This is what you or I would do if we had a friend or relative who was living on the streets or living in a tent somewhere. We would go find that person. We would locate them. We would haul them out of there gently, of course, because they're our friend, they're a relative. We would bring them away from that environment. We would get them cleaned up. We would feed them. We would care for them. And we would stage an intervention in that person's life. But none of the millions spent on quote unquote helping people does any of that. And if you're not going to spend money to help people get out of a problem and you're just giving money to that problem, whatever it is, how do you expect it to go away?
They describe dealing with everything from thefts to fires before the city cleared the encampment.
That's terrible.
For some people who live here, safety is still a concern.
It's just a lot of gang affiliation. And I feel like bringing homeless close would just make
That's
it worse.
sad.
They used to actually set up right there and they would like start fires for no reason.
But this is something nobody in charge of this city wants you or I to hear. How residents say that, you know what, if you're going to allow rampant lawlessness and you're going to try to convince people not to be part of that, you're going to set them up with a free place to live right in the middle of all of it, it might not work. They don't want to hear that. And they certainly don't want us hearing that and thinking about these disastrous results being tied to disastrous policies that do not help the very people they are named after. And when you hear about gangs and gang activity, don't forget that LA is a sanctuary city and a sanctuary state where the leaders have vowed to do just about everything they can to resist federal law enforcement. This is something that just puts the general public at risk. And that includes people who are living on the streets and who are imprisoned in their own city, which is terrible. But you know what? The federal government, they've got an easy solution, a common sense solution for this. And when you hear what it is, you're going to wonder why more people
I don't want
are
ICE in
excited
LA.
about it.
Nobody wants ICE in LA except Karen Basura, apparently, because the way you keep ICE out of LA is by enforcing the law, not defying it. I look at what Mayor Lurie did in San Francisco, clearly no friend of the Trump administration, but he called the president and made a deal. He vowed to have SFPD crack down on crime, and the president vowed to keep ICE out of the city. And notice what you don't see? No riots, no crazy videos of ICE agents having chaotic arrests. That's how it's done. Why is it that only certain cities are having all this chaos with ICE? They are in a lot of cities, but there are only problems in places like LA and Minneapolis. It's not a Democrat Republican thing. Memphis doesn't have chaos. Liberal San Francisco doesn't have the chaos, unlike LA. So what's the common denominator? It's activist mayors using their city, their residents, their businesses as fodder for their political grandstanding.
Wow. It's part of an anti-American movement when you have these sanctuary cities and all this rioting going on here. And the contrast that he brings up is huge because San Francisco is starting to turn around. It's going to take time. People said 2024 was rock bottom for San Francisco, but the mayor is out there getting rid of unproductive, homeless industrial complex facilities. He's out there telling residents that we're not going to tolerate crime on our streets, not as parents, not as taxpayers. It's over. And what are they doing? They're helping people get out of the streets. They're helping people get out of those environments. This is better for the homeless. This is better for the residents. And at the exact same time, since crime is now being cracked down on and lawlessness is something the police are now allowed to deal with, the president doesn't have to send ICE in there. But this whole movement, this whole anti-ICE thing, this whole open borders thing, what is it? It's got a lot in common with the homeless industrial complex, doesn't it? We saw a whole complex of asylum-related caretakers doing the exact same thing, getting all kinds of government money to care for unlimited amounts of people in a crisis they hoped would go on forever. And you have two of these things going on at the exact same time in Los Angeles. You've got funding from the local government. Do you think those in charge of all of that money want to see it go away? No. So they love the fact that California is a sanctuary state. They love the fact that LA is a sanctuary city. And it's the same thing with the homeless industrial complex here. You've got an entire industry that is dedicated to solving something it directly benefits from. I mean, the conflict of interest here couldn't be greater. That doesn't mean we shouldn't spend money to help people, but it does mean there needs to be accountability and there needs to be actual outcomes. And this is what they're talking about in San Francisco. They're saying, you know what? We spend all this money, but the outcomes aren't there. So why are we spending the money if people aren't actually getting help? This is the way we need to start thinking about this.
The Olympics coming and everybody in the government wants LA to be the #1 most beautiful city. They will work with me to give me the land I need.
So you're going to move these 40,000 people somewhere and you're going to have this facility up in, you said how long?
Here's what you got to realize.
90 days?
Let me explain something. These 40,000 people, 60% of them, City Watch just announced this week, are not from Los Angeles. They're not from California. These people have been bussed in by scam rehabs, scam NGOs, scam homeless nonprofits. Yeah. These people, when I...
So what you have here is you have an industry that relies on people. You have people who have a social security number. And once that person winds up in your care center, you can start billing for them. That's what you have here. You have people who are looked at not as somebody who's in need, but as somebody who is a potential paycheck for whoever's running the care center. That cannot be allowed to stand. You can't bring people to a place where there's money available for them. You just have to have a like, what kind of a scam is that? That is a scam. That's a scam upon the people that are trapped in these poverty-inducing conditions and will never be able to get out of them. That's a scam on the people who are paying for it. And it's all being done to enrich people. This is what we've seen with fraud in America all year long. This fraud industrial complex that revolves around treating people or unknown people just to get the money this country needs during a time of unaffordability. And where's it all going? It's going to these blue cities that have the worst unaffordability of all.
So you're going to build your own campus to do this?
100%.
And where is it? Where can it be?
Probably I'll get a beautiful federal land. It's going to have trees, but
in the city of Los Angeles?
It's probably going to be outside of the city of Los Angeles because we need a very large piece of dirt. I'm not going to need our tax money. There's a lot of people that want to help people that know they can't help these people because the NGOs are just scamming their money. But if there's a real solution, my friend Matt Hess, he does this right now in Bentonville with veterans. He has a beautiful UHP. He has a facility and it's incredible. And there he lets veterans have opportunities. They train you into businesses and things that when you graduate.
That's a program that's actually going to help people. Think about the outcome here. You've got a person who's living on the streets in a city like Los Angeles. Why are they living on the streets? Well, at face value, the minimum reasons for this are going to be that it's very expensive to be out here and that they might have chosen to live here, even though there's a house available for them. They might have made choices that just say, you know what? I don't want to deal with anybody's rules. I want to be on my own. I want my independence. So I'm going to live on the streets. Who cares? There are people like that who have just decided that they're going to make that choice. Well, there's something wrong because you're not actually of sound mind if you want to live on the streets. It's dangerous to do that. And here we're hearing about a facility that doesn't just get people out of an environment where they are allowed to behave in a lawless manner. It gets them out of that environment and it re-equips them with the skills to enter society and provide for themselves and have a purpose and to get back on their feet and to start doing things in a way that benefits them and all of the people around them. Those are good outcomes. Somebody who was living on the streets and comes out of a program with the ability to earn a living and pay for their own apartment. I mean, that's what we all want, right? Why don't we have any programs that are aimed at that? Well, because we've been told for decades that, you know what? We should just leave people alone. We should just let them decide how they're going to help themselves. And the sad reality is you have people who don't know how much help they need. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
They're going out of business. They have glass all over the place. You want toothpaste. You have to open up, you have to get a clerk to open up the thing, and they open and they hand them a toothpaste. And in the meantime, other people are waiting to steal it.
So it is no secret that New York has a shoplifting problem that is cleaning out stores and skyrocketing unaffordability. But things are about to get even worse as Mayor Mamdani goes full speed ahead with his plan to annihilate private stores with his communist-run alternatives, which won't have to worry about theft or making money because their money comes from everyone else until, like all communist experiments, it runs out.
Want aspirin? The cashier has to unlock the glass case. Thieves are also targeting ice cream and meat. Who could forget the guy allegedly stealing all those steaks at a Trader Joe's in Manhattan?
You know, especially for owners behind grocery stores like this one who say they're not going to be able to operate and stay open once these city-run stores are operational.
Do you think $60 million is too much to spend for 5 grocery stores?
Yes.
I don't think he should open no grocery stores. He should talk about the community and how people is out here living on the street.
No way. There's no way we can be open. If I lose 30%, I'm in trouble. I won't be able to pay the rent. I won't be able to pay the workers.
And he noticed when he was in it, sir, the people with duffel bags, they're putting crap in a duffel bag. And if the clerk does anything at all, they arrest the clerk. How screwed up is our country?
So it's important to understand our new mayor wants to spend more money on everything that New York City spends money on, no matter what it is, except for the 2 things New Yorkers really need if they want to have an affordable city, and those would be jails and jumpsuits. And President Trump's right. When you go to a store in this city, you're going to see that all the products are in jail because all of the criminals aren't. Instead, they're wandering the streets doing their thing and no one can stop them, creating a rampant lawlessness tax on business owners because their inventory is now leaving the shelves at a pace so fast these stores just can't keep up. And the problem with this tax is that in order to pay it, what do businesses do? Well, if half the stuff on the shelf gets stolen, you got to charge twice as much for the other half. And who pays for that? The law-abiding. The people that don't steal are paying for the cost of lawlessness every single day here. But don't worry, the mayor's got a plan. If the stuff in the store is too expensive, he's going to tax everyone to open a cheaper store that everyone pays more for, if they've got a job, that is. And this plan is supposed to help people buy zero-cost groceries that don't turn a profit, which means your orange might cost a couple of cents less, which is the mayor's solution to $5,000 apartment rents nobody can afford. That's right, saving a couple of cents. That's supposed to fix all of our problems, but it won't. And that brings us to the real reason life here in New York City is about to get even more expensive than crazy rents and crazy prices at the grocery store. We're doing absolutely nothing to discourage lawlessness. And if you're going to have a lawless city, nobody's going to be able to afford to live there because it's the law-abiding that are the ones paying for this. But perhaps the worst payment of all is going to be made by small businesses, some of which were started by legal immigrants who came to New York to achieve the American dream while benefiting our entire city. But that dream is now a nightmare as their fees for opening their doors are now going to go through the roof while they subsidize their own destruction at the hands of a communist grocery store.
Yeah, David, it is, you know, especially for owners behind grocery stores like this one who say they're not going to be able to operate and stay open once these city-run stores are operational. So Ruben Luna, who is the owner of this location, moved to the U.S. when he was 14. His first job that he got that year was in a grocery store. Now he owns 18 supermarkets, the American dream. 3 of them are here in Harlem, all very close to La Marqueta.
Oh.
That is the first location that Mayor Mamdani announced. Luna says that once it opens, he anticipates losing 30 to 40% of his customers because
Wow. So once the city-run stores open near this guy's businesses that he came to America and ended up starting after bagging groceries in a supermarket himself, these places are going to get wiped out. And what's wild is New York is supposed to be a city that loves and protects immigrants. Well, here we have someone who's a hardworking legal immigrant who's achieved the American dream, and it's about to be stolen from him, and he's the one that's going to have to pay for it. Why? Because he owns the grocery store. Because millionaires are the bad guy. Because anybody that succeeds and does anything, they're the problem in the world. What a weird, screwed up way to run your city. At the same time, we're talking about affordability here. Well, what are the examples for that? Eggs and milk. Eggs are really inexpensive right now. I bought some eggs the other day. It was $3. And you know what else? If I could buy these things, but I didn't have to get them in this color or in this expensive packaging, if I could get the white ones in the styrofoam, they'd be even cheaper. But we're supposed to believe that a guy who plays by all the rules, does the right thing, creates jobs, is the enemy of this city and needs to be taken down a notch, and that he's ripping people off, and that's why we need a free grocery store.
he cannot compete with a nationalized grocery store, which doesn't have to pay property taxes or utilities and has access to his hard-earned
That's
tax
the worst
dollars.
part about this.
No way. There's no way we can be open. If I lose 30%, I'm in trouble. I won't be able to pay the rent. I won't be able to pay the workers. And I don't want to lose the whole thing, whatever it's cost me 45 years working all my life to lose it because, I'm going to be fighting against someone who is spending our own money.
That's the thing. He's got to pay more money. The fees on his business is going to go up. His personal taxes are going to go up, and that money is going to get funneled right into his competitor. That would be a totally illegal arrangement if we were talking about private businesses here. But since you got the government coming into the market, coming in with their zero-cost grocery store that it's not going to turn a profit and is therefore going to be cheaper, it's going to have to steal from everyone else, which is going to jack up the prices at the legitimate grocery stores. It's going to make them more expensive while the crime keeps going up, while the taxes on homes that people like this own are going to go up. It's crazy. But the good news is that the hard-working grocery store owner, he'll still be able to afford to live here, which is the mayor's goal. He just won't be able to afford to run his business, and he'll have to get all of his groceries from the free food mart down the street after it shuts him down. Talk about an unfair advantage.
And the mayor is asking for a lot of money. He's proposing $70 million for 5 grocery stores. The one here in Harlem has a price tag of $30 million.
That's one of them. It
Luna and
costs
a group
half
of
the
minority-owned grocery store owners have been trying to meet with the mayor, but have had no luck.
Oh, really?
That will change next week during a hearing in front of the city council.
Wow. So the business owners that run the legitimate supermarkets that want to meet with the mayor, they can't get a meeting with him for some reason. That's weird. They have to schedule a hearing with the city council to meet with the guy who's going to put them out of business. Now, why do you think that is? Well, obviously, they're the boogeyman, because when you go to the grocery store, which is run by hardworking people that make our country great, make our city great, they're the enemy. You need an enemy if you're going to have communism, because the communism has to defeat something. And if it doesn't have a boogeyman, if the guy over here creating the jobs, if he's actually a hero, if he's who we should all aspire to be like because he worked his way up in an age where we're told nobody can get ahead, if he's the symbol of the American dream, oh man, you got to get rid of him. There needs to be nobody like that in New York if you're going to have the communist city-run stores. And that's the goal of these stores, is to get rid of people who are perceived as the problem, the beneficiaries of capitalism. Can't have that if you're going to have socialism, because socialism is the opposite of capitalism.
Again, great to see you. Thank you so much. Troy, it infuriates me because this guy, it's a rags to riches story, and Marxists like Mamdani hate rags to riches story, because under his Marxist ideology, it's not supposed to happen. You're not supposed to be able to make money in a private market system unless you're oppressing people. Instead, he's been employing people, he's been serving the community, and of course, he's been growing an American business in a very positive way. This could kill that business.
It could, and you're right about Mamdani not liking this sort of thing. This violates the narrative. You know, this is an oppressive guy, and he's robbing from people, and he's ripping people off. Here's a guy, as we saw earlier in the package introducing this story, came in, got his first job in a grocery store, now owns 18 of them. This is magnificent. This guy should be getting the keys to the city.
But here's the thing you got to understand about socialism and our new mayor who firmly believes in it. He's articulate, but he is as articulate as he is wrong. Socialism does not work. And in order for it to be a believable system, people that create jobs, they're the oppressors. Every single worker at that guy's company is being exploited in the view of these people who are very articulate, but also very wrong at the exact same time. They firmly believe that the American dream is a capitalist myth, that it is fake, and they preach to populations like the people in New York that there's absolutely no way to get ahead in this country, that the entire game is rigged, that it is not possible to start out bagging groceries and ever own a grocery store, and that you're never going to get ahead. But every single person that breaks the mold, every single person that learns skills and takes risks in a country that allows you to have a business and take risks, unlike a place like Cuba, which is falling apart and succeeds, is a real problem for a socialist system. And here's the real issue. With socialism, you have to have the government in charge of everything. You got to have one source of sustenance for the people. Top-down economics. That's what we're talking about here. And if you have businesses all over the place that are providing jobs for people, helping those people get ahead, giving them private capital that they can use to build their own wealth, all of that conflicts with this. This has to be the only thing. You got to get rid of the private industry, because to the socialists and the communists, it is inherently evil. It is the cause of all the problems in the world. That's why they want to have their system, even though it's never worked. But why has it never worked when they have so many unfair advantages?
Petition pop up. You know, I think Mamdani could be helpful if he said, listen, if you want to start a grocery store, take over a piece of property that's empty, and we don't have to pay any property tax for the first 3-4 years, something like that. You'd see private entrepreneurs step up. These grocery stores would open, there'd be more options, and people who are in places that don't have a lot of fresh food would have more access.
They don't want that.
That would be productive versus what he's trying to do, which I think will be very destructive.
And Caroline, we know that these experiments in a free market economy, like, first of all, of course, they don't succeed in socialist economies and communist economies, but they don't have a choice. They have to do it. They're serfs of a slave nation. That's why those things, even there you have these long lines, but here it hasn't worked at all as well. So it has a zero positive track record.
Yeah, it was attempted in a place called Baldwin, Florida, and it shut down quickly after launching because it failed to break even.
That's what's so crazy about this, is the concept of breaking even doesn't matter to a socialist who thinks that the wealth they need to run their programs was wrong to be obtained in the first place. That's why socialism doesn't have any problem with running out of other people's money. Other people aren't supposed to have any money because it's wrong. So running out of it is the goal. And that's the thing that's so funny about this. Everybody gets out there and they say, well, socialism always fails because it runs out of other people's money. But that's what it's intending to do. That is its purpose. You having money in your pocket, you running a business, running a grocery store, and doing well for yourself, well, that's bad news. That's why we excuse shoplifting in New York City, by the way, because all these grocery stores, the people who want to excuse the criminals, they say, well, these grocery stores are evil, man. They're making money. They're charging prices people can't afford. And that's wrong. Why are the prices where they are in a grocery store in New York? Does it have anything to do with the taxes? Of course. Does it have anything to do with the rampant lawlessness that steals half the products and jacks up the prices on the other half? Absolutely. But if you're a socialist and you're articulate and you're wrong, none of that's going to matter. You're fully set in your thinking, which is incorrect.
But David, this whole government,
even with all the subsidies, we got to say, because it's totally subsidized by taxpayers.
100%. But this whole idea, government-run grocery stores, was predicated on the other idea that groceries are unaffordable in New York City.
Yeah.
But Mayor Mamdani, he started this with pretty reckless rhetoric, very incorrect, making grocery stores that are private the boogeyman, saying, oh, they're robbing customers blind and they're getting away with theft. They have on average a 3% profit margin. They are not stealing from people. They're barely making it as it is.
And that's why we are excusing shoplifters in this city. They're stealing from the grocery store, but to the people running this place, the grocery store is stealing from me and you when we go in there to pay. So what's the big deal if a criminal robs from them? It's just Robin Hood stealing from the rich to feed the poor, who we're always told are the actual people stealing, even though some of these scammers that steal dress well and have plenty of money because they have a zero-cost business that they can run. And then what exactly are we supposed to get out of a free grocery store? A zero-cost store that has its existence tied to the fact that it's not earning 3%. I mean, we're talking about pennies on $10 worth of items. These grocery stores are not earning a lot of money, and we're supposed to take that away, and everyone's life is going to be magically better because an orange was 3% cheaper. Like, this is ludicrous. This isn't going to help people afford a $5,000 apartment, but it's a great excuse because people go to the grocery store in New York and they can't afford the stuff that they're buying. And it's a very easy argument to make to people who don't understand that it's the theft of these businesses that is jacking up the prices, that is making their lives unaffordable. And at the same time, these city-run stores, they're not going to do a thing to help you live in a $5,000 box apartment.
How to bring prices down. You really want to bring them down? You introduce competition and you increase supply. You do not dump taxpayer dollars on a government-run grocery store that will inevitably be plagued with inefficiency, lines around the corner, crowding out small businesses. I have an idea, piggybacking off of DeRoy. Let Walmart operate in the 5 boroughs.
No. Can't do that because Walmart's the enemy. If Walmart comes in and people's lives get more affordable, that system, that privately run system that creates wealth for people who aren't the government, conflicts with the government, and you can't have that. That's not allowed to exist because wealth is evil. So all the stuff that they're mentioning to bring down prices, to do this, to do that, if it creates wealth, if it makes somebody a millionaire at the end of the day, even if they help billions of people, it's a bad idea. It can't be allowed, which is why we don't want to pursue these types of solutions.
That way, they will be cheap commodities.
Walmart is the enemy as well. But the point is, 40 years this guy took up to build the business, and it could be destroyed within the next couple of years as a result of this.
So you got a guy who came here, lived the American dream, worked his way up, but he's the problem because he got rich doing something that helps other people. And people look at that person and they say, oh, you earned all this money. You must have stolen it. You must have done something wrong. No, that's not what happened. He didn't steal anything. If he was stealing, he would be in jail. Unless he was a shoplifter, then they would let him go free. But if he became a millionaire by stealing, you better believe in this city, he's going to have to pay for it. But speaking of paying for things, all of these programs, like the zero-cost grocery store, at most, it's going to bring prices down 3% while costs at other stores continue to go up because they got to pay for these stores. So at most, it does nothing. That's the best case scenario for the free store while it puts everybody else out of business, which admittedly is a huge problem. But it's not the only thing that the city wants to rob its citizens to pay for, which isn't actually going to work. And this next one might even be a bigger disaster than the free stores.
Everybody, welcome to Picks on Politics. I am Dan Manarino. So let's get into it. Governor Kathy Hochul and Mayor Zoran Mamdani announcing a big one for this week, more 3K seats, hoping to bring more seats closer to families who need them, cutting down on travel distance, for example. But even though the city has committed to greatly expanding childhood education access, the numbers don't appear to be there for applicants to fill those very seats. Meanwhile, the state is...
Wow. So we're spending billions in childcare, but nobody wants the childcare. That's weird. The mayor just went on a whole campaign for free daycares all over the place, and we don't have anybody who even wants them, and we're going to spend billions on it. We have programs that are just a drain on the resources of every single New Yorker. Nobody's asking for an orange to be 3% cheaper. Nobody's asking for all this pre-K. Nobody wants any of this stuff, yet we're all going to get taxed through the nose to pay for it. This is ridiculous, and this is a huge problem. And wait till you hear why it is the experts think we don't have enough kids.
Last year, and that number the year before that was 103,000. So what do you attribute the decline in the numbers to?
I think there's a couple different factors we have to look at. So first are just the overall demographics. You know, we've seen shifts in New York City over the last couple of years. The birth rate has gone down. So there are fewer kids who were born in 2023 than the years prior, which is the cohort eligible for 3K this year. We also see immigration down, and among immigrant families who are here, just increased fear about engaging with government services.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she can't possibly be talking about legal immigrants that would come here and get an ID and get all the paperwork needed to start their own grocery store after bagging groceries and receiving pay for doing that. She must be talking about something else. So New York has less people coming here. New York has less people who are here having children. All of that means we don't have the children to fill all of the slots everybody was just told they needed to pay for so that everyone can live here. Do you see what a problem this is? And you know something, the way that socialist governments work is they never roll back taxes. They never say, okay, well, we tried a program and it didn't work. No, what they say instead is that, well, we have to keep doing it. Well, we have to keep these programs going. If the free grocery stores fail, if they fall apart, here's what the reasons will be. It won't be that they were poorly run. No, it'll be that, well, people walked in and it wasn't exactly like Whole Foods. They didn't have all the same stuff we have at Whole Foods. So what we really need to do for the free grocery stores is we need to pour even more money into them to pump up their product offerings. You need to be able to buy your vegetables. You need to be able to buy your Head and Shoulders shampoo. You need to be able to buy your Crest toothpaste. You got to be able to buy all the stuff you find at a CVS or at a Walgreens. So now those stores, they're not just going to be competing with produce. They're going to be competing with Target. They're going to be shutting down every single business out there because the reason they didn't work is because people walked in and they didn't see the same things that they're used to seeing. And that's why nobody came, or that's why we didn't have enough sales, or that's why they didn't break even. And then it's the same thing with these childcare programs. They're going to keep these things going because they're going to say, well, you know what? We had a whole bunch of people leave the city, and now we got to convince them all to come back. And how are we going to do that if we shut down all the childcare? Families need time to know and realize how great New York is and to decide to come back. And it's going to take decades of providing empty childcare programs to lure everyone back so that we can tax them and hit them again. What do you think about all that? I will see you in the next video.
Wow.
Utah has a plan to deal with homelessness, lining up behind President Trump's belief that people should not be allowed to sleep on the streets. State officials say they're preparing to pull more than 1,000 homeless people out of Salt Lake City and into a sprawling campus on the outskirts of town. Supporters call it a place where people can get the services they need. Critics call it a detention camp.
Yeah.
Joining us now, New York Times reporter Ellen Berry, who filed that piece from Salt Lake City. So what exactly is this campus, this camp?
So for now, this is still in its planning stages. It hasn't been built, but it is definitely an effort to kind of operationalize the president's executive order from the summer, which said that overwhelmingly homeless people are suffering from mental illness or addiction, and overwhelmingly they should be put into long-term institutional care. That is a reversal of our longstanding approach to homelessness, which has prioritized housing. So this plan is a very large facility that would be devoted in large part to treatment of psychiatric and substance abuse disorders.
So it's kind of, you could argue, bringing back mental health institutions, which had fallen out of favor. There are arguments on both sides of this, as you well know, as you've reported. There are people who say it is not a good idea to let people suffer on the streets, that some people really do need help and they're not capable of getting themselves that help. And there are others that say if you force them into an institution or a camp or a campus, whatever you want to call it, and you don't allow them to leave, you violate their civil rights, you violate their free will. Do we have a sense of what this campus, if it's actually going to be staffed, if it's actually going to have the resources they need, and how it's going to be funded?
There are lots of questions, and those are some of the most important ones. The proposal, as I understood it, is actually a hybrid with about 1/3 of the beds, a kind of low barrier shelter. So that would be presumably voluntary. And the other 2/3, 800 beds, would be involuntary. Either through civil commitment procedures or a diversion program through the courts. So you're sort of looking at a large facility that is in part involuntary and in part voluntary.
Do we know who's paying for this?
Well, it would have to be the Utah legislature, and that is a big question mark, whether there is going to be willingness to fund it. And I think the fear is that if this ball gets rolling and the services are not funded, then it becomes much more of a warehousing type facility and less of a treatment facility. So this is what is not yet clear. It's expensive to create psychiatric beds, and across the country we have a shortage of psychiatric beds for that reason. So expanding psychiatric treatment in this way would be extraordinarily expensive.
Yeah. Ellen Berry. Ellen, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Joining us now, Utah State Senator. She was featured in that piece, Jen Plum, a Democrat who represents Salt Lake City. She's also an ER physician. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me here.
What are your concerns?
You know, this is a space that I have been passionate about and touched by for decades, starting with my own brother facing heroin dependence and addiction and ultimately losing him to that. And then coming into the space as a clinician and an advocate, and now as an elected person, I think that I share the hopes that many of those thinking in this space are, and then that is what we can get people better lives, and that we can do things with policy that will get people into spaces where they aren't living in such desperation. But seeing this proposal and seeing it come from a homeless services board that doesn't have a single medical person on it to represent what it would take, I'm worried that these good intentions have the potential to lead to wasted time, wasted money, and violations of people's civil liberties. So for me, that's kind of the, in a nutshell, concerns that I have.
That is a good point. And again, I think it's important to remember that there are people that do really need help and are struggling, and there are family members who want their loved ones to get the help that they need. And sometimes, in some cases, voluntary is not necessarily an option.
Look, man, it's like—
That being said, you are a part of the legislature and you've expressed your concerns. Is there a way to amend any legislation that might come up to make it so that it's mandatory to have a certain number of healthcare professionals, of addiction professionals, psychiatric professionals on staff and there every year in order to make sure that these places don't become detention centers?
I think that's really a crucial point. And how much of that happens in policy and code versus how much of that happens in planning, that all remains to be seen. You know, we've almost hit this inflection point where folks are saying, oh, housing first didn't work. Now we need this treatment first model. And for me, I don't see it that there's opposing camps. I see it that there's the same needs for people. And for me, housing first was supposed to mean get a roof over people's head first, and then get them the treatment they need, the supports they need, the case management they need, the education they need. Housing first, for me, that's what that meant, and then build upon. But our systems didn't necessarily fund those resources, right? So we call it a failure when really it wasn't the structure or the system so much as the resources there.
Yeah.
We're not that far apart on what people need. Where our chasm is the expectation of whether or not we can force people into it or not. I personally know from a fact, from a family member and from a clinician, you cannot force people into wellness. You have to provide an environment that supports them, and they have to want it.
Yeah, that's a good point. And there's also, I mean, when the institutions were dismantled, there was an idea that they weren't safe spaces, they weren't helpful, and that it would be better for people to be in the community and be treated in the community so they could be closer to family and they could recover and become a functioning part of society. It was that second step that never got followed through on, which has led us to where we are today. Do you have a partner in the legislature right now that is willing to try to put this down on paper to make sure that if this facility does go online, that it can actually be a model of success rather than just another, failed attempt to solve a complicated problem?
You know, I think that there are a number of partners that I can look to, and that I hope we have the kind of collaborative relationships where we can go head on at this as a problem, right? Not as a political problem, but as an actual human problem and as an actual policy response problem. I think we've got to have some honesty about what this is going to cost to build it. I personally don't believe a structure of 14 buildings can be built for $75 million. I know that staffing that facility will take more than $34 million a year. So I think we need to start with some kind of transparency about what it's really going to cost if we're going to try to do something like this. But personally, my hope is that we can get minds together with subject matter expertise and understanding. Good intentions that are ill-informed don't help people. They just waste money and they waste time. So my hope is I can find those partners, that our system can come together, not to battle, but to support one another. And let's actually do what's right by people, not just make a splash.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. State Senator Jen Plum, really good to have you. Thank you so much for coming on. I think it's an important story.
Okay, so that's that. So Shabaka's nightmare is going to go around. Shabaka was said for the longest they're going to put our unhoused neighbors in their term accounts.
It's a controversial city initiative we've been reporting on for more than 2 years, and now the city says its 222-bed homeless service center is finally getting ready to open.
And our Pooja Lodia got a tour of the center. It's at Emancipation and Prairie. Now, Pooja, as Erica just highlighted, a lot of residents have crowded town hall meetings in the past, actually speaking out against this facility.
That is true. Those who live around here have said that they worry that this new facility could bring crime and traffic. And yes, many of them have been showing up to council meetings and other town hall type settings. They have been actually so outspoken about it that council members had to delay a vote on this multiple times. Now this center is opening at the same time that the World Cup is coming to Houston. Ask any Houstonian. Our city often feels like a land of extremes. Consider this half-mile section just east of downtown. Construction is going on for what's being called the world's largest sporting event. Blocks away, Houstonians are sleeping on the street.
Me, I'm tired. I'm getting too old, 64 years old. I can't live on the ground for the rest of my life. 2 years in and out with me being homeless.
Arbora Felix isn't sure he wants to go to the city's new homeless service center. It's scheduled to open in the next 2 weeks, providing health, rehabilitation, and social services on site, operated by Harris Health.
I refer to it as the 3 T's, but triage, transition, and treatment.
Harris Health CEO Wayne Young took us on a tour of what he calls not a shelter, but a resource for those looking for help. He says once this place reaches full capacity, perhaps next month, 140 people will be working here as employees or volunteers.
We want to be able to meet as much of their needs here as we can, because honestly, in those transitions and then people kind of going off somewhere else, you run the risk that they don't come back.
The building was previously a women's shelter, then a facility for unaccompanied migrant children. The city of Houston purchased it last October for $16 million, which is about $9 million above its appraised value. Officials say it will cost between $10 and $14 million a year to operate. According to Houston police, HPD officers, Metro Police, Harris County deputies, and private guards have been assigned to provide security here day and night. HPD says homeless outreach teams have already been assigned to bring people here.
One of the challenges we had was, Chief, we just don't have a place to take them. We can move them 3 blocks because we say you can't be here, but then they go down 3 blocks. All we were doing was moving a problem and having more of the surrounding communities being impacted by that too.
The biggest hurdle now, officials acknowledge, will be convincing homeless Houstonians to come. The latest report from the nonprofit Coalition for the Homeless shows in a recent housing surge, about 40% of those approached refused services.
I'm not trying to make nothing complicated, no.
So the plan right now, officials tell us, is to open up this facility in phases. So the idea is that right now, everybody who is brought here will be brought here by law enforcement officials. But later on, the plan is to have this place available for people to just walk in and receive services. Reporting live, Pooja Lodia, ABC 13, Eyewitness News.
The Denver Rescue Mission announcing plans to close their longtime rehabilitation farm in northern Colorado.
It says the cost to operate has simply grown too large. Your reporter in northern Colorado, Dylan Thomas, talked to the nonprofit's CEO to learn what went into that decision.
It was probably one of the hardest decisions we've ever made.
Tears were shed recently by staff at the Denver Rescue Mission.
We had to make a really tough decision to close Harvest Farm.
CEO Dennis Van Kampen says finances played a role in their choice to shut down the residential New Life recovery program at Harvest Farm, just north of Fort Collins, a program that helped men battling addictions regain sobriety, community, and purpose for more than 40 years now. But the cost became a problem.
Operationally, for a couple of decades, there's been a deficit. We haven't taken in enough money to cover the expenses of that program.
Not only was the program twice as expensive as the one in Denver, due to it involving a farm and animals, but also
the buildings are in need of a lot of repair. In fact, a minimum of $5 million just to get the buildings up to code.
After a fire torched the rescue mission in Old Town Fort Collins and Loveland shut down its homeless shelter, the need for overnight housing became a priority. On June 30th, the property will switch to being an overnight shelter for men until the brand new multi-million-dollar facility in Fort Collins completes construction later this year.
We actually believe we can help more people in northern Colorado, and we can have a greater impact.
Men currently in the recovery program are being offered the opportunity to transfer to Denver's program or receive assistance to find a program from another provider in northern Colorado. In Wellington, Dylan Thomas, covering Colorado First.
Denver says street homelessness is down. So why are people still sleeping in cars? That is the part the sidewalk does not show. A tent is easy to see. A car is easier to miss. A motel room can disappear into a receipt. A borrowed couch can disappear into silence. An RV can look like transportation until it becomes the last room a person can afford. In 2026, Metro Denver reported fewer people experiencing homelessness overall and fewer people sleeping outside. That progress matters. But hidden homelessness asks a harder question. What happens when the tent disappears but the person does not have a home? They may be behind a fogged windshield before sunrise. They may be moving an RV before a warning becomes a tow. They may be sleeping on someone's floor, counting the days until the favor runs out. Denver did not just have a homelessness problem. It had a visibility problem. And that is where the hidden story begins. On the surface, Denver looks like a city that found an answer. Downtown blocks with fewer tents. Mountain air beyond glass towers, Union Station platforms, Colfax traffic, shelters, hotels, and emergency rooms turned into pathways for people who had been living outside. But behind that better-looking picture is another Denver, a Denver of fogged windshields before sunrise, RVs parked on industrial edges, motel receipts folded into glove boxes, spare couches that come with an expiration date, parking lots where a person can be homeless and still look like they are only passing through. That is the part a cleaner sidewalk can hide. This is not a story about Denver making no progress. Denver did make progress. That is what makes the hidden story harder. In the next 25 minutes, you will see three things. What Denver's numbers actually improved, what the point-in-time count can see and what it can miss, and why living in a car, an RV, a motel room, or someone else's spare room can make homelessness less visible without making it less real. Because Denver did not just have a homelessness problem, it had a visibility problem. And before we go deeper into the data, I want to know where hidden homelessness shows up in your city. Before we go deeper into Denver, tell us in the comments, what city are you watching from? And where does hidden homelessness show up where you live? Cars, RVs, motel rooms, couches, parking lots, shelters, or somewhere people rarely count. I ask because Denver's story is not only about Denver. Every city has a version of homelessness the public can see. A tent beside a sidewalk, a line outside a shelter, a person sleeping under an overpass. Those images become the argument because they are visible. But there is another map. A car parked at the edge of a grocery lot, an RV moved every few days, a motel room paid for with the last paycheck, a couch that was supposed to last 1 week. That is hidden homelessness. It does not always look like the crisis people expect. Sometimes it looks like a working car. Sometimes it looks like a receipt. Sometimes it looks like a person who still has a phone, still has a backpack, still has a routine, but no stable place to live. That is why Denver's numbers create a harder question. The region reported fewer people experiencing homelessness in 2026 and fewer people sleeping outside. That matters, but the official point-in-time count is a one-night snapshot. It includes people in shelters and people found in places not meant for habitation, including cars. It does not include every person staying temporarily with friends, family, or in motels because they are at risk of homelessness. So here's the question I want you to hold until the middle of this video. If Denver's street homelessness went down, where did the hidden crisis go? Did people move into real housing? Did they move into shelter? Or did some simply move out of sight behind windshields? Motel doors, RV, curtains and borrowed rooms. Tell us your first guess in the comments. Near the 15-minute mark, we will come back to that question because the answer is not as simple as fewer tents. First, look at the number Denver wants you to see. In 2025, Metro Denver counted 10,774 people experiencing homelessness. That was not the end of the story. 1 year later, the 2026 count fell to 9,950, an 8% reduction. The unsheltered count also fell. People sleeping outside or in places not meant for human habitation dropped from 2,149 to 1,703. That was a 21% decrease. Those numbers matter. They mean fewer people were counted outside on that January night. They mean some crises became less exposed to weather danger and public view. A serious documentary has to say that. But a serious documentary also has to ask what the number does not answer. Because a point-in-time count is not a census of every unstable life in Denver. It is one night. It depends on weather shelter, capacity, outreach coverage, survey, access, volunteer reach, and where people can be found. It can include someone sleeping in a car if that person is identified in a place not meant for living. But it does not automatically capture the worker who slept on a friend's floor for 3 weeks. It does not count every motel stay paid one night at a time. It does not see every family staying quiet because they are ashamed, scared, or trying not to lose a child's school routine. So the number can be true and incomplete at the same time. Denver can report fewer people outside. Denver can report fewer people overall. And still hidden homelessness can keep moving through the city in forms that do not look like a tent. That is why the question cannot be only how many tents disappeared. The question has to be, where did people go? Did they get keys? Did they enter shelter? Did they move into a car? Did they trade a sidewalk for a motel receipt? Did they become less visible but not less homeless? A lower street count can be good news and still leave a person without a home. The first proof of that problem is not under a tent. It is behind a fogged car window. To understand what the count can miss, meet Renee. Renee is a composite character built from documented patterns in vehicle homelessness, housing instability, and working poverty, not one real person. Her details are combined to protect privacy and keep the focus on the system. She is 52. Before sunrise, she is awake in the driver's seat of a car that looks ordinary from the outside. That is the point. No tent, no cardboard sign, no pile of belongings on a sidewalk. Just a parked car with fog on the inside of the windows. A blanket is folded over the passenger seat. A gym bag is wedged behind her. A phone charger runs from the console. A pair of work shoes sits on the floorboard. In the cup holder beside a pill bottle is a parking warning she has read too many times. Renee knows the rules of being invisible. Move before someone complains. Do not stay in the same place too long. Keep the car clean enough that people assume you are waiting for someone. Find a restroom before work. Charge the phone anywhere that will not ask questions. Look normal. That last rule may be the hardest because hidden homelessness asks a person to survive while pretending not to be in crisis. From the outside, Renee may look like someone between errands. Inside the car, she is calculating everything. How much gas is left? Where can she park tonight? Can she keep the windows cracked without being noticed? Will the phone last long enough for a housing call? Can she wash up before work? What happens if the car is towed? A tow would not just remove transportation. It would remove the bedroom, the storage unit, the charging station, the last private space. That is what many housed people do not understand about vehicle homelessness. The car is not comfort. It is the last layer before the street. Renee is not proof Denver's progress is fake. She is proof that a person can disappear from the sidewalk and still not have a home. Denver can count fewer tents. Denver can point to fewer people sleeping outside. Denver can say the visible crisis improved. And that may be true. But if Renee is still waking up behind glass, moving before sunrise, and measuring stability by whether the car starts, then the crisis has not ended. It has changed shape. A windshield, a warning, a blanket folded before anyone sees it. And cars are only the first hidden room. To understand why, you have to understand what the count is designed to see. The point-in-time count is a snapshot. It tries to count people experiencing homelessness on one night in January. It includes people in emergency shelters and transitional housing. It includes people sleeping outside. It can include people in cars, tents, abandoned buildings, or other places not meant for human habitation. That makes it useful. Without the count, cities would have less information, fewer comparisons, and weaker claims for federal funding. But useful is not the same as complete. The count is not built to measure every person living in housing insecurity. It does not include everyone at risk of homelessness. It does not include people temporarily staying with friends or family. It does not include every person paying for a motel because no lease is available. It does not see every worker who has a place to sleep this week, but no place guaranteed next week. That is where hidden homelessness begins to slip through the frame. The sidewalk gives the public a clear image. The car gives the count a chance if someone finds it. The motel may become invisible. The couch may vanish completely. And the person inside those arrangements may still be one parking ticket, one argument, one rent increase, one car repair, or one missed paycheck away from the street. That is why hidden homelessness is so hard to discuss. It does not always match the public image of homelessness. It can include people with jobs, people with children in school, people with a vehicle, people who are trying very hard not to be seen. So when Denver says fewer people were outside, the next question has to be precise. Fewer outside where, for how long, moved into what? Shelter, housing, a car, an RV, a couch, a motel. The count can see the car if it is found. It may not see the couch, the motel, or the borrowed floor. That is why an RV can look like shelter and still be homelessness. Caleb is a composite character built from documented patterns in vehicle living, housing instability, and repair cost spirals, not one real person. He is 39. His RV is parked on the edge of an industrial road, far enough from downtown to be ignored for a while, close enough to services that moving farther out would make life harder. From a distance, the RV looks like transportation. Up close, it looks more like a life held together by temporary fixes. An expired registration, a water jug, an extension cord, a toolbox, a repair receipt folded in half, a notice tucked under the windshield wiper. Caleb did not plan for the RV to become home. At first, it was supposed to be temporary. A few weeks after losing the apartment, then a month, then another month. Then the repair bill came. Then the insurance lapsed. Then the parking options narrowed. Then the RV stopped being a vehicle and became the last room he could afford. That is the line many people do not see. A vehicle can protect someone from weather. It can hold belongings. It can provide a door lock and a small amount of privacy. But if it cannot move, cannot be registered, cannot be legally parked, cannot access water, cannot handle winter, and cannot lead to stable housing, it is not a solution. It is homelessness with an engine problem. For Caleb, every notice carries the same thread. Move, fix it, pay, register, comply. But compliance costs money, and money is the reason the RV became home in the first place. That is the trap. If the city ignores the RV, the block absorbs the crisis. If the city removes it without a real pathway, Caleb loses the last structure he has. This is why vehicle homelessness is not just a parking issue. It is a housing issue wearing the shape of transportation. The RV did not solve Caleb's homelessness. It gave homelessness wheels. That is the open secret behind Denver's progress story. Fewer tents can mean real progress and still not mean enough homes. That sentence matters because it keeps the story honest. Denver's unsheltered decrease matters. Moving people indoors matters. Getting someone out of freezing weather matters. A shelter bed can save a life. A hotel room can reduce harm. A city that reduces street homelessness has done something important. But the hidden story begins where visibility stops. If a person leaves a tent for shelter, that may be progress. If a person leaves a tent for permanent housing, that is closer to the goal. If a person leaves a tent for a car, an RV, a motel, or someone's floor, the public may see less homelessness without the person having a home. That distinction is everything. Renee's car shows one side of it. She is not on a sidewalk, but she is not housed. Caleb's RV shows another side. He has walls, but he also has a notice on the windshield and no stable legal place to live. And beyond both of them are people who may not appear in the same story at all. The worker on a couch, the family in a motel, the parent who says they are staying with relatives because saying they are homeless feels too dangerous. This is not a reason to dismiss Denver's progress. It is a reason to measure the next question. When the tent count drops, what replaces it? Housing, shelter, a safer temporary room, or a quieter crisis. That is why visibility is not the same thing as housing. Visibility tells you what the public can see. Housing tells you whether the person has a stable place to live. Those are related, but they are not identical. A city can reduce visible homelessness and still leave too many people outside the definition of home. That is not failure alone. It is incompletion. Now the hidden crisis reaches the middle of the story. Now the hidden crisis reaches the middle of the story. At the beginning, I asked you to hold one question. If Denver's street homelessness went down, where did the hidden crisis go? The easy answer is that Denver solved more than critics admit. The other easy answer is that nothing changed at all. But hidden homelessness does not let either answer stand alone. Some people did move indoors. Some people did enter shelter. Some people did leave the street for safer temporary spaces. Some may have moved toward housing. But other people were never easy to see in the first place. A worker sleeping in a car does not always become a public encampment. A family in a motel does not always become a sidewalk image. A couch stay can become homelessness without ever becoming a headline. And an RV can sit at the edge of the city, visible enough to annoy a neighborhood, but not visible enough to fit the simple story. The city can improve the street picture and still not answer the hidden question. Where is the stable home? I kept looking at the tents that disappeared. I kept looking at the cars that stayed. Then the word progress started to need a second question. A person can disappear from the sidewalk and still be homeless. Fewer tents, more indoors. Still not home. That is the middle of the story. Not that Denver's progress is fake. Not that moving people indoors does not matter. Not that visible homelessness should be ignored. The truth is more difficult. A city can reduce the most visible form of homelessness before it solves the deeper instability underneath. And when that happens, the public may believe the crisis is shrinking faster than people inside the crisis experience it. Renee still has to move the car. Caleb still has the notice. The motel receipt still ends on Friday. The borrowed couch still expires when patience runs out. So the answer to the question from the beginning is this. Some of the crisis moved indoors. Some of it moved toward safety. Some of it may have moved toward housing. But some of it also moved into places where homelessness becomes harder to see. And that is where Denver's defenders have a serious point. Because Denver did improve. The 2026 regional count showed fewer people experiencing homelessness than the year before. It also showed fewer people sleeping outside. That is not nothing. For someone who was living in a tent, moving indoors can mean warmth, sleep storage, a locked door, and a chance to stabilize. For a neighborhood, fewer encampments can mean sidewalks become usable again. Both things can be true. Outdoor homelessness is dangerous for the person living it. Outdoor homelessness also affects the city around it. So when a city reduces street homelessness, that deserves serious attention. But the counterpoint cannot become an excuse to stop asking questions. A shelter bed is not always housing. A hotel room is not always housing. A car is not housing. An RV with no legal place to stay is not housing. A motel room paid 1 week at a time is not housing. A couch with an expiration date is not housing. Denver's progress is real. The problem is that progress can still leave people outside the definition of home. That is why the next phase of the conversation has to move beyond tents. If the only goal is fewer tents, then the city can mistake visibility for resolution. If the goal is stable housing, then every temporary placement has to be judged by what happens next. Did the person get a lease? Did they remain housed? Did they return to homelessness? Did they enter shelter and stall? Did they move into a car? Did they disappear from the system entirely? Those questions are harder than counting tents. They are also more honest. Because hidden homelessness does not disappear simply because the sidewalk looks clearer. It becomes the next test. So the real test is not whether Denver can reduce tents. It is whether people reach stable housing. That is what actually works. Not just moving people out of sight. Not just changing the image of downtown. Not just creating a cleaner block while the person moves into another form of instability. A serious solution has to begin with exits. First, Denver has to track exits, not only visibility. How many people move from shelter into permanent housing? How many leave a hotel room with a lease? How many return to homelessness after 30 days, 6 months, or a year? If the city does not follow the person after the tent disappears, it can confuse motion with success. Second, vehicle homelessness needs its own response. Renee does not need a parking warning that pushes her farther from work. She needs a safe place to park, access to restrooms, a way to charge a phone, help replacing documents, and housing navigation that treats the car as an emergency, not a lifestyle. Third R of homelessness needs policy that understands the repair spiral. Caleb's problem is not only where the RV is parked, it is registration, maintenance, towing, risk, storage, sanitation, and the fact that losing the vehicle may mean losing everything. A city cannot solve that with tickets alone. Fourth, motel and couch instability have to be treated as warning signs. If a household is in a motel because rent assistance failed, the system should not wait until the motel money runs out. If a family is doubled up with relatives and the arrangement is breaking prevention, has to arrive before the living room becomes a sidewalk. Fifth, rental assistance has to move faster than eviction pressure. A check that arrives after a lockout is not prevention. A caseworker call that comes after the car becomes home is too late. Sixth, shelter has to become a pathway, not a warehouse. Shelter matters. A safe bed can be the first step back towards stability, but shelter has to connect to housing income, support healthcare documents, transportation, and long-term stability. Otherwise, the city may reduce street homelessness while people cycle through temporary places. Seventh, the data has to expand beyond one night. The point-in-time count matters, but hidden homelessness needs other measures too. School data, service data, eviction data, safe parking data, motel assistance data, returns to homelessness, time in shelter, housing exits. No single number can carry the whole story. The answer is not just to move people out of sight. The answer is to move people out of homelessness. Because when hidden homelessness is ignored, the crisis returns in another form. Because when hidden homelessness is ignored, the crisis returns in another form. It returns as a parking ticket. It returns as a tow. It returns as an emergency room visit after a person tried to survive winter in a vehicle. It returns as a lost job because the car would not start. It returns as a child changing schools because the motel stay ended. It returns as a shelter bed filled again by someone who was almost stabilized but never reached housing. Hidden homelessness does not cost less because the public sees it less. It often costs more because the system waits until the crisis becomes visible enough to demand attention. Renee feels that cost in small ways. A phone battery, a restroom search, a work shoe under the seat, a parking warning that can change the whole day. Caleb feels it differently. A repair receipt, an expired registration, a notice, a vehicle that is both shelter and liability. A city feels it too. Outreach teams try to find people who keep moving. Police become the first responders to a housing problem. Libraries, hospitals, schools, parking lots, nonprofits, and businesses all absorb pieces of a crisis that no single agency owns, and the public becomes confused. They see fewer tents and hear progress. Then they see RVs, cars, motel families, and people still cycling through temporary rooms. That gap creates distrust. Residents think the city is hiding the problem. Unhoused people think the city is managing appearances. Progress can be real and still feel incomplete when people cannot see where it leads. That is the cost of hidden homelessness. It makes everyone argue over the visible part, while the invisible part keeps producing the next emergency. If Denver wants trust, it has to answer the question behind every cleared block and every lower street count. Where did people go? And Denver is not alone. And Denver is not alone. Return for a moment to Renee's blanket folded over the passenger seat. It is easy to miss. To a passerby, it may look like clutter. To Renee, it is a bedroom she has to hide before the day begins. That image is not only Denver. In Portland, RVs and sidewalks can become the center of a public argument when the exits are too narrow. In San Francisco, vehicle homelessness can sit beside one of the richest urban economies in the country. In Los Angeles, huge shelter lines and declining counts can exist at the same time. In Phoenix, parking lots and extreme heat can turn hidden homelessness into a survival problem. Different cities, different climates, different politics, the same pattern. Housing becomes unaffordable. Prevention arrives late. Shelter fills. A car becomes a room. A motel becomes the last stop before the street. A couch becomes a countdown. The same thing that leaves Renee folding a blanket over a passenger seat in Denver is closer to the thing filling Portland RV lines, San Francisco, vehicle encampments, Los Angeles shelter waits, in Phoenix parking lots than most cities want to admit. That does not mean every story is the same. Some people need rent help. Some need treatment. Some need medical care. Some need one repair paid before a vehicle life collapses. But the warning is the same. When homelessness becomes hidden, cities can underreact because the public pressure drops. Then the crisis returns later, more expensive, more unstable, and harder to solve. That is why Denver's hidden homeless matter beyond Denver. They show what happens after the tent disappears, but before housing appears. The hidden counts are coming. So the question is not whether your city has fewer tents. It is whether people have somewhere stable to go. It is whether people have somewhere stable to go. That is the question I want you to take back to your own city. Not as a slogan, as a checklist. Look up your local point-in-time count, then look past the headline. How many people were unsheltered? How many were sheltered? How many were found in vehicles? How many were living in motels or doubled up with friends or family? How many left shelter for permanent housing? How many returned to homelessness? And when your city clears a tent or announces a lower street count, ask the question that decides whether the policy is real. Where did people go? If the answer is shelter, ask what happens after shelter. If the answer is a hotel room, ask whether it leads to a lease. If the answer is outreach, ask whether outreach has placements. If the answer is enforcement, ask whether it moved people towards stability or simply moved them out of view. That is not a left question or a right question. It is a results question. Denver's hidden crisis shows what happens when progress is real but incomplete. So comment below with your city and where hidden homelessness shows up first. Cars, RVs, motel strips, parking lots, shelters, couches, places people rarely count. By 2029, Denver will either be the city that turned fewer tents into real housing or the city that learned how to make homelessness harder to see without ending it. The choice in some small way is also yours. And Renee's fogged windshield is the image Denver cannot afford to misunderstand. And Renee's fogged windshield is the image Denver cannot afford to misunderstand. Because by morning, Denver can still look like progress. Downtown blocks clearer than before. Mountain air beyond glass towers. Sidewalks that feel more open. Officials pointing to numbers that moved in the right direction. But in a parking lot before sunrise, the hidden story remains. A blanket folded over a passenger seat. A phone charger. A parking warning. A pair of work shoes. A person trying to look normal before the day begins. That is the truth Denver has to face. The tent disappeared. The homelessness did not always disappear with it. And when a city can reduce what the public sees without fully solving where people live, the final question is not whether the count improved. The final question is whether improvement became a home. Next, we go to a city where homelessness is framed not by mountain air, but by beaches, military money, and thousands still sleeping outside. Disclaimer. This documentary is for educational and journalistic purposes only. It discusses homelessness, poverty, mental health, addiction-related issues, housing policy, and public spending. Composite characters are based on patterns from public records, housing research, shelter data, court filings, and published case studies. They are not intended to identify any specific private individual. This video does not promote illegal activity, drug use, harassment, or harmful behavior. Some footage has been edited or blurred for privacy, safety, and compliance with YouTube community guidelines.
We're following up tonight on a program in Arapahoe County, helping people experiencing homelessness get back on their feet.
A year ago, Bridge House opened the Tri-Cities Homeless Navigation Center and began accepting people from Littleton, Inglewood, and Sheridan.
Denver 7's Adria Ibrahita checked in with them today and has more about the results they've been seeing.
In this space,
There's a lot of laughter, there's a lot of tears.
and above all, healing.
Because I was alone. I had nobody. I had 0 people.
It's been a year since Justin Barton walked into Bridge House Tri-Cities.
I was homeless and I had nowhere to go.
The comprehensive program gives people sober living and meals in exchange for work to help them get back on their feet.
Didn't really want to be around anymore, just generally. And this place, they helped me find structure and purpose.
Justin found help and hope here. He was one of the first 10 people to walk through the doors.
It's like something really heartfelt. It wasn't just a bunch of strangers. I felt like all these people were my family and really close friends.
82 people have taken part in the program in the past 12 months.
It's the most important thing I've ever had in my life.
Justin is the first graduate.
There's a strong contingency of lived expertise and lived experience with the team here. So they've walked in their shoes. They're really able to be peers in this.
The Navigation Center next door served more than 500 people in the same time frame, feeding some directly into Bridge House. County leaders tell me both are moving the needle on homelessness in Arapahoe County.
It's kind of a perfect recipe coming together for success.
It's how Justin finds himself in a new apartment, starting a new career, and putting the finishing touches on his poetry book.
For the last bag, the last drag was the last as I keep going back for more.
Sharing his story to inspire others,
Addict or self-saboteur.
just like others did for him.
I want more people to succeed like I did.
Here at Bridge House.
I want them to find this place and do what I did, because I was not supposed to be here. And I am so grateful for them.
In Arapahoe County, Adria Arejita, Denver 7.
You can scan that QR code on your screen to get in touch with Adria, our Arapahoe County and Aurora reporter here at Denver 7. You can also email her directly at adria.irahita@denver7.com. We are following breaking news out of Denver. There is a large police presence on 6th and Calumet right next to Santa Fe Drive after a shooting involving deputies from the Adams County Sheriff's Office and Colorado State Troopers. You are seeing a live look at the scene of that Sinclair gas station. There is police tape up along with several police patrol vehicles around. Denver police say suspect has been taken to the hospital. No word yet on how badly they were injured. Police have closed all the roads in that area, so if you don't have to be near that Sinclair station, stay away. We do have a crew on scene now working to find out more about what led up to the shooting. We will continue to follow this and update you as we learn more. Well, thanks for joining us at 9 News at Noon. I'm Sam Shocker. Court documents reveal 2 witnesses believe the crash on a Highlands Ranch sidewalk that killed 1 pedestrian and seriously hurt 2 others was intentional. The driver accused, Adam Bowserman, made his first court appearance this morning. And according to police documents, witnesses say Bowserman was speeding and tailing a car before suddenly taking a hard right, hitting the curb, and flying into the air several feet before hitting the 3 victims on the sidewalk. They also say they saw him go down an embankment before turning around and then driving off. One of the witnesses there followed his truck until law enforcement could catch him and make an arrest. The court documents also show that Bowserman told the deputy he hit someone and thought they were dead. The person killed was a 35-year-old woman. Another woman and a man now have serious injuries, including numerous broken bones, and the woman had a brain bleed. We've also learned Bowserman's license was already suspended because of a DUI conviction in 2025. He is expected back in court Friday. A man is headed to prison for a crash that killed a woman and a 15-year-old girl in Aurora last summer. Police say last July, Olvin Linda's Carcoma Meza was going more than 120 miles per hour in a 40-mile-per-hour zone, then ran a red light at South Airport Boulevard and East Alameda Parkway. Police say he hit a vehicle with a 37-year-old woman and teen girl who both died. He got a 35-year prison sentence. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office saw a video of a 15-year-old riding an e-motorcycle, then getting hit by a car. It is a disturbing video, but the office wants parents to see the danger of the speeding bikes. This is the video. The teen turned in front of a car and got hit. The child, thankfully, was able to get up and walk away, but the sheriff's office says the young riders often don't know about the traffic laws yet or the risks, so they ask that parents keep them out of kids' hands. A former town councilman from Mountain View is locked up today after he is being convicted late yesterday afternoon of assault and illegal use of a firearm in the 2024 shooting of a teenager. Brent Metz was charged with second-degree assault, but the jury convicted him of the lesser third-degree assault, which is a misdemeanor. He was also convicted of felony illegal discharge of a firearm, which is why the judge said he had no choice but to take Metz into custody before his sentencing later this month. Metz had claimed that his gun accidentally discharged back in 2024. That day, 2 teens were on his conifer property scouting out locations for homecoming photos. The pair tried to knock on the door, but no one answered, so they left, and Metz confronted them off the property. He says he was moving his gun from a truck holster to his hip, and then the gun accidentally went off. His attorneys say the conviction on the gun charge and the jury's decision not to convict on the more serious assault charge don't add up.
We respect the jury's verdict, obviously, and understand that they spent a long time thinking about it, but he was found not guilty of recklessly discharging the firearm, but then found guilty of recklessly discharging the firearm in a separate count. So the elements are the same in terms of recklessness. So we're having a hard time finding that those are compatible.
Metz's sentencing date is set for June 15th, and he could face up to 3 years in prison.
Phil Washington has announced he is stepping down as CEO of DIA after nearly 5 years. Washington inherited the massive Great Hall Terminal renovation project. Construction started in 2018. It was budgeted for $770 million. 8 years later, construction is ongoing, and the budget has ballooned to $2.1 billion. He also oversaw the implementation of new train cars, which hasn't always worked out. There are more than 130 outages in the past year. Half were linked to the new cars. Just last week, Washington announced that the airport will turn its underground baggage tunnels into pedestrian walkways between concourses. He did face some questions over last month over security gaps at the airport, too, after a man walked onto a runway and was hit by a plane. He also oversaw expansion of the airport, including more gates and more travelers. Washington will retire August 1st.
It was our Rockies game.
In a room filled with photographs.
And then the day we got married.
It's hard for Yvette Valenzuela to picture a life without her husband, Robbie. But today,
to take his life,
that's her reality.
Not fair.
In March 2024, Robbie Valenzuela was hit and killed near Zunai and Alcott Street in Westminster by a driver that left the scene. Days later, August Romero was arrested. He was charged with first-degree murder and leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. Romero was convicted for that leaving the scene charge, but in April, a jury found him not guilty of first-degree murder.
It's very unfair. The one charge that he was found guilty on, to know that he's fighting that one, it brings so much anger to me.
According to the Adams County DA's office, Romero's attorney is attempting to get his leaving the scene conviction tossed under the Fifth Amendment, arguing that requiring him to report the accident was a violation of his right to remain silent. Meanwhile, the Colorado Supreme Court is also hearing a case that could impact Romero's conviction. In the People versus Jason Brown, the defense is arguing that the prosecution has to prove that the person was aware that they hurt or killed someone when they left the scene, or else the conviction is unconstitutional. If the justices side with the petitioner in that case, the DA's office says Romero's leaving the scene conviction could be tossed and either dismissed or set for a new trial.
So by and large, there are many reasons why that argument's probably not going to work.
9 News legal expert Scott Robinson says because of legal precedents, it would be an uphill battle for the conviction to be tossed for either of those reasons. Yvette doesn't even want to think about that possibility. Today, she focuses on the husband, father, and grandfather a family lost.
You don't remember what you miss, you just miss him, huh? Yeah.
We did reach out to the public defender's office this afternoon to connect with Romero's attorney, but have yet to hear back. We're told the judge is waiting for that state Supreme Court decision, so Romero's sentencing isn't scheduled until next month. Phil?
It's just so awful on so many levels, the level that it didn't need to happen and the level that the family now is suffering again.
Yeah, it's something that they continue to struggle with. I've spoken to Yvette a few times over the last few months, and you can tell losing her husband has taken such a toll on her, and she's still hoping that she can find justice one day.
All right, Jaleesa, thank you.
Well, we are just kicking off the summer and at the same time kicking off our 9 Cares Colorado Shares food drive.
Summertime is such an important time to help feed our neighbors because a lot of local kids rely on the breakfast and lunches, this free lunch at school every day. And when you don't get that benefit during the summertime, it really adds up for families. 9 News reporter Jennifer Meckles joins us at King Soopers to show us one of the many ways you can help donate to Colorado families.
Hey guys, yep, so 9 Cares has just kicked off. We're running through June 15th, so there's lots of time and lots of opportunities that if you want to help Coloradans in need, you can absolutely do it. These donations are staying within the community. We are helping 5 local food banks across Colorado. And the goal here, it's a pretty lofty one. We're trying to raise $350,000. $1 equals 1 meal, 3 meals. $1 equals 3 meals. So the goal here is to hit about 1 million meals. King Soopers is one of the places, one of the partners in this whole endeavor where you can help donate money. I want to bring in somebody here. We've got Jessica Trowbridge with King Soopers. You guys are part of this partnership every year. You guys make it so easy for people to donate just as they're checking out. But let's talk more about why summertime. Summertime is a really important time to try to help, especially families with kids.
Yeah, I think a lot of people think about the holidays like it's natural that there's more need, but actually summertime, the food banks see a lot of need. Right now, 1 in 7 Colorado kids are facing food insecurity. And during the summer, when you think about it, they're out of school, they lose access to those programs that they typically have while they're in school. And so there becomes more of a need at home, and our food bank partners really step up to help fill that gap.
We also talk about there's a lot of different, money is such a helpful way because the food bank can stretch those dollars further. But that's not the only way that we try to help people. You guys have a cool program where you save food before it hasn't passed its expiration date, but there's ways you can get it to people when it's close. Tell me more about that.
Yep. So we have a food rescue program, and we partner with our Feeding Colorado food banks on this program. And so basically the way it works is, I'll use our meat department as an example. They go through and they look at the products, and products that are getting close to date, they'll pull. They're still perfectly good to eat, but we don't want them to go to waste in case they don't sell or whatnot. So we take them and we freeze them. And then we work with, we're in Denver right now. So for example, Food Bank of the Rockies or one of their partner agencies who come into our stores 2 to 3 times a week, and they pick up that food that we've set aside, and then they redistribute it through the community. And the great thing is it helps them get food that is not as easy for food banks to source, like
Frozen meat, meat, fresh meat.
Yep.
And I mean, how many families at home, guys, right? We also will freeze food and then use it at a later date. Jessica, thank you so much for helping us. One last thing I want to leave you guys with is this idea of like how people at home can help. Everyone's got to shop for groceries. Everyone's going to find themselves in a grocery store. So remember, at your next King Soopers trip, you can do this, whether you're doing the self-serve aisle or you're working with someone behind the counter. I also want to remind you guys, we have this QR code that has been blasting on TV. It's on our website. You can go as simple as just scan that. It'll take you to the donation page. And you can also go to our website where we have the links, not just to this greater campaign, but to the 5 different food banks that this is going to help. So ladies, we have until June 15th to get out there, get grocery shopping, and round up those donation dollars.
Yep, I love that roundup option too, because that's so simple. Anybody can do that. Makes you feel good. And those dollars and cents add up.
And every amount helps. So Jennifer Meckles, thank you.
Right now, you can find Kratom for sale pretty much everywhere. It's often seen as an energy booster, but some medical professionals are warning it is much more than that. A study from the CDC earlier this year showed that in 2025, there were more than 3,400 reports of poisoning linked to Kratom. Symptoms can range from vomiting and high blood pressure to seizures and hallucinations. Some local treatment centers say they have seen a rise in the number of people coming in to get help with addictions to it. Jason Valderrama from Community Medical Services is joining me now to talk more about it. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Corey.
First of all, what is Kratom? What is it used for?
Yes, so Kratom is a plant, and it is a compound that gets derived from the leaves. It can get turned into a powder, it can get turned into pills, it can get turned into a drink, and people are taking it orally.
So what makes it so addictive?
Yeah, the way that Kratom works is the compound binds to the same receptor that heroin does, or the same receptor that fentanyl does.
Oh.
So in lower doses, it can act kind of like a stimulant. People take it because they feel like it gives them a little bit of energy. But then as they take higher and higher doses, it starts to act like a opioid. And so you can see addiction develop.
It's wild because you can find this pretty much anywhere. People think, oh, it's just an energy booster. It's like a Red Bull, but it is not. It is very different. Talk about why it can be so different and dangerous.
Yeah, it can be so dangerous because in a very short period of time, I've had patients who told me after just a couple of weeks of taking this or a couple of months of taking this, I can't stop. And so it gets to that point where you get in this cycle of, I'm taking something to try and get this effect, and now it's no longer giving me that effect, but I can't stop it because I get so sick. The withdrawal is just like a withdrawal from any other opioid, and it feels terrible.
Yeah, it seems like we've seen quite an increase in Kratom use over the years. And even at your clinic, you're saying that you're seeing more people come in saying that they're addicted to it.
We absolutely are. And Kratom is not new. It's been around since the 90s, but in the last 3 years, we're seeing the product be more synthesized and some derivatives of Kratom that are so much more potent. And just like anything, when you increase potency, you increase the risk of addiction, you increase those risk of side effects. And so in the last 3 years with products like 7-OH, this derivative, we're seeing a lot more people coming in.
I wanted you to mention that because you might not see it as Kratom anymore. It's being branded or listed as 7-OH.
It has many other things, and it's bought online. It's bought, like you said, at gas stations, at smoke shops is a really common place. And people think, well, this is over the counter. This is just a supplement. It's okay if I use this or try and use it to help me get off of something else, and then in fact find themselves in just as much trouble.
Is it FDA regulated?
It is a regulated In Colorado, we have regulation around it. You have to be 21 years or older to buy. They are making limits on how much 7-OH they can put into the product, which is great. But it's still so easy to access, and there's still a lot of workarounds. So we have seen a huge increase in the last 3 years.
How do you treat addiction for kratom?
Exactly, such an important question, because there is treatment, there is hope. Just like we would use medications to help somebody get off of heroin or off of fentanyl, we have medications like Suboxone and methadone that we use that are really effective at helping people get off of this roller coaster of whatever opioid or opioid-like substance that they're using.
2 questions for you. How can you recognize that someone maybe in your family is dealing with a kratom, maybe overdose, and how do you have that conversation with them?
Yeah, so overdose symptoms, you'll notice somebody is not breathing right. That's the biggest thing. That's what causes somebody to pass away from an overdose, is respiratory depression. So blue lips, long pauses between breathing. So if somebody's having an overdose, Narcan is the best thing that you can do for somebody in that situation. As far as recognizing somebody who is struggling, there's a lot of collateral damage. We see just impacts to relationships, impacts ability to work, impacts ability to function. And so being able to approach somebody and say, hey, there's hope, there's help, there's treatment available, is something that we can do.
Absolutely. Great information. Really appreciate you coming in. And by the way, if you want to get more information about treatment and recovery with Community Medical Services, you can find it at the link there on your screen, communitymedicalservices.org. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you so much, Corey.
We'll be right back. Thanks for starting your Wednesday morning with us here on 9 News at 6. I'm Corey Rose.
And I'm Drew Carney. Before we go anywhere else with your news headlines, we do want to talk about today's weather impact forecast. We could see some more severe weather later today before things really dry out this weekend. With all that in mind, let's bring Katie into the mix here. Katie, how you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Great.
All right. Happy Wednesday. Kicking off things pretty quiet. But yes, we do have the risk of a few more scattered thunderstorms developing, first in the high country, spreading across the plains, a lower risk of severe storm activity. But we will be watching out across eastern Colorado. From Ray to Sterling and Julesburg, the northeastern corner of the state has a marginal risk of a few strong to even severe warned thunderstorms. A lower risk here across the Denver metro area. This morning, it's a mix of sun and clouds and really pleasant outside. High 50s to low 60s currently, but a marginal risk indicated here by the shades of green. You can see over the northeastern corner of Colorado, they'll be brief and isolated in nature, the storms that do form later on. No weather worries if you're heading out to Denver International Airport this morning. Winds are calm, skies are partly cloudy, will be dry into about midday, upper 70s by that point, and daytime highs in the low 80s. A few brief showers, an isolated thunderstorm really popping up and spreading over the I-25 corridor.
Get many ingredients in the atmosphere to determine if a storm will be weak or if a storm will be strong, producing large hail, damaging winds, and of course tornadoes. So if you go ahead and take a look at the screen there, you can see when forecasting severe weather, we look for a combination of moisture, instability, lift, and also wind shear. Now Monday, those ingredients were coming together more favorably across parts of Colorado, which is why the severe weather threat was so high, and of course the reason why we saw all of that accumulating hail. But today, we still have enough moisture and energy for thunderstorms to develop, but some of the ingredients that help storms organize and become severe won't be as strong. That means while a few strong storms are still possible, widespread severe weather appears less likely at this time. Now, this is a reminder that not all thunderstorms are created equal, and small changes in the atmosphere can make a big difference on how storms behave. So, of course, we'll continue to fine-tune that forecast, because even on a low-risk day like today, we still have that possibility of seeing maybe some small hail and some gusty winds, and possibly, especially over towards the eastern plains, spin-up tornadoes are possible as well. But overall, there's a big difference between, every storm day that we see. Every day that we see is not going to be severe. So live in Denver, Jada Knowles for 9 News.
Thank you so much for your reporting. A live look right now for anyone taking 270 at Vasquez for your Wednesday morning. Traffic volume has definitely picked up in this area, trying to head into I-25 or I-70. But good news, no crashes to report across the metro, especially in the eastern plains or the high country. So I do want to switch things over to our main maps, kind of show you what we're seeing across the metro. So along 270, where I just showed you that traffic volume start to pick up, that's kind of where we're seeing those slowdowns at the moment. And you could see we're changing right now with those drive times, especially if you're heading down York, Quebec, as well as Vasquez from I-25 heading into I-70, taking the 270 corridor. Right now, for anyone taking I-25 from downtown to the tech center, you're only looking at a 12 to 11-minute drive.
All right, thank you, Brianna. In our top headlines here, the Anti-Defamation League is condemning a social media post by a group that claims to be made up of students at CU Boulder. That post applauded the man convicted in last year's deadly anti-Semitic firebombing attack at the Pearl Street Mall. The group, named Boulder Students for Justice in Palestine, called the attack, quote, "chickens coming home to roost." They said the attackers' decision to hurl Molotov cocktails at a group of demonstrators was the, quote, "only sane response available to a rational human being." CU stripped the group of its recognized status back in 2024 and called this recent post abhorrent. But a First Amendment attorney says CU really can't do much else about this. The group, by the way, behind the post did not respond to a request for comment. In other headlines here, voters got their first chance to see a policy debate between the Republican candidates for governor last night here on 9 News.
9 News political reporter Marshall Zellinger co-moderated the debate and asked about one of the biggest challenges for the future governor, the budget.
Since it was the first time the three candidates shared a debate stage together, we expected personality moments. But the next potential governor of the state will have to govern and not just perform. Victor Marks, on the topic of budget, said he wants to audit every state department. But the state auditor already does that every year. Marks told me he doesn't trust the state to audit the state.
I opened up the long bill the other day and started looking at it and thought, pretty complicated.
Not for me.
Is that an apology?
No, I said not for me.
I think getting the right eyes on it, doing the right audits will help keep people accountable.
That was State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer you heard say, not for me. She sits on the powerful Joint Budget Committee, which gets to write the budget every year. She supports a potential ballot issue that would require the state to spend $700 million on roads every year. That could come at the expense of K-12 education or even Medicaid. But she tells me it wouldn't because she believes the state simply has a spending problem, not a revenue problem.
What has happened over the course of the last 4 years that I've been on the Joint Budget Committee is the governor comes in with a budget request that is not balanced. And then I have to sit there and fight with Democrats for about 6 months to get it into line. And we have to determine where our priorities are. And they like to go off and spend money on things that we shouldn't be spending money on, basically, that are not core functions of government.
In his 4 years in the legislature, State Representative Scott Bottoms has had one bill make it past the first step in the process, and that is a commemorative license plate that became law. He says he can save $20 billion by doing away with two major ways residents in this state fund the state.
The ability to accomplish this across the state, it's not that big of a deal. We do have those, so property tax does go into county, and income tax goes into the state. I actually want to do away with both of them.
To cover the money lost in no property taxes or income taxes, he said he would end funding for abortion, transgender surgeries, and illegal immigrant programs. That gets to about 0.5% of the $20 billion. We tried to extract what we could from the candidates from a policy standpoint and not just quips that look good on social media. Reporting from the University of Denver, I'm Marshall Zellinger, 9 News.
If you'd like to see more on last night's debate, including the candidates' thoughts on affordability, immigration, and Tina Peters, you can watch the full hour-long debate anywhere you stream 9 News. And then coming up tomorrow night, you're going to hear from the Democratic candidates running for governor. Senator Michael Bennet and Attorney General Phil Weiser will debate at 6 p.m. on 9 News. Colorado has recorded its first case of West Nile virus this season. It happened to a person living in Jefferson County. West Nile spreads through bites from infected mosquitoes. Most people who get it won't feel sick. Mild symptoms include fever, headaches, body aches, and tiredness. In rare cases, though, it can cause serious illness. Jeffco officials say it's unusually early to be seeing a case.
Water and warm temperatures play into the growth of positive pools of mosquitoes. With our warmer winter, our very wet May, really, or late May that we had, it could be that we are starting to see an earlier development.
You can lessen the risk of West Nile with a few precautions. Get rid of standing water around your property, wear long sleeves when working outdoors, and use insect repellent with DEET.
Colorado leaders say they're working to make state mental health services more accessible, and they're doing that by consolidating crisis support into one network. The Behavioral Health Administration says it's phasing out the Colorado Crisis Services line. Instead, they're migrating those services to the 988 mental health line. Starting Friday, the Colorado Crisis Services website and phone line will redirect people to 988 Colorado. 988, by the way, is a free 24/7 service that connects people with trained mental health specialists.
New tonight, Boulder County will not allow any new data or detention centers for the next 6 months. Commissioners approved a moratorium for both today. Boulder County follows several other municipalities in choosing to halt new data centers, including the city of Denver and Jefferson County. Those moratoriums are designed to allow local leaders time to study things like water and energy use while they develop regulations. Boulder County commissioners say both data centers and detention centers don't have specific designations in the current land use code. This will give them time to study those and look at potential changes.
Our Kyle Clark moderated the debate at the University of Denver. And Kyle, strong words used to describe Victor Marks tonight.
Victor Marks's opponent, State Senator Barb Kirkmeyer and State Rep Scott Bottoms, called Marks a con man, a liar, and a fraud. They predicted disaster for other Republicans on the ballot if Marks is the nominee for governor. And they challenged the self-described high-risk missionary over his false claims that he had rescued more than 45,000 women and children overseas on more than 100 rescue missions. And they raised questions about his boasts of violence.
Mr. Bottoms, you have described Mr. Marks as a con man. That's a pretty serious charge. Why don't you take 1 minute to explain why, and then Mr. Marks will have 1 minute to respond.
Yeah, I stand by that. I also said he was corrupt, and I also said he lies, and he lied to me personally quite a few times. And so I stand by that. I can't put somebody like that any more than I can put a Democrat into the governor's seat. He conned my church. I'm not okay with that, and I'm going to stand against that 100%.
How specifically did he con your church?
He came and told me that he rescued, the term he used was rescued, not gave teddy bears to, but he rescued 45,000 people in over 100 situations, 30 countries. And that was a lie.
Mr. Bottoms, thank you. Mr. Marks, your response.
You're mean. You know, this is the same rhetoric of someone who's desperate, who's already lost. And the things that he says, I can just say this: accusations without evidence is nothing more than gossip or a lie.
But the reason I have said that I will not support Mr. Marks is because, one, I mean, he is unqualified, but that's not really the reason. It's because he's unfit. By his own words, he has said he's unfit. He talks about homicidal and suicidal tendencies. Makes me a little worried about, being in rooms with him, that quite frankly, he's a fraud. He makes up these tall tales, these tall stories, and I just don't believe them. And even when you have asked him these questions directly, he just doesn't answer them.
Marks, who has described his two opponents as quote unquote inconsequential, said tonight that they're just sore losers. And he said that any voters with questions about his big claims should turn to his promotional materials from his decades of missionary work overseas. When it came to the policy issues and challenges facing Colorado, not a lot of distance between these three conservative Republicans. However, they do differ greatly in their approach to talking about policy, with State Senator Kirkmeyer delving into the details based on her decades of governing experience in Colorado, State Representative Bottoms peppering his policy with off-the-wall claims that he refuses to support with evidence, and Victor Marks repeatedly relying on his folksy charm rather than any kind of policy details.
Kyle, you and Marshall asked some real pointed questions tonight. It was a substantive debate. I'm wondering if you think it moved the needle any for voters, Republican voters.
It depends on what the Republican Party wants, right? They have three different flavors of Republican politics today, right? You have a traditional conservative in Barb Kirkmeyer with a lot of governing experience. You've got a MAGA type conservative in Scott Bottoms. And then you've got Victor Marks, who offers charm and personality and platitudes and not a whole lot of policy. Three flavors Republican primary voters can choose.
There was clear separation tonight. That doesn't always happen on debate. I'm thinking on Thursday night, that's going to be a very different take. You're not going to see that kind of separation. You have a lot of separation in this, on the Republican side.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this, right? There's certainly a lot of people inside and outside of Democratic politics who don't like the policy choices of Democratic Senator Michael Bennet and his primary rival, Attorney General Phil Weiser. There are not as many people who say those guys don't know a lick about policy, or they say bat guano things without any evidence, right? So it is going to be a different conversation on Thursday, but two different governing approaches in Phil Weiser and Michael Bennet. We'll explore that Thursday night here at DU, again, 6 p.m. on 9 News.
It'll be fun to watch. This one was fascinating. All right. Thanks, Kyle.
An Aurora City Council member is set to serve 10 days of home detention after pleading guilty to DUI. Police reports show Rob Andrews' blood alcohol measured more than 3 times the legal limit when he was pulled over earlier this year. Police say he made an improper U-turn and was swerving near Stanley Marketplace. Andrews then admitted to officers he had been drinking. Body camera footage you see there shows Andrews was concerned about how to conceal his arrest from the public. He has refused to resign after that arrest. Andrews must also serve now 12 months of probation.
New legislation signed into law this week by Democratic Governor Jared Polis seeks to fix the way the state supervises its thousands of parolees.
So the law comes as a direct result of a series of reports by 9 News investigative reporter Chris Vanderveen, who recently talked to a trio of mothers most impacted by what they call a broken parole system.
Thank you all. I know that this is as personal of a story as can be told.
They're linked, not by name, not by blood, but by loss, the striking familiarity with the feeling of absence.
And I'm coming up on my year anniversary, and it's still incredibly hard. As it is for all of you, not just me. I understand it's hard for all of us.
Michelle Schaefer's son last year.
So I might be one of the only people in the world who actually enjoys public speaking.
Sherry Hamrick's daughter the year before. Leanne Harness's grandson that same year.
I'm not sure I can explain the loss. It still is devastating.
3 victims of crimes. 3 crimes linked to 3 people, each under supervision by the state of Colorado.
My daughter was killed by somebody that was out on parole, and he had seen his parole officer the very day he killed her.
I wanted them together because together their stories form the heart of an investigation now a year and a half in.
Do you believe the state can fix this?
Oh, it's possible to fix. Are they going to, is the question.
9 News Investigates found repeated and systemic errors with how the state determined the risk levels of its roughly 8,000 parolees. We identified errors that, at least in some instances, left parolees inadequately supervised in the days and weeks leading up to their new crimes.
It's not that difficult, I don't think. And I don't understand how they could have messed up, if you will, so often.
When the state's Department of Corrections did its own review of the assessment scores of the man accused of killing Leanne Harness's grandson, for example, it found errors on every one of the 8 risk assessments done on him since 2018. As the state expanded its review of assessments as a result of our investigation, it found an error rate of 98%.
Where else in any job, any government job, where can you have that a percentage of failure and call yourself, an agency that's working?
I was blown away that it was that much. Blown away.
Why did it take a reporter from 9 News to figure this problem out?
I have always wondered that. I never have gotten the answer. You managed to find something that no one else saw.
It's why Colorado State Representative Matt Soper recognized our reporting in this new law that seeks to make sure DOC follows through on its pledged reforms.
My frustration with DOC is that they didn't really take it serious.
Among other things, it states it's the legislature's intent to keep assessments open to the public in order to allow the public, and thus 9 News, to continue to hold DOC accountable. It also requires DOC to update its training and its reviews of these assessments, and then report its findings yearly to the state legislature.
We really do need to get this right.
Representative Soper acknowledged not one legislator voted against the bill. He says it would have been simply too difficult for them to have ignored the victims' family stories.
I would say that it's because of them and because of their voices, because of journalists' voices, that we listened.
To those now linked by their stories of loss,
What do you want the head of the Department of Corrections to know?
they say they remain skeptical.
I want them to know that change needs to be done and it can't just be talk. We need to actually see some change.
Skeptical, yet hopeful something can be gained by it.
Can it be changed? Absolutely, with dedicated, intelligent people realizing how horrific this really is.
Colorado DOC has already pledged to essentially rescore the assessments of more than 1,700 people on parole right now as a result of our investigation. It's also retrained its trainers and leaders on how to do these assessments properly. But I can tell you, a year and a half into this investigation, we still really don't have a great idea of how the state is doing. It's trying to keep score. The scoring is going slowly. And right now, there's 8,000 people on parole right now in the state of Colorado. We don't have a real good idea of how they've been assessed.
When you say 1,700, all I thought of is, what about the rest?
These are the 1,700 that the state has deemed low-level risk to reoffend. It really makes sense to start in that area, because if you're wrong on the low level, they should be high, and if you're scoring them low, they're not being supervised enough. So it makes sense to start there. But we don't really have great results as to how this all is going. The state is pledging transparency. We're going to be on it. I got to tell you, it's moving pretty slow.
Well, it makes me feel better that you're on it, because that kind of rate, that 98% number, it's still, every time you come out here and present one of these stories, my jaw is on the ground. It's awful.
It's as one of the mothers said, like, where else on earth could you accept a 98% failure rate and still be okay with what you're doing?
Nowhere.
The state knows it has a problem. It knows it needs to fix it. But this is, I fear in some ways, it's such a massive problem that I think they're trying to fix it. They in many ways, they don't know where to start.
I know, but those moms felt like they didn't have a voice before. So thank you.
Now they do.
Yeah.
Chris, thanks.
Yep.
An auto theft task force tracked a stolen traffic truck across the metro area today before ending up at a gas station in Denver.
2 officers from separate agencies ended up shooting at the man suspected of stealing it. 9 News reporter Ria Jha is live for us from the scene, which is 6th and Santa Fe, where investigators, Ria, are still working to piece together what happened inside that gas station.
Yeah, Phil and Kim, the truck that was stolen is actually still here right over my right shoulder. It was a truck that is a traffic control truck. It uses a board that kind of flashes arrows to divert cars and traffic around roadwork. And that board that was blinking arrows right was still on when we were here. It's still on now. And that is the truck that CSP tracked all the way from the Bennett-Strasburg area to this gas station here. CSP said this started around 9 a.m. in eastern Adams County. Officers here told me a traffic control worker had been on a job site near the Strasburg area when someone got into the barricade truck and stole it. CSP said that truck was equipped with a tracker and was tracked here to the Sinclair gas station around 11 a.m. They say the suspect then went inside the store, and that's when officials say 2 officers, a trooper with CSP and a deputy with Adams County, fired shots.
We do believe the suspect was armed, but as far as what specifically happened in those moments, we do not know.
There are several bullet holes through the window of the front door to the gas station here, but officials did not say where the officers were when shots were fired, what prompted the officers to shoot, or whether anyone else was inside the store. The suspect, who CSP identified as a 35-year-old man, was hit. He was transferred to the hospital and is in stable condition. Both officers did not suffer any injuries, and they are both being interviewed as Denver Police Department is conducting this investigation. This gas station here, the Sinclair gas station, is still roped off with crime tape. It's unknown when it will reopen. Reporting live in Denver, Ria Jha, 9 News.
That's a wild story.
Yeah.
That's a lot of moving parts, as they say.
It will be good to hear what comes out of that investigation. Right. Ria, thank you.
Welcome back. Over the last 24 hours, we have seen reports that the president is prepared to drop his $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, which would have been used to pay people who were targeted by prosecutors under the Biden administration. That could include Tina Peters, the January 6th rioters, and others. Critics on both sides, including former Vice President Mike Pence, called the money a slush fund.
It's deeply offensive to me that
that you could have a fund that could even possibly compensate people who assaulted police officers or vandalized the Capitol on January 6th. And I think that's broadly held by most Republicans and most Americans.
9 News legal analyst Whitney Traylor is joining us now to talk more about this. Good morning.
Good morning.
Why would the Trump administration drop this fund now?
Well, it's a great question, and I think it's political and legal. So politically, we've seen, as we just saw, the former vice president, the Republican vice president, was against this. And there's been so many Republicans that have come out, and of course, a plethora of Democrats. So I think politically it's been so unpopular, but they also had, I think, a legal out because the judge entered this temporary restraining order. So the judge said, nothing's going to happen with this fund. The money can't go into it. It can't be dispersed until we know that it's actually lawful. And essentially they're saying, the judge was saying, look, if the money goes in now and it gets dispersed, it's going to be difficult to reverse that if it is deemed to be incorrect. So the Trump administration has come out and said, well, we may not appeal it. And so they've alluded to, we're going to comply with the court's order, which, as we know with this administration, isn't always the case.
Right. So this all started when the president sued the Department of Justice and the IRS and reached a settlement. Even though Trump oversees the DOJ and the IRS, how does that work?
That's the question, right? It's essentially, and a lot of people were criticizing this, and we had a segment on this a few weeks ago, and I had the same criticism. He's essentially playing both sides of the argument. He's suing the IRS, in which he oversees. The DOJ, which he also has control over, is pursuing it. So in order to do this, he actually had to have his private attorneys represent him and his sons, who were the plaintiffs, and then the DOJ representing the IRS. So a lot of people are saying, you just negotiated with yourself. And that's a real criticism because the IRS never even actually responded to the lawsuit, which was filed 4 months ago. So there were just these kind of legal wranglings. And then they came up with this bizarre settlement of $1.776 billion.
What were the terms of the settlement?
Well, the terms were even interesting. So the plaintiffs in the case were the two sons, Trump's two eldest sons, the Trump organization, and him individually. So part of the settlement was the U.S. has to apologize to those plaintiffs. President Trump's tax returns can never be reviewed by the U.S. That was another term of the settlement. And then, of course, this fund that some people are calling a slush fund for people who have been attacked by or who have been attacked by the DOJ, but they specifically said Biden's DOJ. So the question was, all right, if somebody was attacked by a Republican DOJ, if they were weaponized in that regard, can they get access to the money? But the actual settlement specifies the Biden DOJ going, or the Biden administration going after people. So those were the broad terms of the settlement.
So what happens now?
Well, what happens now is we have until June 12th, and the judge, there were multiple lawsuits, but the actual lawsuit that was settled, one of the issues that the judge had was, is this truly a case or controversy? Meaning, are these parties actually adverse? And as I just explained, most people, including myself, don't think they're adverse. And so the judge had actually entered an order saying, I want to know how you all are adverse. Well, instead of responding to that, they settled the case. So now they do have to come forward on June 12th and say why this temporary restraining order shouldn't be permanent, how the parties are adverse. So they really have to show account. And I think there's going to be a problem on behalf of the presidents on the plaintiff side, because there really was no case or controversy. And so that means those lawyers could actually get sanctioned and be in trouble.
So if this fund is deemed legal,
yes,
could some of these folks like Tina Peters and the January 6 rioters be compensated? And I know that's kind of a tricky question because it's state and federal as well when it comes to Tina Peters.
It is a little bit tricky, but in another regard, it's not tricky. This is why people were so critical of this settlement, because it's supposed to be set up with a 5-person committee that only the president can appoint and remove without cause. So essentially that means they're going to do what he wants. What it takes for you to apply, how much you can get, how long it'll take before those funds are dispersed, those are all unknowns, and so that's a major issue, how this would actually work. And so that's the criticism that people have, is that there were no terms or conditions of this. So Could Tina Peters and the January 6 folks receive money? The January 6 folks, I guess they could because they were prosecuted by this federal agency. Tina Peters, I would say, wouldn't even be eligible because she wasn't persecuted or prosecuted by the DOJ. She was prosecuted by a Republican DA in Weld County that and then ultimately convicted by a jury that ultimately went to the appeals court, who didn't reduce her sentence. They just said the judge needed to give additional reasoning for why he appointed that 9-year sentence. So I can't see how she could even possibly be qualified for this. But the Republicans that we've heard that were so critical said these folks who attacked officers, what we saw on January 6th should not be rewarded. They already got their sentences commuted. So should taxpayers also pay them?
Right.
And so that's probably eligible, but it's a big criticism.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
As always, Whitney, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back. Yesterday, we saw a lot of hail fall around the area, so much so in some spots that people were literally shoveling it out of the way. This was video from Aurora where people say they saw hail of all different sizes coming down. Colorado, of course, has a real reputation for hail and hail damage this time of year. 9 News meteorologist Jaden Knowles joining us here to break down how hail forms and what the hail outlook looks like for the next few months. Jaden?
Well, yeah, that's right, Drew. You know, yesterday was crazy, like you just broke down. We saw that accumulating hail. We saw damaging winds, funnel clouds, and even people pulling their phones out and capturing it all on video. But I know a lot of people are waking up this morning and saying, you know, I've lived in Colorado my entire life, but I never really understood why hail loves Colorado so much. Well, I'm gonna break down the details for you. If you take a look at your screen, you can see that yesterday's storms were another reminder that Colorado sits in the middle of what's known as Hail Alley, a region stretching from eastern Colorado into Wyoming and Nebraska that sees some of the highest hail frequencies in the nation. Now, one reason is geography, of course. The Rocky Mountains help thunderstorms develop by forcing air upward, while the plains to the east provide warm, unstable air that fuels these storms. Now, Colorado also sits at a higher elevation than most states. That means hail doesn't have as far to fall before reaching the ground, giving it less time to melt compared to places at lower elevations. Now, that's one reason Colorado can see larger hailstones survive all the way to the surface. And when strong spring and early summer storms develop along the Front Range, the setup can be ideal for damaging hail. The Denver metro area and communities along the I-25 corridor are especially vulnerable because storms are often formed near the mountains before moving east across heavily populated areas. Now, June is actually one of Colorado's busiest time of year, and although some thunderstorms may not develop that hail, yesterday was a really good reminder that we're heading into the peak of severe weather season. Live in Denver, Jaden Knowles for 9 News.
Jaden, thank you so much for that report.
Denver City Council member Sarah Parody will step down this summer. The Progressive says persistent health problems have made it difficult now to do her job. During today's council meeting, Parody said she's not entirely sure what's going on, but said overlapping chronic illnesses that are not well understood are likely the cause of this. She has been in office since 2023. Her last day now will be August 5th. City plans to hold a special election at the same time as the general election in November, so that voters can choose someone to serve out the remainder of her term.
First day of June, and it's starting to look like it. Strong winds blew through the Denver metro area this afternoon, dropping a whole lot of hail. Here's a time lapse from the Aurora Municipal Center where it looked like the snow was falling, and that really wasn't half of it. Many of you sent in pictures of videos as well of a funnel cloud in the South metro area around Castle Rock. There's no confirmation of any tornadoes. We're glad you're with us. I'm Kim Christensen.
It was certainly trying. And I'm Phil Lipoff. It was a wild day of weather, so we want to get right to it. 9 News meteorologist Corey Reppenhagen is with us. Corey, this day had almost everything.
Wow, it sure did. And it was really ominous across the Denver metro early on. We had 2 thunderstorms move across the area. just isolated stuff, but man, they packed a big punch. This is live radar right now. We're still seeing some thunderstorms out there. The severe potential is gone, and the severe thunderstorm watch has been lifted. But in the overnight hours, we can continue to see a few of these showers moving across the area, especially on the eastern plains. And rain was part of the formula today. Some spots got some really good stuff. Take a look at the rain accumulation estimated by radar. All these blue areas, that's about a ½ inch to an inch of water. So Highlands Ranch, North Denver. And check this out. This little purple blotch, that is the bullseye for heavy rain. 1.5 to 2.5 inches. That's true. That's how much rain fell in that area. Just south of DIA, you can see I-70, Colfax Avenue, Airport, Tower. So that's the area that really got hit with some big rain. As far as those storm reports, let's put these storms in motion. 2 storms moving through the Denver area. All these little icons are hail reports. Mostly 1-inch hail, but we got 2 reports of golf ball size hail, and also those funnel clouds down in the Denver metro, South Denver metro. Those were all different angles of one tornado, one funnel cloud that was popped up down there. This is a video from yesterday, but we'll continue to watch the forecast, and I'll have more on the information for tomorrow, where there's going to be more thunderstorms in the forecast once again. That's in just a few minutes, guys.
Corey, thanks. And for some, it was a day to dig out the snow shovels, but not, as you saw, to shovel snow.
No, because that's what we do in Colorado. 9 News reporter Janelle
Just not in
Finch
the
takes
winter.
us to a neighborhood where the hail piled up.
We're near Chambers Road and 6th Avenue in Aurora, where things have calmed down and dried off, but it was definitely a different sight earlier today. Take a look at what we found in this neighborhood. People living here tell us they heard hail come down for at least an hour. Pea to marble-sized hail covered lawns and cars. Trees didn't stand a chance against the storm either. Limbs were left bare and leaves scattered across the ground. Most people out here spend their afternoons shoveling hail out of driveways and off cars. One man says he'll likely be stuck with some water damage on his property.
You know, I had to go to my backyard also because I had a shed that was open, a window, and I had to close it, and inside was just full of water, so it was pretty bad.
That man tells us he was very happy that he was at home at the time of the storm. He says usually he leaves a Corvette out in his driveway, but luckily he was able to get it inside before the storm rolled through. In Aurora, Janelle Finch, 9 News.
Janelle, thank you. Tina Peters is now a free woman. She was released from prison today, less than 2 years into her 9-year sentence. The former Republican Mesa County clerk was convicted in 2024 of several felonies for allowing fellow election deniers access to local voting systems in their search for voter fraud. Democratic Governor Jared Polis granted her clemency last month, arguing she was over-sentenced for expressing inaccurate but constitutionally protected views. It was a move that Polis was formally censured for by the Colorado Democratic Party Central Committee. Just hours after her release, Peters appeared on the Steve Bannon Show, saying she stands ready to help President Trump prove that America's elections are rigged.
I know that the Democrats are going to cheat. And no one's really addressing the problem that I spent my time in prison as retribution for, and that was exposing the election machines that allow the votes to be flipped.
Vice President J.D. Vance had previously suggested that Peters could get restitution from a $1.8 billion fund for people who claim to have been prosecuted unfairly. But today, after bipartisan fierce pushback and legal scrutiny, the Trump administration said it was abandoning that idea.
The same day Tina Peters walked out of prison, a federal judge ruled the Trump administration acted unlawfully when it moved to dismantle a Boulder weather lab, in part because of her. The ruling blocks the federal government from transferring NCAR's supercomputer center away from the nonprofit that runs the lab, while a lawsuit plays out. 9 News reporter Spencer Soysher has been covering this story. And Spencer, tell us what the judge said.
So the judge ruled the federal government ignored its own rules and processes for decisions like this. And he also found the move was driven, at least in part, by the Trump administration's feud with Colorado over Tina Peters. President Donald Trump promised harsh measures for Colorado if convicted elections clerk Tina Peters was not freed from a state prison. And a federal judge says one of those ways was breaking up NCAR, a federal lab in Boulder at the forefront of weather science and research.
We're sort of the unfortunate victims along with a lot of other Colorado programs.
Tim Frederick worked at NCAR before his retirement was sped up last year by the uncertainty circling the lab.
Might have worked longer. It's hard to say.
On the same day Peters walked out of prison early, a federal judge blocked the federally run National Science Foundation from transferring NCAR's supercomputer center away from UCAR, the Boulder nonprofit that runs the lab.
I have followed the court case. I read it in detail. I have been very concerned.
Judge R. Brooke Jackson, an Obama appointee, wrote in his order that the feds never actually gave a reason for taking away the supercomputer center in the first place, and that, quote, no action followed until President Trump publicly criticized Governor Polis for refusing to release Miss Peters after his own pardon did not achieve that result. The judge said the government failed to follow its own process to consider public feedback before just going ahead and doing it. And if there was doubt about if that was really what happened here, the point is, quote, considerably strengthened by the fact that the federal government simultaneously undertook several other actions adverse to Colorado. Actions like vetoing a clean drinking water project in southern Colorado, relocating Space Command from Colorado Springs, and denying disaster aid for wildfires and floods.
That has been a serious concern of mine, that this is all driven by politics. It's all reactionary.
One of the reasons the judge said he believed the injunction was needed is that NCAR is now losing employees, and rapidly. Employees who see the writing on the wall for the place. Tim says he saw it too, but it wasn't the sole reason that he decided to retire. Just sped it up. Spencer Soysher, 9 News.
A former town councilor from Mountain View is locked up tonight after he was convicted of assault and illegal use of a firearm in a 2024 shooting. Brent Metz has been charged with second-degree assault, but the jury convicted him of lesser third-degree assault, which is a misdemeanor. He was convicted, though, of a felony illegal discharge of a firearm, which is why the judge said he had no choice but to take Metz into custody before sentencing. This all stems from a shooting where two teens were on his property in Conifer, scouting out locations for homecoming photos. The pair tried to knock on the door, but no one answered, so they left, and Metz confronted them off the property. He says he slipped when he was moving his gun, and the gun went off. His attorneys say the conviction on the gun charge and the jury's decision not to convict on the more serious assault charge don't add up.
Respect the jury's verdict, obviously, and understand that they spent a long time thinking about it, but he was found not guilty of recklessly discharging the firearm, but then found guilty of recklessly discharging the firearm in a separate count. So the elements are the same in terms of recklessness. So we're having a hard time finding that those are compatible.
Metz is due back in court June 15th for sentencing. He could face up to 3 years in prison.
A new stone marker in front of the Boulder County Historic Courthouse pays tribute to the people targeted in that anti-Semitic firebombing attack on Pearl Street at the mall 1 year ago today. On June 1st of last year, a man targeted a group walking to raise awareness of the Israeli hostages being held captive by Hamas. The attack killed Karen Diamond, a woman in her 80s. It injured about a dozen others. The new stone marker has the date of the attack etched in English and in Hebrew. The county plans to build a remembrance garden there as well.
In the Jewish religion, one of the traditions that we have is to take a stone and to put it on a grave to remember and to say, I've been here and I remember. And so yesterday I took a stone and put it on that plaque, and so did other people, and it was really meaningful.
The memorial will be more formally unveiled this weekend at the start of the Boulder Jewish Festival. All right, Janelle, thank you. We've got some breaking news to bring to you right now. Just within the last 30 minutes or so, a jury has found a former Mountain View City Council member guilty of a shooting that injured a teenager. Brent Metz was found guilty of third-degree assault and illegal discharge of a firearm. He shot a teen in the face in 2024, but Metz says it was an accident. Two teens were looking for places to take some homecoming photos. Court documents say they climbed over a fence at a property to ask the owner for permission to take photos. Prosecutors say Metz confronted them. The teen says Metz pointed the gun at them. Metz, however, says the gun accidentally fired as he was moving it from his truck holster to his body holster. The jury did not find Metz guilty of 2 counts of menacing. He did face up to 16 years in prison. We're waiting to hear when sentencing will happen.
Tina Peters is now a free woman, just 17 months into her 9-year sentence. She is the former Republican clerk from Mesa County who was convicted for her role in a breach of election systems to search for voter fraud. Peters had her sentence cut short thanks to a computation from Democratic Governor Jared Polis. Polis faced criticism from his own party over that decision. Hundreds of Democrats voted to censure him. The move came after months of political attacks from President Trump, who demanded Tina Peters be released. Polis told us he commuted her sentence because he felt she was over-sentenced for expressing inaccurate but constitutionally protected views. She was released on parole, where she must participate in a cognitive behavioral therapy program and complete a mental health assessment. Peters made her first appearance since her release on Steve Bannon's show.
Still have a fight to clear my name and bring out the truth of why they came after me the way they did. So it's still a long road.
Peters also revealed that she had written 2 letters to thank President Trump. We'll have much more on her release coming up at 6 on Next with Kyle Clark.
The founder of an anti-vax group is suing Recess Beer Garden after the bar canceled an event they were going to have. The group calls itself Unjected, scheduled this dating event last month. The founders describe it as the world's first COVID-19 unvaccinated dating platform. Recess shut down the event after they said they weren't consulted by the organizers. Lawsuit claims that there were direct messages sent with Recess, and the bar responded saying that there was no filming allowed at the venue. The plaintiffs allege the bar canceled the event after receiving criticism online. Suit also claims Recess released defamatory statement that caused harm to the group.
1 person was killed, 2 others hurt after a driver hit them while walking along a sidewalk in Highlands Ranch this morning. The Douglas County Sheriff's Office says the driver hit the pedestrians in a neighborhood on Wildcat Reserve Parkway near Willow Bridge Way. About a dozen people witnessed that crash, including one who followed the driver. That person helped deputies later arrest the driver.
Today marks 1 year since a man targeted a peaceful gathering in Boulder in an anti-Semitic firebombing attack. The Jewish group was calling attention to Israeli hostages at that time being held in Gaza. The attack killed 1 woman and injured about a dozen others.
9 News reporter Aaron Adelson shows us how Boulder has remembered the victims.
Pearl Street has its usual rhythm, just like any day of the week. That's how June 1st, 2025 began, when people had no idea what would be coming.
Life really has not moved on for the Jewish community. It hasn't. I'm really happy about that plaque.
The county installed this stone to remember what happened, with the date etched in English and Hebrew. 1 year ago, a man targeted a group walking to raise awareness for Israeli hostages who were kidnapped on October 7th, 2023, and held in Gaza. The attack killed Karen Diamond and injured about a dozen others. It's still hard to contemplate what happened here for Boulder City Council member Tara Weiner, who is Jewish.
Not only were they affected in the most terrible way, but the whole Jewish community here was affected. The ripple effects were pretty big.
She feels thankful for how people have supported Boulder's Jews,
We really felt like this community had our backs.
but says an unfortunate lesson is that Jewish events must consider safety.
Security is always at the top of our minds.
A Boulder County commissioner says they made sure the stone was in place before Monday, and plans for the county to build a remembrance garden on the very grass where people got attacked. In Boulder,
Looking forward to that
Aaron Adelson,
so that I can sit and I can remember.
9 News.
The annual Boulder Jewish Festival will take place this Sunday on Pearl Street. The celebration will begin with a memorial, more formally dedicating the stone. The suspect in that case pleaded guilty to more than 100 counts, was sentenced to life in prison. He is still facing charges at the federal level for hate crime acts.
Some sad news out of the NBA to report to you right now. Former head coach Rick Adelman, the father of Nuggets head coach David Adelman, has died. Rick Adelman led a legendary Hall of Fame career. He coached in the NBA for 29 years, including 23 seasons as a head coach. He won 1,042 games, making him the 10th winningest coach of all time. He led the Trailblazers, the Warriors, Kings, Rockets, and Timberwolves during that time. Before coaching, he played in the league for 8 years. The Coaches Association says he will be remembered as a mentor. He was married to his wife for 56 years, with a father to 6, including David, and a grandfather to 12. All right, Tina Peters is a free woman today, thanks to Democratic Governor Jared Polis.
She got out of prison less than 2 years into her 9-year sentence after leading a breach of Colorado's voting systems. President Trump had punished Colorado in a variety of ways to force her freedom. Our Kyle Clark has covered Peters for more than 5 years. Kyle, she wasted no time getting talking today.
No, within hours of Tina Peters' release, she was back on MAGA media, pushing her claims that Democrats have rigged America's elections with crooked voting machines and falsely saying that she was in prison for finding evidence of election rigging. President Trump had falsely claimed that Tina Peters had cancer and her prison term was a death sentence. Today, following her release, she said she is suffering from acid reflux because prison food is terrible. And she said she now stands ready to help President Trump prove that America's elections are rigged.
I know that the Democrats are going to cheat. And no one's really addressing the problem that that I spent my time in prison as retribution for, and that was exposing the election machines that allow the votes to be flipped.
So if you're thinking, well, hey, didn't Governor Polis say that Tina Peters was remorseful? Yes. So Polis said on 9 News months ago that remorse was required in order for anyone to receive clemency from him. Peters, who has been famously unremorseful, did write in a letter to the governor that she was sorry, and that apparently satisfied Polis, who turned her loose with a commutation letter that removed his standard line that has been in every other one of his commutation letters, a line about the inmate taking full accountability for their actions, showing remorse, and being ready to succeed following their release.
He is still hearing about this decision, Kyle.
Yeah, I've described his response to the pushback he's receiving over Tina Peters' clemency as a carrot and shtick approach. He munched on a carrot for a full minute while reporters tried to question him at a press conference when Colorado Democrats overwhelmingly voted to ban him from speaking at party gatherings. He showed up to a party Zoom meeting with tape over his mouth. No stunt from the governor today. He's lying low after putting up a lengthy Substack post last night that repeated all of the reasons that he decided to turn Tina Peters loose, reasons that have been roundly condemned by Colorado Democrats as well as Republicans who work in elections.
Yeah, he can do what he wants to do. The president can do what he wants to do when it comes to these things. But he's a smart guy, Kyle. He knew that remorse was to get out of prison. And we all knew that she'd be saying this when she got out. That's just
as I've said before about Governor Polis, he is a very intelligent man. The question is, what level of intelligence does he ascribe to all of us?
Mm-hmm. All right, Kyle, we know you'll be staying on this story for a while, and she's going to keep talking. So thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Heather Hayes.
And I'm Steve Eager. Within the last hour, a jury has been chosen to decide the closely watched murder trial of Carmelo Anthony.
More than 500 people were on the list of potential jurors, but the jury will not include anyone who is black, despite this case being racially charged. Fox 4's Alex Boyer joining us now. Alex.
Welcome to On Go. You heard that correctly. There's not going to be one black juror for Carmelo Anthony. Out of the sea of faces that were there, not one black jury member. What does this mean for Carmelo Anthony? Is he going to get a fair shake? Is he going to get a fair trial? And that's my question to everybody that is watching this video or comes across this video, man. Let's listen to the coverage and see what happened on day 2 of court today.
Hey guys, good evening. That's right. And I can tell you that a court spokesperson confirmed that there are indeed no black jurors on this panel. And I can tell you that before this jury panel was seated, the defense objected to 3 black women being struck by the prosecution. Now, the prosecution contended that it was due to the fact that the women were educators, noting that this incident happened at a school function with young students. The defense then pointed out that those were 3 of those were 100% of the available black jurors in what's called the strike zone, adding that the state struck all 3. The judge went out and reviewed their questionnaires and came back and said that the defense's challenge to the 3 jurors being dismissed was denied. The judge said the court found that the state had non-racial means to strike the jurors. Now, background, Carmelo Anthony, 17 at the time, is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf last year at a Frisco ISD track meet. Anthony was reportedly sitting under a tent for a school that he did not attend. Witnesses say the two got into an argument and Anthony stabbed Metcalf in the chest. Metcalf died in his twin brother's arms. Police said that Anthony told them he acted in self-defense. Now, this case has become racially charged, fueled in large part by online speculation, rumors, and misinformation. On Wednesday, attorneys for both sides got an hour and 45 minutes to question the reduced poll of these potential jurors. They were questioned on their views on a variety of topics, including race, how they felt about serving on this case, and if they would hold it against the defendant if he chose not to testify on his own behalf. The defense also tried to gauge if the potential jurors would be uncomfortable giving Anthony a lower sentence if there is a guilty verdict. I talked to a jury consultant about the process so far.
It's an excellent team on both sides. I believe Bill Worski has, he's a veteran prosecutor. He's tried some very high-profile cases. And then Toby Shook has been both a prosecutor and a criminal defense attorney. And then Mike Howard is an excellent criminal defense attorney as well. And they, along with the DA, it's going to be a very well-tried case.
And I did speak with Allison Richardson before the jury was sat, so I did not have a chance to ask her about these late-breaking developments. Now, this high-profile case continues to draw supporters and spectators to the Collin County Courthouse. We saw another group of folks demonstrating at the entrance of the courthouse this afternoon. We expect that to continue throughout the trial, which the judge hopes to have wrapped up by the end of next week. And I can tell you that 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony was in court today for the proceedings. He was wearing a suit with a tie and a purple shirt, which is also the color many of his supporters have been wearing. He did take some notes during the proceedings. I can also tell you that there does appear to be some minorities on this jury panel. Again, however, none of them are African American. Opening statements begin tomorrow at 9 a.m. Back to you.
Okay, Alex Boyer in
That's nasty work, y'all. That is nasty work, bro. No black jury members for Carmelo Anthony, man, in a highly racial trial. This is going to be a highly racial trial, and he doesn't even have not one black juror. What does this mean for Carmelo Anthony, man? Is this going to be a fair trial for Carmelo? And this is my question to anybody that's watching this live video on any of these channels. What do you think this is going to mean for Carmelo Anthony? I heard that his defense, Mike Howard, was pretty good too. I heard he was in there objecting to them striking jurors and different things like that. I heard he did pretty well, but I heard the prosecution is pretty sharp. The leading prosecutor, I heard he was pretty sharp. He was in there like putting his energy on the courtroom. So this is going to be a battle, and we understand that Carmelo Anthony is being tried as an adult. He's being tried as an adult, and I know it's a scary time for him. I know it's real scary for him. But he came into court. They said in day 2, he had on a blue suit. He had on, I think, the colors of like purple and something like similar to that color, which all of his supporters are wearing. And he has a very low cut now, like a clean cut. His hair is not the same way how it was before. He has a clean cut. He came in pretty sharp. I heard his energy was pretty good inside the courtroom, but during the proceedings, when certain things was being mentioned, he began to slouch, and the defense was kind of urging him to like keep up your posture and bring across that confidence and that positive type of energy, because it also spills into the jurors. But out of 500 jurors, they whittled it down to 250 from there. But all of the black people have been struck. So now his jury is going to be an all-white jury in basically damn near all-white town. And I don't know what that's going to mean. Not to say, because juror 142 stepped up today and said, listen, y'all, I can't see myself putting a brother doing that. You know what I mean? Sentencing a brother to that type of stuff. I just can't see it. Then also a white woman stood up and said something similar to what that person said. You know what I mean? So who knows? who knows? You know what I mean? I don't know what this is going to mean for Carmelo Anthony, man. But I don't think this is a good sign. I just don't think this is a good sign. I heard that some radical type people are out there already around the court, you know what I mean, saying what they need to say out there. So as this trial begins to heat up, you are going to see some racial elements outside that court. Hopefully nothing leads to nothing physical outside that court, whether people are on one side or the other. I do want to support Carmelo Anthony, though. You know what I mean? I don't think that he did that maliciously. I think that, one thing that was mentioned today during the court proceedings is that actually Mike Howard, the defense, brought it up and it was objected to and sustained that he had a right to be there. A person that has a right to be somewhere is also a defense, right? But also that the same way that Texas is a state that you could open carry one of those, a Pum Pum, you can also carry a shiv. You can also carry a little pocket rocker. You know what I'm saying? You can carry one of those as well. So, because, a lot of people are saying, why did you have the knife in the first place? Why did he have a knife? But in the state of Texas, the same way you're able to open carry and carry a Pum Pum, you're able to also possess a knife. Now, what he did with the actual weapon, that is a whole nother story. And hence we're here at his trial now. You know what I mean? So to all my people that's there, boots on the ground, man, I'm trying to get down to the court maybe about next week, week 2 or something like that. This is just the beginning of the jury selection process. I think court should start about, if not mistaken, tomorrow. Tomorrow we should have some opening arguments, hopefully, and this thing will get under wraps and start as quick as it could be. It seems like they're trying to get this under wraps as quick as they can. They're also going to be Saturday sessions, so I'm like, they have Saturday sessions as well. So they're also going to have Saturday sessions of court as well. So it seems like they're trying to wrap this trial up very, very quick and get it out the way. There's no live streaming in the court. No videos being taken, even though it was a state case. You can carry cameras and stuff like that into those buildings. I covered the Diddy trial, which was a federal trial, so you're not able to film and use your camera. But also during the trial, Diddy's trial, while I was covering the federal trial, I went to Harvey Weinstein's case, which was down the block from me, you know what I'm saying, where I was. So I went over there, and that was a state case. And even though I had my independent journalist pass, my press pass, and all of that, I was able to bring my cameras. Many other people had cameras in that court because it was a state case. So it just shows you the judge is putting gag orders, all types of things are going down. I guess to make sure that Carmelo gets a fair trial and to try to keep it on the up and up as possible. But when there's no black jurors, if you was in this trial, God forbid that you ever would be, and you are a melanated person in a town that's damn near 60, 70% not your color, and then you're going to trial for your life, right? For your life. And there are no people on the trial that on the jury that looks like you. I just think that shit is asinine, man. I just think it's crazy, man. Absolutely crazy, man. Salute to everybody. Check the video section. I'm doing uploads. I'm gonna constantly update y'all and upload. So check my upload section, check the short section. Make sure you're dropping likes on everything. Subscribe to Uda On Go. Salute to everybody. Uda On Go is on all platforms, the same name. My Cash App, PayPal, everything is all the same name. So salute to everybody that's supporting this. And hopefully, God willing, I'm able to get to the trial next week or so and start to see what this is and put my energy on this trial. And, I'm always going to cover something unbiasedly. I'm going to tell you when the prosecution's cooking. I'm going to tell you when the defense is cooking. But, in this case, I got to say, man, I don't want him to get convicted of this. I don't. I really, really honestly don't, man. You know what I mean? And I'm just going to say that openly, you know what I mean? But I'm going to try to be unbiased as much as giving you the content and giving you exactly what's happening and transpiring at the trial. So I'm working on a lot, man. So regardless of the fact, even if I get down there, I'm also working on the transcripts of obtaining the transcript for a couple of my news sources and my people that I've met that I know from the news stations. And yeah, so hopefully I've made the calls out already. They're working on that for me. So hopefully they get me the transcript. So regardless of the fact, before I get there next week, or if I don't make it, God forbid, however, I'll still have the transcripts so we can actually read and go over what's happening in the court piece by piece by piece. And we could all break that down. Salute to my girl, Queen Sheba, that's down there. Salute to my girl, Neek at Night, that's also down there. And my guy, Sherrod Da'ak. I think Mel, which is watching the World 77, is also on his way down there as well. So I will be shadowing some of their content using their lens, what they're seeing from inside and outside the court. Make sure you subscribe to their channels. I've already done a few reactions to a couple of their videos. I'm about to upload another video by Queen Sheba, which I've reacted to as well. So listen, make sure y'all dropping likes on those videos. Make sure y'all go over there and view some of that video that I've been uploading. Show your support, show your solidarity, especially if you want Carmelo to beat this trial, man, and win this case, man. You know what I mean? Most definitely show the love where it needs to be shown, all right? Like I said, the team, his supporters are wearing purple in solidarity for him. He came out with a shirt today that was similar to that same color, hence my purple hat. I don't want to see that, especially on the back of this Rick Child case. And I watched how that went for Cyrus. Even though he was possessing a weapon, I don't think that he made aggressive moves with the weapon towards those people. I don't think that he ever really aimed.
All right, thank y'all for tapping in. You join us Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Shades. We'll see y'all then. Peace.